think I investigated everything in here. I think I did.
My first teddy.
Okay. I know we tried to listen to the music, but I don't want the VOD to be muted. So I actually launched the game and listened to the song. Well,
It
I
was a photo.
turbo cleaned my turbo cleaned my room for like 10 minutes. And I listened to it while I did that. Okay. So we can't go over there. We can go over there. We can maybe talk to this woman.
It was my neighbor, this so-called psychic. It was my...
Mademoiselle Collard.
Oh, hello there. Don't tell me. I'm going to meet a tall, dark man.
No, I don't think so. Why would you say that?
Oh, just a wild guess.
Anyway, your cousin's female and very pretty.
What?
Your cousin from Marseille. How could you forget her so soon? She was only in your apartment yesterday.
Ah, really?
Such a charming young girl.
Isn't she? And in my apartment, you say?
She let herself in, of course. She's got a key.
Suddenly, everything made sense. My apartment had been bugged. That was how Plantard knew all about my article. How did I know? Because the only cousin I have is a sweet little guy called Jean-Marc, who runs a patisserie in Le Touquet. These people were determined, which meant they were also very dangerous. I suppose she'd forgotten which apartment was mine.
Oh, Miss Collard, you're a mind reader. That's just what she said.
Oh, I bet it was. Well, I'd better be going. See what my sweet cousin's been getting up to.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
What do you think of my hair clip?
Very nice. One day I might be able to afford one of those, mademoiselle.
I love how you can just show them everything in your inventory and they commentate on it.
Do you know anything about this boat ticket?
No, mademoiselle. I am not a tourist office.
What do you think of this shell case?
I think whoever stopped that one must have a sore bottom.
Ever seen a safe key like this?
In my business, I don't come across many safes.
Take a look at this cloth.
It was once very beautiful. With a little work, it could make rather a nice hat.
Shame some
I
idiot got
know.
paint all over it.
People have no respect these days, do they? No. What do you think of this carving?
It's nice, but I wouldn't flash it around this neighborhood.
I don't suppose you're any good at unraveling codes.
My beautiful grandmother was a cryptologist for the Resistance. But all I inherited were her good looks.
What do you make of this message?
It will take you on a journey that begins where it ends. In laughter and in tears, in sadness and in joy.
You got all that from this paper?
No, it's from a song. I heard it on the radio this morning.
It wouldn't be sensible to let her know about Carchon. I took this stone cylinder from a safe.
Interesting.
Snitching on herself.
Let me give you a word of advice. If you ever want to know what is written on it, you should smear it with paint and then roll it on paper.
What?
It's a gift, mademoiselle. I never question it.
The woman who claimed to be my cousin. Could you describe her again?
Well, she was your height, her hair lighter than yours, but otherwise she was very like you. But with impeccable manners, of course.
I bet. Au revoir.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Okay, so this is where she lives at Rougerie. Sorry, I can't speak. Hey Zach, how are you feeling today? Hopefully better.
The smashed window hadn't been repaired yet. There was just a sheet of flimsy plastic over it. The smash... It was held in place by wires. Maybe it wasn't that after all. Maybe it was a cell phone transmitter.
That's great. I'm glad to hear it.
Whoever had put up the statue must have been confident it wouldn't fall. It would have smashed straight into the wall of Carchon's apartment. Whoever had... Just your average modern art retaining wire. Just your average...
Okay.
A bored-looking gendarme sat staring at the sculpture. Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Can I ask what you're doing?
I am guarding the scene of a terrible and heinous crime.
Yeah, this statue. Tell me about it.
Au contraire, mademoiselle. This statue is a pure and visionary statement, a comment upon man's self-imposed isolation within a debased societal framework.
Not a crime, then?
The only crime you will find here is the murder of the great Monsieur Carchon.
No. How dramatic.
I know. Here
I
in
know.
this very building, no less. It is top secret, but according to Carchon's wife, the killer was dressed as a mime. Police believe there was an accomplice, a young female journalist. Even as we speak, she is being hotly pursued up and down the land. No stone is being left unturned.
Good place to look for a journalist, officer.
We police are no fools.
Evidently.
Oh my goodness.
How would you like a nice air clip like this?
I must warn you, mademoiselle, that I have been trained to resist such improper advances.
What do you think of this boat ticket?
Mademoiselle, if you think taking me on a boat trip down the Seine is going to get me into bed with you, then you are mistaken. I have been trained to resist women offering boat tickets, and men too. We are up to date on gender issues, you know.
Take a look at the shell case.
My God, this must be from the gun that killed him.
Are you sure? I think it is from an army field gun.
Ah, yes, of course. The size, that's the giveaway, isn't it?
I knew better than to show him a safe key. Ever seen anything like this?
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You have talent, my dear. This is clearly your medium.
No. What do you think of my elephant?
A poor piece, to be honest. Derivative, crude. Forget about it.
Oh, really? I was just wondering where I should stick it.
Somewhere that doesn't get much light?
That's just what I was thinking. Ever see symbols like these?
Only at the bottom of a bottle, mademoiselle. Ha! You see what I did there? I always find a little humor breaks the ice at the crime scene. Don't you agree?
At the crime scene.
I'd be crazy to show him the paper with the code. No. Ever seen one of these?
Not since I was a boy. My father taught me how to whittle using a metal cylinder like that.
I bet that kept you quiet.
Indeed it did. I never talked to him again. He died before I finished.
Oh boy.
How was Monsieur Carchon killed?
He was shot in cold blood with a gun.
Why was he dressed as a mime?
I have my own theory. Either he was mad,
Oh,
or he was a real mime, trying to throw us all off the scent by cunningly not wearing a disguise.
how long have you been in the police force?
All my life, mademoiselle.
It shows.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
You must be quite an aficionado of modern art.
Au contraire, I adore it. In fact, I dabble myself.
Oh, really? I used to dabble myself, but I managed to quit in the end. Why would a mime kill Monsieur Carchon?
He was a hired killer, I expect. Everybody knows mimes don't leave prints.
Monsieur?
Mademoiselle?
How was Monsieur?
He was.
What?
Okay, I can ask him again.
How long?
Oh,
It's
Okay,
thank you.
my bad. Let me leave. No, let me leave. Wait, I can't leave unless I exhaust all dialogue? That's so weird.
You met.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay,
Why would?
that's weird.
I would be obliged if you did not touch the art, mademoiselle.
Fucking hair. Hair in my fucking face. Tell me that a girl who looked like me broke into my apartment. She must have planted a bug, which is how Plantard knew about the Spike story. Maybe Plantard was scared and wanted to talk to me, tell me what was really going on. Carcon's organization have kept me under surveillance but have chosen not to kill me yet. How about the costume killer? There's some kind of war going on, but I don't know how or why I am involved. Okay.
Please do not finger the wires. They are high-tension titanium-coated wires, especially imported from Birmingham, in England.
This guy was either into art or wire, or both.
If they were to become freed, this superb piece of kinetic engineering would topple and fall. At the same time, the force of the recoil would take your eye out.
So touch it.
Please do not fiddle.
Okay.
Just your average.
Think there's anything more we can do here right now? I don't know. Don't look at me. Don't look at me, girl.
There was a small door set into the entrance gates, but nothing to say who lived there. The door was locked. It was the kind of ancient phone beloved of French workmen. I was surprised they still use them. I didn't need to call anyone.
Okay.
The workman looked about as eager and helpful as your average road digger. Hello, could I ask you some questions?
That depends. Are you a cop?
No, I'm a journalist.
Bit late, aren't you? They already took away the body.
I'm doing a follow-up on this story. Would you like this air clip?
What do you take me for? Some kind of a pervert?
You see this ticket?
Are you trying to bribe me?
No.
I
No.
don't blame you, of course. Good-looking fella like me.
What do you think of my shell case?
Are you in the scrap business?
Of course not.
Pity. I've got some rubbish just like that I need to get rid of.
Mario cameo. What's up, bro, man? I love just like exhausting all dialogue with my inventory. It's fucking hilarious.
Would you recognize this?
That is the key to a safe. A Warren special, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, Caden just went live. You're playing Spyro. Love that. Okay.
Do you know how I could get the paint out of this cloth?
What do you think this is? Household Tips Week?
He wouldn't be interested. Do you like this coughing?
It's the kind of thing you pick up for a couple of euros at Les Puces de Saint-Ouen.
He wouldn't be interested. Look at this secret message.
Very nice. But it's not secret now, is it? It's just a message.
Do you know this man?
He looks like a nasty piece of work. I had an uncle who was with the fascists, but we never talk about him.
What happened to him?
How should I know? We never talk about him.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
What do you think I am? A plumber?
Love
Tell
that.
me, are you related to the workman I saw digging the hole?
Don't talk to me about flobage.
Goodbye.
Okay.
He just won a fortune on the horses and he won't give me a cent.
Well, it's his money.
When he was broke, he was happy to touch me for a loan. Brothers should look after each other, he used to say. He's changed his tune, now he's brassed up.
You're doing a fine job.
Damn right I am. You should be writing about me, not that idiot that got blown up.
The heroes will
Idiot.
pick up the pieces when disaster strikes.
Exactly.
Well, give me your best smile and maybe I'll put your picture in the article.
Oh, right. Just give me a minute to do my hair.
Welcome back, Zach. Deeps brushed, hell yeah.
The police had removed the body, but nothing else looked disturbed.
You know, besides the mirror that George literally moved.
A panel had been blown away, revealing a gap. From this angle, I could see that something had been lodged in the gap behind the pipes.
You couldn't see that before because
From this
the body was in the way, I guess.
behind the table were some damaged pipes. Now I'd seen it in the mirror, I could make out something behind the pipes. Voila! The police and
Viola.
forensic teams had missed a vital piece of evidence. Some kind of pouch.
They
On
missed
the pouch
evidence?
was the
No
cross
way.
symbol of Carchon's organization. I was on the right track.
No way. The police missing stuff? Leaving behind evidence? Sorry, that's unheard of.
There was nothing of interest beyond some bloody debris.
That just doesn't happen. Sorry. You're wrong. Incorrect. False. Fake news.
Hey, what about my photos?
Of course. How could I forget?
Well, I'm waiting. Get your camera out.
Camera. Oh, I forgot. It broke.
Alors, they should never send a woman to do a man's job.
Well, this woman had fooled him easily enough. And found the evidence the police had missed. Hello?
Yes?
Have the police finished with the crime scene?
What does it look like? I got orders to board up the windows, and that's what I'm doing.
What do you think of this pouch?
Very nice. Takes me back to my posing days.
Posing?
Art school. With a body like mine, I was never out of work. I can show you if you like.
I'd rather not. I've only just eaten. So the body's been removed?
I certainly hope so, or it'll stink to high heaven when they take down these boards.
Shouldn't you
God.
check?
Are you kidding? They don't pay me enough to put up boards, let alone check for dead bodies.
Au revoir.
Okay. Hey, Savage. Long time no see. How are you? Zach, thanks for following Caden, by the way. That was cool of you.
The drain pipe was well past its replacement date. The pipes weren't going to help my investigation. From the stench, the hole obviously led down to the sewers. There might have been clues down there, but I was relieved I didn't have a sewer key.
I forget what this key is for.
It was the drawing room key.
Gotcha.
On the pouch was the cross symbol of Conchon. Inside the pouch were two items: a strange metallic artifact and a letter in some kind of code.
Oh.
The artifact had a sword laid across scales. There was a picture of Lady Justice on the locked panel in the room below the conciergerie.
Savage, are you okay?
Another coded message
just have
using
a
the same
stroke?
cipher system. So, Plantard was involved with Cauchon.
Ooh, another cipher. A substitution cipher? Is that the same as the one that I did? Oh god, there's no like... Okay. I wonder, is it the same... I wonder if it's the same thing.
I had decrypted Pierre. For this take,
No, I wanna
I
see it
wasn't the
again.
only one to make the connection between the costume killer murders. I'd been right all along. That was why he had asked to meet me. But what did I know that he didn't?
I wanna see it.
No.
Shit,
No.
shit,
No.
shit,
No.
shit. Okay.
Another code. So,
It's lit. What the fuck? You alright? Alright. I'm not sure what these would be. Like the pickaxe and the slash or whatever. Like apostrophe something. But if it's one letter, then I don't know what the hell it would be. Apostrophe something. What the fuck? Apostrophe something. Savage, what's going on? Are you okay, dude? The fuck? I don't know. Okay, the one above that is 2 letters. So it could be 2 or I guess I should go with a vowel, so I should try this one and it could be like O or E, 2E, 2. And then this is, okay, so if it's an E, where is it? This one could be an M. And this one could be a B. Okay, Savage. The fuck? Watch YouTube tutorials? Search YouTube tutorials? I mean, if I wanted, like, why am I playing a puzzle game if I'm gonna just look up the answer? like, I want to figure it out. I don't want to just know what it is. Like, if I get really stumped, then maybe, yeah. But what the hell is a fucking 7-letter word with... Oh, it's a 6-letter word with blank B-E. What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna switch... Shit. I'm gonna switch this. I'm gonna make this E. And then I'm gonna make this one... Oh, shit. This one E, and then this one... Was this one M or B first? I think I made it... I don't remember. No, okay. You're being fucking weird, Savage. It's kind of sus. Hey, Biddle. Oops, I meant A, not B. Shit. I meant B, not A. There we go. Maybe this is A. Huh. Booby. That can't be E. Well, no, I guess it could. Okay, so this can't be M or B. So it could be W. Okay, I don't think it's W. Because I don't know what the fuck that would be besides aw. And I doubt it's aw. W. So, undo that. Maybe this is H. Like he. Hi, Savage. Just chilling. Relaxed. For once. What the fuck? Maybe this is... No, it can't be home. Because we already have M. Or I think that's M. What the fuck? What the fuck? So these are the same words. It can't be make because we already have E. I think I made a mistake. Maybe I should switch them again. Okay. This music is nice. Just push buttons and let's see if it makes sense. It's not going to. But are you getting impatient? Is that why you want me to press buttons? Alright, I'm gonna get rid of A. I think this is home. Or like home or like have. That's all I can think of. So let's try this for A. Now it kind of looks like it makes more sense. And let's try that for V. And then this. Okay. More, no, can't be an A or an O. What does that say? Push T for the symbol before they, what the fuck? Yeah, please ask, please ask first. I have a rule against backseating. It's in literally like my 5 rules, and it's in the tags of my stream. So please ask first. Thank you. I feel like I might know what this is, but I can't remember what it is. I feel like I might know what that word is, like Yamata or something, but I don't know if that's right because I remember it being mentioned in the last note. That's the only reason. Okay. I'm thinking this is must have, because I can't think of what else this could be if there's no A or E in it. And this are the same word. So I'll say this is must. Motherfucker, can you not listen? Can you not listen? Can you not listen? I appreciate that you're trying to help, but just ask first. That's it. That's all you have to do. Do you want a hint? Can I give you a hint? Can I give you a tip? That's it. Just ask. It's not hard. Okay. So that's not he. He, blah, 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 blah. Us, blank, blank, must be V. V, and then it ends with A and T. What the fuck? I don't know. Alright. So it's not he or me or B. What the fuck? I think I'm stupid. I can't understand at all. Okay. Do you understand this? If I'm playing a puzzle or if I'm doing anything in my game, I want you to ask before you give me a tip. I do not speak Spanish. I'm not speaking Spanish. Are you bored? Do you have nothing better to do? Lord. Sorry, English. So then, what do you speak? Because you were speaking English up until the point where you were being told to behave yourself. And now you don't speak it anymore. That's weird. You were speaking it just fine. I speak Spanish. Okay. Let's see then. Let's use the shitty Google Translate so that you'll understand. Google Translate is literally not even like correct at all, but it's what we have to use for this guy to understand us. Okay. Do you understand this? Wait, not that. Do you understand this? Here, let me see. Let me turn my fucking volume up and see if this translated properly, because it probably didn't.
Pregunta antes de dar propina, por favor.
I hope that helped you. I can read anything. Listen, it's my problem. But you're making it my problem by not listening. It's fine if you can't, like, understand English, but you're gonna have a hard time on my stream, because that's all I speak. And not even that, but if you just can't even, like, comprehend the basic rules, then you're probably gonna break them without realizing. Anyway, I don't know what this fucking word is. It's blank E. Like, motherfucker, what? It can't be B. It can't be he. It can't be me. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. It's fucking we. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I thought of it earlier. Okay, we must be vigilant. It's vigilant. Okay, I see it now. We're in there, boys. We're in there now. Hello? I misclicked. We must be vigilant. The we must be part gave it away. Wait, hello? Am I like stupid? Vigilant. We must be vigilant. Booby. Worries me. Does that say Imelda? As in his wife, Imelda? I think that's what that says. Because that can't be a fucking coincidence. There's no way that's a coincidence. Worries me. That's Pierre's safe. Okay. Pierre's safe. Pierre filled murder. Pierre filled or Pierre something. Murderer must have followed trail from Arno and Yamada. He will come for us now. We must be vigilant. The Aries girl broke into Pierre's safe. She worries me. Imelda.
Plantard. Pierre killed. Murderer must have followed trail from Arno and Yamada. He will come for us now. We must be vigilant. Thierry's girl broke into Pierre's safe. She worries me. Imelda. So much for Imelda's innocence. Plantard was working for her and for Canchon. But why did Plantard want to meet? Was it a trap? Or maybe he was in too deep and needed me to tell the story, whatever the story was. One thing was clear. It was a story worth killing for.
First off, I didn't break into his safe. I opened it with the key. That's not breaking in. That's not breaking in, sweetheart. That's not how that works. Also, my chat just broke. So I can't see what y'all are saying. It just says I'm connecting to chat. So I'm gonna refresh. Alright, we're still connecting to chat. Alright, now I see chat. Twitch dashboard doesn't want to load. Okay, now I'm connecting to chat. I love this website. I'm really having a lot of fun with this website. Look at it. It's so great. Okay, now it's working. Oh, failed to load. Wow, this is great. Look at this. Look at this drama. What the fuck is that? What is happening? Literally, what is going on? But my bitrate is excellent. Ciao. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? That's my dashboard right now, so if you're saying anything, I'm sorry. I can't read it. This shit is broken for some reason. It broke. Okay, I reloaded and now it's working. But I'm still getting the connecting to chat. So yeah, every couple seconds it keeps connecting. So that's fun. That's a lot of fun. Love that. The police missed evidence in the cafe. Shocker. Not that I'm surprised. Found a pouch with another coded letter and a strange metal object with a familiar symbol. Decrypted the message. It was written to Plantard by Imelda. She was clearly part of the organization and lied to me. Her front was a complete sham. She warns Plantard that the murderer will come after them. Plantard must have really wanted to tell me or show me something.
Hello?
Sorry guys, I can't see chat. It's just connecting.
Yes,
Yikes.
Do you recognize this?
it looks like a kid's puzzle piece.
Would you like to see this?
No.
Bye.
Au revoir. I didn't need to call anyone.
Okay.
The strange metal artifact I found in Plantard's pouch had pointed back to the quayside.
An hour later. What the fuck? That was a weird transition. If you guys are saying anything, I can't see it. I'm gonna try to load chat up on my phone, aka Twitch Mobile, which is one of the worst apps I've ever used on my phone. Just absolute awful. Just terrible in every capacity. Okay. Let's see if I can load it up on my phone. Alright, boys. Somebody type something. Please. Okay, on my phone it says reconnecting to chat. So it looks like I will not be talking to you guys today's stream. So sorry. I don't know why, but it's just connecting. So, yikes. Literally, the only way that I can see what you guys say is if I refresh my chat. Like, if I refresh it, then I see it. But I don't see it until after I refresh it. That's great. I love that for myself. That's fantastic. Okay. Excellent. Beautiful. Extraordinary. Immaculate. Never before seen or heard of. Oh my god. It's literally just constantly connecting. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I I don't know what to do. Won't even connect on my phone. Oh boy. Connecting to chat. Oh god, why? Why are we still here just to suffer? Twitch Mobile is good. Uh-huh. You think
This
so?
fence was a permanent fixture.
Either you're trolling or you have really bad taste. You don't know what the definition of good is.
The cross looked familiar. I'd seen it before.
Why am I back here? I'm just gonna constantly tab out of my game so that I can refresh my chat every 30 seconds.
I had come back specifically to find out more.
Okay.
Moving a skiff would only damage it more. The cross looked familiar. The panel was firmly closed. The panel would...
Okay.
A secret door camouflaged in the stonework. Clever.
Bitch, we've been here before. Do not act like you ain't been here before. Child, I swear.
A round slot.
This game is a masterpiece. I'm enjoying it so far. Yeah. Dude, I reload my chat and it says that you sent your message at 11:09. It's 11:08. So I don't know how the fuck you sent your message a minute from now. But Twitch is struggling right now. I wonder if anybody else is having problems.
It was an old turning the lights off wasn't going to help.
Why not?
Lady Justice stared out. A slot next to the safe. It was like being back in kinder.
Here we go.
Plantard's key fitted the lock, so he must have used this place too. The folders were empty. Someone had removed anything that they thought could be incriminating. A photograph had been torn up. If I could just arrange the pieces.
Okay, I remember this part from when I played. I remember this, like, revelation or whatever. I think I stopped after this part. I think the place where I stopped, we were actually like outside of a place, and it had like mobsters, like Italian men with the accents. Like I'm walking over here, hey, Tony, that kind of shit. I just feel like that's where we stopped. But yeah. It was years ago. It was in 2017.
Oh my god. It can't be.
Hello? What the fuck? That was weird. What? Sorry, I was leaning back from my chair. I just realized how stupid that looks. I was
There
like,
was
what
no
did I
doubt
do
about
wrong?
It was a picture of my
Dumbass.
father. Papa, oh God. After what I'd gone through, I thought I could face
Hi,
anything.
Justin.
But not this. My father, the one person in the whole world who I truly admired, standing with Cachon, while those
Cachon.
murderers carried on with their evil work. My father, grinning at the camera. I couldn't believe it. I realized that I desperately needed to get to the bottom of this story, and that I really needed George.
No, fuck him. Fuck his little ugly ass. It's going okay. I'm relaxing. Thank you for asking. How are you? How's your night? Later that afternoon. Oh, now we're playing as him. The transitions are kind of strange. I guess I'm just not used to them. Please don't think I had anything to do with the explosion, which is a relief, but who was responsible? Met a very cute photojournalist called Nico Collard. She works for La Liberette. Some kind of newspaper. She knew something about whoever planted the bomb, but wasn't giving much away. But she did give me her number. Met an old guy in the courtyard near the cafe. He saw a man running away after the bomb blast, wearing a jacket made of the same material I found in the sewers. He gave the jacket away straight away, but I've got the phone number of the tailor who made it, so I might have a lead. Okay, can we go everywhere else first? Throwing away drywall. Wow, that sounds great. Exciting, thrilling, even.
Hi there. Remember? Who? I'm right. So when you are not,
Okay, we already went through this dialogue. I guess I can't really do anything else. Yeah, that's been boarded up. I don't know if I can do anything in here. I guess I could go back to the sewers, but I don't know what the point of that would be. Okay, I think chat's working now. God bless. Knock on fucking wood. You get to break stuff? That could be therapeutic for sure. Sense that tells me when Zach is shouting out people and hasn't gotten one yet. It's really not a very versatile superpower. I love that though. That's great.
The woman was doing something with a pair of needles that couldn't be described as knitting. Oh, hi.
Bonjour, monsieur. Would you like me to foretell your future?
No thanks.
I'm very good. It only takes a minute.
Thanks all the same, but I'm not superstitious. Besides, if it only takes a minute, that's not much of a future to look forward to.
Who the fuck is that? That's the next killer.
What do you make of this tool?
Is it something a dentist would use?
God, I hope
No,
not.
it's for raising manhole covers.
Formidable.
Do you recognize this nose?
No, monsieur.
What can you tell me about this tissue?
Nothing.
What can you tell me about this material?
It's a very expensive piece of cloth, monsieur.
Do you know a young woman called Nicole Collard?
Yes, I do. She lives upstairs from me in the apartment block across the street. The door isn't locked, but you'll need to give it a gentle nudge. It sticks, you see. Because of the dam. The landlord said he'd fix it before winter sets in. He's been saying that for 3 years.
The oversharing is scary.
How long has Mademoiselle Collard lived here?
A few months, she's in for a shock when the cold weather comes. Drafty windows, insufficient heating. It's a struggle to keep warm. The only reason I stay is because the rent is cheap. Your young lady, she deserves better.
I thought Mademoiselle Collard was a successful photographer.
Not as successful as she makes out for all her fine clothes. Oh, I've heard her crying herself to sleep at night.
That's awful.
Now don't you let on that I've told you. She's
This
proud,
bitch.
that one. Too proud, if you ask me.
Just gossiping.
Have you seen anyone out here watching Mademoiselle Collard's apartment?
Yes, I have. A strange man. Tall and thin as a broomstick.
Me?
He kept his face hidden.
Oh.
But I saw his eyes peering from evil little slits.
How was he dressed?
A long brown raincoat with an hat.
Or like Humphrey Bogart?
God.
Yes, but he didn't have Bogart's charisma. Besides, this guy looked like he needed a toilet. You never saw Bogart clenching his buttocks like that.
Jesus.
Is there anything else you can tell me about Mademoiselle Collard?
No, monsieur.
Are the flowers for sale?
Oui, monsieur.
Okay. I'll take a bunch of those white ones.
I wouldn't do that if I was you.
No?
They are lilies, monsieur. Some people associate them with death.
Give me the
Yikes.
fucking white flowers.
Thanks for telling me. What other flowers do you have?
Dahlias?
What do they signify?
Insecurity?
I don't want to give her the wrong idea about me. What about the tall yellow ones?
Those are iris, the flame of passion.
And the little yellow ones?
Sensuality.
Well, they're no use to me. I want to make an impression, not jump down her throat.
Give me those lilies. Give me those death flowers, honey. Give them
I've changed my
to me.
mind. Will you tell my fortune?
You're going on a long journey.
My, oh my. What a surprise. Can you tell me anything I don't already know? How does this fortune-telling routine work?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be selling flowers for a living.
Haven't you ever wondered why you were blessed with the gift?
Well, it's a bit like satellite television, I suppose. Some of us are born with a built-in receiver dish. I just happen to be one of the lucky ones.
Uh-huh.
Can you really foretell the future?
Only time will tell, monsieur. The strange thing is, I can't seem to see myself in the future. Other people, I have no problem. But when I try to see what might happen to me, nothing.
That must be scary.
Maybe. I figure it's a kind of natural safety mechanism. Either that, or I don't have a future.
We all have futures,
See you later.
ma'am.
That's right, monsieur. You will.
I will. Monka. Monka. What do you mean I will? Forklift time. Alright, be safe.
It was the door to Nico's apartment. Remembering the flower seller's advice, I pushed the door gently just above the lock.
Hi.
Bonjour. I'm glad you could make it, monsieur.
Please, call me George.
Fine. I'm Nicole. Take a seat, George.
Yes.
Eh bien? And what have you been up to?
I've been exploring the sewers underneath the cafe.
I thought I could smell something bad.
The clown used the sewer to escape and to change out of his costume. I guess he was in a hurry. He left his jacket behind.
And?
I got his tailor's phone number.
You had better luck than I did.
Luck, she said. Luck. Hard work, I'd call it. What happened?
My editor told me to drop this story. Can you believe it?
But you're not gonna do that.
Oh no. I'm going to find out what's behind these killings. It just doesn't add up. It almost feels like some sort of conspiracy. The police in 3 different countries have kept very quiet about the murders. The press don't connect them at all. They blame them on political, religious, or militant minority extremists.
Well, that covers just about everyone.
What the fuck?
This is the tool I used to get into the sewers.
Fascinating, George.
You're not interested, are you?
Jaws.
Of course I am. I think it was very brave of you to go down those sewers.
Yeah? Well, it was kind of scary, but, well, I had a job to do.
I kind of love them already. I kind of love them. I mean, obviously, we know who... How do I say this? Obviously, never mind.
I found this false nose in the sewer.
Hey, what's this inside it?
The contents of someone's nose?
Don't be cross, George. It says La Risée du Monde. Masks and costumes. It's a costume shop near the Gare Saint-Lazare.
I'll check it out. Maybe the owner remembers who hired the clown costume.
Look at this slobber napkin.
I found this tissue down the sewer.
That's disgusting, George.
No. I think the stuff on it is grease paint, like actors use, or clowns.
It's still disgusting. Get rid of it.
I found a piece of material near the cafe.
When I showed it to the concierge, he recognized it right away.
It's very distinctive, all right. Just wait until you see this. I developed a film I shot at the cafe. Here, George. It's an enlargement I made. Look what that guy's wearing.
Checkered pants. The same material as I found in the sewer.
That's right. This guy shouldn't be difficult to find.
Oh no?
Take a close look at his right cheek.
A scar in the shape of a horseshoe.
Zaid
Or a
Masani.
crescent moon.
That looks like Zaid from Mass Effect 2. Stylish.
How come you enlarged this photograph of me?
That's not
Because
what
I
I'd call
noticed the
it.
guy behind you, of course.
I have to go.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Alright, I want to save before I... Oh. I'd like to save before I talk to her about the dialogue. Or, I mean, the conversation.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
I like her room, her flat, whatever the fuck it is.
Tell me more about the clown's previous victims.
The first was Arno Bellotta, the millionaire pharmaceutical baron. He made his money from amphetamines in the post-war slimming and diet boom. Imagine it, millions of housewives literally speeding their butts off. The only witness in the case was his Filipino au pair. She swears he was lured to his death by a snowman.
What about the clown's second victim?
Yamada, the controversial Japanese politician. He inherited his fortune from his father's electrochemical consortium.
How did he die?
At the hands, or should I say flippers, of a giant emperor penguin.
A snowman, a penguin, and now a clown.
I had been about to add mine to the list, but stopped myself. I really didn't want to have to explain to George about my father's involvement with Cachon.
You know, I hate to admit it, but this is scary. And I'll tell you this, I will not be accepting any invitations to costume parties.
I don't blame you for being scared. I am too. But this story could be my only chance for a big break.
Or an early death.
You should tell him. If you guys are working together, you should tell him
Tell
the
me
truth.
more about yourself.
There's nothing much to tell.
Well, how'd you get into photography?
I guess I owe that to my father. He bought me my first camera. I was 8, and my parents had just split up.
Did you live with your father?
Yes. My mother went off with her new boyfriend. I didn't mind. Papa was all I needed. 4 years
Papa.
later, he died in a plane crash.
Oh,
Peepaw.
sorry.
It's all right. I don't mind talking about him. He was more like an older brother, really. Always joking and laughing. Papa always wanted me to study art. That's why I went to college.
Did you learn about photography at college?
God, no. I couldn't afford the materials. We were billed for everything we used. Paint, canvas, paper. Most of my year turned to minimalism. It was cheaper. I used to go poaching in the park for squirrel hair. The only time I wasn't hungry was the term I did printing. I used to eat the potatoes.
You're making fun of me, aren't you?
Oh, no.
I have to go.
Okay. I'll see you later.
Okay. Paris clown chasing. Visited Nico in her apartment. Turns out her editor spiked the story. Seems some important guys are being assassinated by clowns and penguins, while the police are keeping quiet about the murders. Not quite the vacation I expected. Inside the clown's nose, I found the name of the costume shop from which the clown suit was hired. Great lead. Nico's sharp. When I showed her the material that I found in the courtyard, she gave me a photograph she took at the scene. It shows a man emerging from the courtyard wearing trousers made of the same material, and there's a scar on his cheek in the shape of a crescent moon.
Oh, hi.
Bonjour, monsieur. How's your girlfriend?
She's not my girlfriend.
Maybe not yet, but I see your paths entwined in the future.
I doubt it. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Oh, what a hunk.
He's a killer.
I can see that. His eyes say it all.
See you later.
Yeah,
That's right, monsieur.
chat was broken for a little bit. Hopefully it's not anymore. But it was. It was. Alright. Cafe. The police. And then whatever the fuck that place is, because I literally already forget, because I'm an idiot with peanut memory. No, I think it was working for you guys, but it was not working for me. Like, it kept saying chat connecting. It was a mess. See if we can ask this guy about the photograph or whatever.
Hi there. Who? I'm, so I take...
Can we not? Okay. Bye. Guess not. Guess we can't ask him about anything. At least not right now. Let's go to the police station. Can I use the phone? Ooh.
Hello? Who is this? Mr. Todrick?
Oh, it's you again. What now?
Did you make a suit for a man with a scar on his face? A scar in the shape of a crescent moon?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Tell me where I can find him and I'll leave you alone.
And if I don't,
I won't leave you alone.
I can't tell you anything unless you give me his name.
Thanks for nothing, Todrick.
Welcome to the chat room. I hate that. Hate that. Not
It
a
was just some
fan.
police paperwork, a search warrant. The policeman was not much older than me. His face wore an expression of intense concentration. Hi there.
Bonjour.
Have you any idea what...
Oui, monsieur.
Okay, I asked him this stuff.
Hey, that's right. The guy who wore...
If you say so, monsieur.
It's evident.
Evident.
The sticky...
I
Okay.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur, I do not. I have no memory for faces.
You're a
Thanks for your
police
help,
officer. What the fuck? This motherfucker useless. Please. I beg you. Okay, I don't really remember this, but I was past this. That's all I remember. Have you guys ever been to a curio shop? Or like a shop like this?
It was an antique phonograph, the kind you have to wind by hand.
Hi, Jiraiya. Yeah, I haven't either. Not that I remember. I'd love to go though. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off.
The guy's spoon-shaped face was mournful and humorless. He looked like a vegetarian in a slaughterhouse.
What the fuck, George?
Excuse me.
Bonjour, monsieur. Please, come in. Welcome. Leave the mundane world behind.
I don't want
Sorry,
a costume.
I did not mean
Didn't you ever dress up when you were a child?
Not that I remember.
Incredible. You'll be telling me next that you never shared your elder sister's lingerie.
I don't
What?
have a sister, and I think I'd look pretty silly in a brassiere. I just need some information.
Of course. How can I help you?
What does this tool mean to you?
Nothing, monsieur.
Do you want this red nose back?
Not after it's been worn, thank you.
Does this dirty tissue mean anything to you?
Let me smell that. Bestheimer's number 7 white pancake.
Theatrical grease paint, right?
Oui, monsieur. La crème de la crème of Thespian accoutrement.
Have you sold any of it recently?
Yes, 2 cans.
Okay, but like literally, George picked up a fucking napkin or a tissue that everybody thought had like snot on it, and everyone was so disgusted. And they're like, "Why the fuck would you show me that? It's gross. Put it away. It's disgusting, monsieur." And then we go up to this guy that owns a curio shop, and he's like, "Let me sniff it." And then he's like, yeah, it's grease paint. And it like ends up being like a crucial part of evidence. I literally love that. I literally love that. Okay.
Have you heard of a man named Plantile?
I do not recall anyone of that name.
I'm looking for a man who hired a clown costume from you.
Oui, monsieur. I do not see how I can help.
Don't you keep a record of costumes that you've rented out?
Of course, monsieur, but...
Well, then, I'd like to check your records. Give me the names of everyone who's rented a clown suit.
Impossible. There are too many.
Do you recognize this man?
Ah oui, he was here this morning. That is the man to whom I sold the grease paint. I remember the scar on his face. He chose 2 costumes. Bozo the clown and Seamus the pixie.
A pixie?
Very smart. Green silk with a taffeta lining. He gave me his name as Monsieur Khan.
There you go.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
My pleasure, monsieur. Allow me to shake you by the hand.
Huh?
No,
well,
please.
okay.
No.
What are you trying to do, kill me?
You did not find it amusing?
I never saw the funny side of electroshock therapy.
Eh bien, it is yours to keep. A gift.
I
Do
knew
I
that
need a
motherfucker was
license?
gonna do
No,
that.
but I give you a word of warning, monsieur.
What?
Remember to switch it off before you visit the toilet.
Oh my lord, have mercy.
Oui, monsieur.
Lord have mercy.
Are you sure this is the same man who hired the clown suit?
Certainement, Monsieur Khan.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
My pleasure. Oui, monsieur.
Can we use it on him?
Do you want this buzzer back?
No, you keep it.
Are you sure this is the same?
Certainement.
Okay.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
My pleasure, monsieur.
Bye, really cool place.
It was Rosso's.
Excuse me, Sergeant.
What do you want now?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur.
It's the guy who bombed the cafe. The clown.
This man looks nothing like a clown.
He's taken off his grease paint and costume.
Then there is nothing to link this man with the killing.
Nothing? Look at those murderous eyes.
Hardly likely to get him convicted.
Do you reckon...
I told you.
Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is. You wish to speak to him?
Yes, I do.
One moment, monsieur. It's Stobart, monsieur. He insists on talking to you again.
Did he say what it was about?
No, monsieur.
Very well.
Damn, he kind of tall. His legs look long as fuck.
Hi, Inspector. Remember me?
But of course, Mr. Stobart. My mind is a well-ordered faculty. A mental classification system that's the envy of the Bibliothèque Nationale. No tricks, mark you, monsieur. Just exercise. Just as our muscles waste through inactivity, so our minds decay. But there is no need. If only people would learn to exercise their wits daily.
If he was trying to impress me, it worked. He was pompous and patronizing, but he had style.
Eh bien, if you called about the bombing, you're too late. Investigations have been closed.
But
I have been taken off the case.
what about the murderer, the dead guy?
It is out of my hands.
Did you find out the ID of the guy who was killed in the explosion?
I already knew who he was.
I heard that the bomb victim's name was Plantar.
Your sources are reliable.
He was a big shot at the Treasury, wasn't he? Maybe that's why you've been taken off the case.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I cannot comment.
Literally looks like Zayd.
Don't you want to know what I found out about the killer?
I told you, monsieur, the case is closed. I have washed my hands of the whole affair.
Then I'll have to continue my investigations without your help.
No. You must forget the business of the clown completely.
No.
Go back to being an ordinary tourist,
No.
Stobart.
Sorry, no. Can't do it. Not possible.
So long,
Useless.
Inspector.
Bye. Thanks for nothing. fucking beige pants man.
Do you know a man named Khan? He's a shifty-looking guy with a scar on his right cheek.
No, monsieur. Has this man any connection with the bombing of the cafe?
Yes. I believe Khan was the name he used when he hired the clown costume.
Oh my god, they're so useless. Love that. Realistic.
Would you like to shake my hand, Sergeant?
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur. The gesture could be misconstrued.
I wonder who we're gonna get with that.
See you later, Sergeant.
I wonder who we're gonna get with that buzzer. I wonder.
Hello? Who is this?
Mr.
Oh, it's...
The man I'm looking for is called Khan. He bought a suit from you, remember?
Mr. Khan.
Yes, I remember him. Yes, I delivered the suit to his hotel. The Hotel Ubu. I don't remember the room number. It was upstairs. The second room on the right-hand side of the corridor.
Thanks, Todrick. That's all I wanted to know. Now I've got you, Mr. Clown.
Alright. The guy in Nico's photograph, he bought grease paint from the costume shop and ran to 2 costumes, Seamus the Pixie and Bozo the Clown. Apparently he called himself Khan. I am on his trail. Nico was right. The police are ignoring these murders. Inspector Rosso refused to even discuss the incident and said he'd been taken off the case. It is beginning to look like a cover-up. Gave that tailor Todrick another call. He finally admitted to knowing something, confirmed that the guy who bought the suit was called Khan. Apparently he's staying at the Hotel Ibu. I'm getting closer. Can we go back? Can we talk to... Oh, back in Nico's apartment. Uh-oh, was I not supposed to do this?
Oh, hello.
These transitions are so peculiar.
The guy at the novelty shop gave me this.
What is it?
A hand buzzer. You put it in your hand and give people electric shocks.
Why?
It's a gag. A practical joke.
If you ever use it on me, I'll break your arm.
Okay, okay. I get the picture.
Okay.
I found this tissue down the sewer.
That's disgusting, George.
No. I think the stuff on it is grease paint.
It's still disgusting.
Oh my god. That's cute.
How come you enlarged?
Okay, I guess not. We can't do anything to tell her about anything or whatever.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Oh, what a hunk.
He's a killer.
I
Okay,
can
we
see that.
asked her already.
What can-
Oops.
No,
Sorry.
Would you like to shake my hand?
no, I wouldn't. I can see the future, remember.
Alright.
See you
let's
later.
leave.
That's
Alright, this is I think where I stopped. Maybe after this, a little bit after this, because I remember this being the last like thing. Ooh.
The guy looked just like a weasel. The man looked like an amiable Bigfoot.
I think I got in here. And then we ended soon after that.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Yeah?
That is not a good idea. Have you ever seen this clown's nose before?
Nope.
Do you recognize this tissue? Think carefully now.
Ooh.
I'm gonna have to hurry you.
Ooh.
Time's up, so I'll tell you. It's a used tissue with a liberal dump of Bestheimer's number 12.
If you say so.
Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
No, I ain't. Don't tell me I missed him. Oh, that's too bad. I love the clowns, don't you?
I've seen daytime television that was funnier.
I love it when the little guys get... Hey,
That figures.
Custard pies. Hose pipe down the pants, then smack!
Smack.
A plank in the kisser.
Has anyone else been getting these messages from Twitch about ad blockers? What do you mean?
You ever meet a guy called
Can you be
Plantar?
more specific?
No, I ain't.
You missed your chance. If you're quick, you'll catch him at the coroner's. Do you happen to know a guy named Khan?
That ain't nobody I know.
Do you recognize the guy in this photograph?
Is this a trick question?
No. I simply asked if you recognized him.
Okay then. No, I don't.
Okay.
See you later.
Not if you see me first.
Periodically, the stream is interrupted, saying I need to turn off ad blocker. Ew, what the fuck? That's gross. I don't even run, like, I've literally never ran an ad on my stream in my life. So any ads that are on my stream is just Twitch being like, yeah, we're gonna put that there. That's gross.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Oh my god, look at his fucking Waluigi. Dude, literally is fucking Waluigi. Oh my god. I love that.
What does this tool suggest to you?
Hard labor.
Have you ever seen this clown's nose before?
No.
He looks so evil.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Are you serious?
Oh, yes. Take a good look at the substance it's smeared with.
You are sick. Very sick.
I'm looking for a clown.
Are you trying to be funny?
No, I really am looking for a clown.
There are no clowns here except you.
Yeah, you know what's weird? On YouTube, I've literally been getting ads like every 5 to 10 minutes on a YouTube video now. And it's really making me just not even want to like watch stuff. It's absolutely like ridiculous how often you get them. Like I was watching a 15-minute video or something of like funny moments of like people that edited funny Hannibal moments together, and I literally got an ad like 6 times throughout like a 15-minute video. It's ridiculous.
Have you heard of a guy called Plantar?
No. That name means nothing to me.
Do you know a man by the name of Khan?
No, I don't.
It's very important I get to see him, and
I told you. I don't know it.
do you recognize the guy in this photograph?
No, I never saw it.
I unlocked something. Okay, so this was... Okay. How beautiful I looked. And then the summer was over. Papa had to leave. We had no idea what was about to happen. No fear for the future. No warning. Okay. Interesting. Oh, they let me just walk in? Okay, that's weird. I thought I'd have to do something first.
Just a minute, monsieur.
What's your problem?
No problem, if you cooperate.
What do you want?
Just a routine security check. Nothing to worry yourself about.
Oh, well, all right.
Search him, Flap.
You bet.
Hey, knock it off. Get off, you big ape.
Nothing, Guido. Zilch.
Our apologies, monsieur.
What? I had to report you to the authorities.
Round here, we are the authorities.
You want I should break his arms?
No. Let him go, Flap.
The fuck?
Get lost.
Oh, yeah? And what if I call the cops?
First, I break your arms at the elbows and wrists. Then, when you recover consciousness, I break your fingers.
There's just one flaw in your plans, Ape-Man.
What's that?
It's broad daylight. I don't think even you would assault me on a busy street. Of course, this tranquil square at the end of a cul-de-sac. This isolated corner of Paris that hasn't seen a street sweeper's brush since VE Day. This would be just about perfect for a mugging. Pardon me, I'm about to get very lost. Hey, Shorty, I didn't think much of your trick, little man. I don't know what you're looking for, but you picked on the wrong guy. Maybe you'll spread the word around the sewers. George Stobart is on the case. That's Stobart. 2 B's
What is happening?
and 2 T's. It sounded impressive to me, but the weasel didn't seem to share my enthusiasm. Still, I figured he'd think twice before gunning me down in the street in cold blood.
I do not like your tone.
Oh, yeah? And what are you going to do about it?
If you do not go away, I will gun you down in cold blood, right here in the street, without thinking twice about it.
What are you gonna do? Shoot me? Dies from gunshot. Looking at a gunshot victim. Last words. What are you gonna do? Shoot me? Looking at the last words of a victim of a knife stabbing. What are you gonna do? Stab me? I love that. That's a good meme. It's a good one.
Excuse me?
Yeah?
Shake my hand.
Nah.
Oh, rats. See you later.
Not if you see me.
Shake my hand.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Will you shake my hand?
Are you joking? Who knows where it has been?
Okay, let me skip all this stuff real
What is-
quick.
You...
Have you?
No.
Do you
No.
God, he looks so conniving.
What is...
Like, why did they make him look like that?
Excuse me?
Yeah?
You don't... Have you?
Nope.
Alright, I'm just skipping all this stuff real quick.
See you later.
Not...
The woman was obviously English. She had all the qualities of Boadicea, Elizabeth I, and Margaret Thatcher rolled into one. It wasn't a pretty sight. I recognized the guy. It was the Nobel Prize winner from the country whose name I couldn't pronounce. Hi there, ma'am.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Oof.
I'm looking for a man.
You disappoint me, my dear. For one foolish moment I thought... But never mind. Aren't you going to tell me your name?
George. George Stobart, ma'am.
How sweet! I once had a stable boy called George. I am Lady Piermont. The common reaction is to kneel and stutter, but it's not obligatory.
A real lady? I mean, you're an honest-to-God aristocrat?
Oh, I don't know about that. Few of my ancestors are honest, not even to God. I can trace my family back to the Normans, but don't let that intimidate you, George. Beneath that impressive pedigree, I'm just flesh and blood. The blood may be blue, but the flesh is the plump beef of old England, so
What
to
is
speak.
happening?
You appear distracted, George. Is there any way I can help you?
What is going on?
Can you think of any use for this tool, ma'am?
I can think of someone I'd like to use it on.
What the fuck?
Do you know what this is?
At a guess, I'd say it was a clown's nose.
That's right. It was worn as a disguise by a vicious killer.
Good heavens! Are you trying to alarm me?
It's true. He uses the name Khan.
I've never heard of the man.
Does this tissue mean anything to you?
I'm no shrinking violet, but that object makes me feel quite queasy.
I just couldn't bring myself to use the buzzer on this dear lady.
Darn.
Did you know there's a gangster out front?
What makes you think he's a gangster?
The Italian suit and the bulge in his pocket?
I know plenty of men with Italian suits and bulges in their pockets. That doesn't necessarily make them gangsters.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
My God, it's him! That's Merlin!
She represented everything I loved about the English. The lady was totally deranged. Merlin? You mean King Arthur's wizard?
Good heavens, no! Monsieur Merlin is a fellow guest.
The man you know as Merlin is a fake.
What do you mean, sweetie?
He's a murderer. He also uses the name Khan.
I am shocked, Mr. Stobart. Shaken. I took him to be a gentleman, a man of honor. Do you know, I'd rather like to assist you in stitching him up.
Are you here in Paris on vacation?
No, darling, I'm on holiday. I needed to get away after Algy's funeral.
I didn't realize you were mourning the loss of a loved
vacation and
one.
holiday?
I'm not. He was my husband.
When did you last see Merlin?
It was no more than an hour ago. He came downstairs and spoke to that clerk chappie. Something passed hands. I couldn't see what exactly.
A briefcase?
No, smaller than that. A bundle of papers, perhaps. The clerk put it in the hotel safe and Merlin went out.
I'd say maybe get a different ad blocker. I don't know. I have an ad blocker. And I've been like watching streams and not having any problems.
I'm sorry to hear about your husband's death.
You wouldn't be if you knew him, my dear. It gave me the opportunity to take a well-deserved holiday. Daphne suggested a change of scenery. Paris, she said. A wild romance is just what you need to take your mind off the inquest. Well, the closest I came to romance was being wooed by a drunken Breton chef. I must say I was disappointed with his coq au vin. Not at all what I was expecting. I was thinking of cutting my holiday short, packing my bags and heading back to Hemel Hempstead. That was until last night.
What happened to you last night?
I was stricken, Mr. Stobart. Cupid's arrow has cleft my bosom.
They couldn't really miss.
It was just as I'd always imagined it should be. The intimacy of candlelight, romantic music tinkling across the room, and then a stranger's glance. Those brooding eyes, that suave manner, those tight trousers. He was the man I'd been waiting for all my life.
I'm glad he finally turned up after all these years.
Ah, but it wasn't to be. He was merely toying with my affections. And if I ever catch up with him, he's dead.
Who was the guy who led you on?
His name is Merlin.
Are you sure you saw Merlin putting documents in the safe?
Yes, darling, positive.
I wonder what they were.
Obviously something of great importance.
Yeah. I'd sure like to get my hands on whatever it is. I'll bet they had something to do with Plantar's briefcase. Has Merlin returned to the hotel?
No, he hasn't. Are you going to search his room?
If I could get in there, I would.
Sorry, Jiraiya. Okay. Met the most fantastic and insane English woman, Lady Piermont. She recognized the photo of Khan, but said he claimed to be called Morlin. He's been lying to her, toying with her affections. Brave man. She's after revenge.
Excuse me. Didn't I see your picture in the news? You're that Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state.
Yes, that is me, in person.
I don't want to worry you, but have you had any threats on your life? You know, mysterious phone calls, letters made up of headlines cut from the newspaper.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you any idea what this tool might be used for?
I cannot guess.
Would it mean anything if I told you it was for lifting drain covers?
Such technology fills me with wonder.
What does this clown's nose suggest to you?
In my country, we have no use for clowns.
I'm glad to hear it.
They were dealt with most severely in the last cultural cleansing.
What about the mimes? Did you get them too?
All gone. Our streets are mime-free.
Sounds like heaven. Does this goo-smeared tissue mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Do you recognize this man? He calls himself Khan.
Yes, I know this man. Why do you carry his photograph?
I'm a private detective.
That's it. That's all I have to say. The fuck?
Do you know a guy called Plantow?
I don't know anybody in Paris.
Oh, well, this guy's dead anyhow.
Why do you ask me about dead men?
You just said you knew.
I have seen enough of death to last me a lifetime.
I'm, sure you have. Have you seen a clown?
I beg your pardon?
The clown. A guy in funny pants. Have you seen him?
My pants are from England. Marks and Spencer. They are a pleasure and a comfort to wear, with much support.
I'm real glad to hear that. You know, it's good to know you Nobel Prize winners are human too.
In my country, the people make do with string and egg cartoons.
For pants?
For everything. Oppression is the mother of ingenuity.
Ugh.
What's your interest in Khan?
He is an enemy of my people.
You know he's a killer.
Of course, amongst other things.
Hey Kaylee, how are you?
Would you help me investigate Khan?
That is not possible. My instructions are to observe. I cannot jeopardize my position as an honored guest of this country's government.
May I shake you by the hand?
I do not shake the hands of imperialist dogs.
Now that's a real bad attitude problem you've got there. Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Just woke up. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They just let me go upstairs? What the fuck? What kind of place you running over here?
Hanging from a brass hook was a key and a plastic tag. The clerk wore a disdainful expression, like he'd been born with it. I want some information.
Who are you? The police?
I'm conducting a private investigation.
Ah, I know only too well what you mean. That is one of the drawbacks of the catering business. When people book into an hotel, they leave their morals at home, no?
What the fuck?
What do you make of this tool?
Stunning, monsieur. I bet you handle it like a professional.
What Zach said.
Do you recognize this red nose?
No, monsieur.
What do you make of this tissue?
Do you wish me to dispose of it for you, monsieur?
Hey, no! It could be useful. I'm holding on to this.
As you wish, monsieur. Perhaps you would like a little plastic baggie to keep it in?
Nah, it's fine the way it is. I'm looking for a man who dresses like a clown.
This is a highly respectable hotel, monsieur. There are no clowns here.
If you say so. Do you know a man named Plantar?
No, monsieur.
I'd like to retrieve something from your safe.
Ah, oui, monsieur. May I see some form of identification?
Like what?
A driving license, perhaps?
I don't drive.
Your passport?
I don't have it with me. I could show you my operation scar.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I must have some form of unique ID.
You won't find a more unique ID than my scar.
I'm sorry. I must insist on a more traditional identification.
Rats.
Hi, audio. This game, I'm enjoying it so far. Yeah, I am.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Yes, monsieur. That man is one of our guests.
What name?
I cannot tell you that.
It's Merlin, isn't it? Alias Khan, the clown.
I told you, I cannot tell you that.
Do you have a guest by the name of Khan?
No, monsieur. Perhaps you would care to check the register.
The man who calls himself Khan has a scar on his right cheek.
Vraiment? I tell you, I do not know a man named Khan.
Maybe not, but I noticed a change in his expression when I mentioned the scar. Hey, shake my hand.
I'd rather not, monsieur. I'm still sore from the shock administered by one of the guests. He was secretly concealing an electrical device in the palm of his hand. Practical jokes are so puerile, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, sure. It was the register of guests staying at the hotel. The sign on the door read 21.
I can't remember what the guy said. I think he said it was on the right. It was upstairs on the right in like the second door or some shit. Nobody say anything, but yeah, I'm trying to remember. I figured he would have wrote it down. George would have wrote it down, but I guess he didn't.
If the tailor's description was correct,
Squeaky chair.
this was the killer's room. The sign on the door read 22. The sign on the door was locked.
Okay. Open it. Open it with the grease. I don't know. Fuck. Okay.
Hello again.
That is just one of the names by which he is known.
Okay.
Thanks for your...
Goodbye.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
Did I show you this photograph?
Yes.
All right.
Excusez-moi, monsieur.
What?
You were trying to steal that key, no?
No way.
What now?
I believe Khan, the man with the scar, is also known as Merlin, the man who has taken room 22.
What of it? What do you want?
Access to his room.
Do you have a license, monsieur?
Huh?
A private investigator's license?
Well, not exactly, but I can explain everything.
I am
Favorite work,
sorry,
Pepe
but without
Hands.
credentials, I cannot help.
Not work, Pepe Hands.
I insist you give me the key to Merlin's room.
I cannot do that, monsieur.
This guy Merlin is a menace.
So you say, monsieur.
He's not only a danger to society, but to your guests as well. He has toyed with the affections of Lady Piermont.
Ciel! Are there no depths to which he will not sink?
Precisely. He's already killed once, twice, maybe as many as 3 times. With your help, I just might be able to stop him.
But what if he finds out I have helped you? No, I cannot do it.
About the key hanging on the hook over there.
Oui, monsieur.
Which room is it for?
Number 21.
Is that room taken?
No. The guests checked out this morning.
I'd like to check into room 21.
That is not possible.
How come? You said it was vacant.
It is reserved for another guest.
Rats.
No, monsieur. Dutch.
Hello again. Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
Would you distract the clerk while I borrow a key?
Are you asking me to aid you in a criminal act, darling?
Yes.
Oh, no. It's the key to an empty room.
And why, may I ask, do you wish to gain access to an empty room? Do you plan to squat?
No, ma'am.
Scouts honor?
I was never in the Boy Scouts, ma'am.
Oh, you should have been. What were your parents thinking of? It's a fine way for a boy to get licked into shape.
What the fuck?
Now tell me, why do you want to get into that room?
It's next to the room the killer is using.
Ah, so you plan to eavesdrop on Merlin?
I was hoping there might be a connecting door.
Well, how can I refuse? I shouldn't think my feminine charms would be much use in this case, but a good dose of English arrogance might do the trick. I say! You there? Flunky!
Oui, madame.
Listen carefully. You do understand English, don't you?
But of course, madame.
Good. I wish to deposit some jewelry for safekeeping.
I understand.
Are you quite certain?
Oh, bien sûr, madame.
Brother, walk.
Over to you, my dear.
There was no one registered under the name of Khan, but the name in the book for room 22 was Merlin.
What now?
Do you recognize this key?
That is the property of the Hotel Ubu.
Correct.
May I ask how it found its way from the little hook to your pocket?
Would you believe it was put there by a poltergeist?
No, monsieur. The hotel is regularly serviced by an exorcist. If we had a ghost, Father Fécond would have flushed it out.
I suppose you want the key back.
Not especialement. The room is vacant. Since you are so determined to conduct your little investigation, I won't stop you.
I love that you can just show him. That's fucking hysterical. That is funny.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
This is the key to room 21.
That's next to the room taken by that rotten Merlin, isn't it?
Yes, and it's vacant.
Really? How convenient.
Maybe it was my imagination, but I had an uncomfortable feeling about this situation. Yeah. The sign on the door read 22. The door was locked. It wasn't the right key for the door. Maybe it wasn't the right room, but this was the right key. It was a massive mahogany wardrobe. There was nothing in the wardrobe apart from a vague, lingering smell of camphor.
Of what? The fuck? The fuck?
A cabinet stood beside the bed. The cabinet was empty, but it smelt of onions. No kidding, it really did.
Okay. Oh, Lord. Air Force One, thank you for the raid and the host. How was your stream? Thank you for that shout out, Biddle. We're just chilling, playing some Blaken. Oh my god. Broken sword.
The cabinet had no
Lord.
drawers, just a single door.
That's dope. Hope you
The
have fun.
The assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating evidence beside his bed. The bed was several times larger than the narrow cot I'd been given at the place I was staying.
I love beds with these like canopy things. With the back especially, and then with the the hood or whatever. I love them. I've never had a bed like that, but maybe one day.
The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture.
Plus, my mattress, like, my bed is literally on the floor, so I can't fucking talk. I really can't. I mean, what? Oh, Lord.
The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture.
Is there nothing in there? Okay. Wait. What the fuck? Child. Okay. Fuck. We'll have a bed frame. I wish.
The bed was freshly made,
Honestly,
and the crisp white sheets told me nothing about the killer's habits.
I would be fine with being uncool if it meant I had a frame.
It was the battered leather briefcase I'd seen Plantar carrying just before he died. I searched the interior of the briefcase, but as I'd half expected, It was empty.
Okay. The fuck? Child. Good night, Biddle.
The bed was freshly made.
Have
and
a
the
good
crisp
night. Thanks for chilling. Good luck with work. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. The fuck? I guess, do I leave through the window? The fuck?
It was Khan. I had the kind of feeling in my stomach that would usually send me running to the bathroom.
Outlast who?
As Khan opened the wardrobe, I was sure I was dead.
I don't know what that says, but hi.
But he grabbed his pants quickly and didn't even see me.
What an idiot.
I didn't usually spy on men getting changed. But this guy was a killer, and I didn't want any surprises. He left his checkered pants on the bed.
Whole ass person in your wardrobe and you don't even see them? Are you serious? Is that real? Hello, good stream. Hi. Welcome. How are you?
There was no bulge in the pocket. I had that kind of feeling you only get from searching still warm pants. The pocket was empty. I wondered if the guy was colorblind. There was nothing in the pocket. A strip along the side seam of the pants had been unpicked, then sewn back up with strong thread and a special stitch. I flipped the pants over. It looked like there could be something in this pocket. I tried not to think that the assassin's butt had just been in here.
Oh my god.
I found nothing in the pocket.
Dog.
I found an ordinary matchbook. No matches, no clues. But as I pulled it from the pocket, a strong thread came with it. A thread with a metal tag on the end. I pulled on the metal tag and the thread came out of the pants. It was like pulling out a ripcord. I turned the pants over again. I searched the pocket gingerly and found a pass card. It read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation. It was the card I'd found in the...
Okay.
The matchbook bore a pattern of swirling color and the words, Club Alamut.
You love this game very much in Russia, considered a masterpiece? Oh, I love that. That's dope. I've been enjoying it so far. Yeah. No, don't worry about it. It's all good. You don't have to apologize. I feel like, wait, I know this is probably gonna sound stupid, but let's go. Oh, okay, we don't need the key for this. Oh, you can't, okay, you can't move it back. Alright. I was thinking maybe we should move the windows back.
There was nothing in the wall.
Yeah, your English is fine. Dreamer, thank you for following. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
What now, monsieur?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, monsieur.
Does this pass mean anything to you?
That is Monsieur Merlin's property.
That's right. Merlin the murderer. I want to see what he's left in your safe.
Impossible. I cannot betray his confidence, no matter what you say he's done.
You're making a big mistake.
Maybe. I can live with that. A murderer? Are you sure?
Positive. Hello again. Do you recognize this key?
No, I do not.
Does the name on this matchbook mean anything to you?
Indeed it does, for Alamut was the home of the old man of the mountains. You do not know him?
No, I don't.
I prefer Shadow of the Templar personally, but this is still a great game. I thought this was Shadow of the Templar. It says I'm playing Shadow of the Templar. Yeah, it says I'm playing Broken Sword 1, Shadow of the Templars Director's Cut.
Do you recognize this card?
No, I do not.
Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
I found this matchbook in Merlin's bedroom.
It came from the Club Alamut. It might be useful to find out if that club is in Paris, George.
I found this pass in Merlin's room.
So, that deceitful little man is passing himself off as an electrician, is he?
Uh-huh. This guy probably has a million faces. I showed the pass to the clerk, hoping he'd give me Merlin's papers, but he wouldn't buy it.
My balls.
He's too scared.
I'll give him something to be scared of. Follow me, George!
Yes, Lord. Wow, I love her. She's great.
Did you place a package from Merlin in the hotel safe?
I did, madame.
And did my friend here show you Merlin's identification?
Indeed he did, but...
What's the problem?
He isn't Merlin.
A mere academic detail. Give him the package.
But that is against the law.
I happen to be a justice of the peace, you silly man. I am the law. If he tries anything, shoot him, George.
My pleasure, Lady Piermont.
One moment, please.
I love them. OTP.
You know, I haven't enjoyed myself this much since Greenham Common.
I don't know what I would have done without you, Lady Piermont.
Voilà, monsieur. Le
Viola.
manuscrit de Monsieur Merlin.
Thanks.
How satisfying. An Anglo-American alliance that actually worked.
The clerk had given me a tightly rolled sheet of parchment. I decided not to unroll it until I was safely back in Nico's apartment.
I'm gonna miss this woman. She's wacky, but I love her.
What now,
Do you want this manuscript back?
After all the fuss it caused? No, you keep it.
Did I show you this pass?
Oui, monsieur.
Hello again. Have you ever seen this old manuscript before? You know what it is, don't you?
You are in great danger. Put the manuscript back and leave here.
What's going on?
I can say no more.
Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
I think those guys are gonna... They're gonna oof me, because I'm gonna have the manuscript on me.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
This is what Merlin was so keen to hide.
Really? Well, that fuss for a sample of wallpaper.
It's some kind of manuscript, and it looks to be very old.
If I was you, I'd keep it well out of sight until you're clear of this place.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I could roll it up and put it down my pants.
No, that wouldn't do at all. You'd attract far too much attention.
Oh, boy. Okay, I love her. My queen. My queen. I think they're gonna get mad at me.
It was the ancient manuscript which Khan had stolen from Plantau.
Aren't they gonna get mad at me? Here's a phone. This is amazing. She is amazing. She is. She honestly, truly is, without a doubt.
I couldn't leave the hotel with the manuscript. It was probably what those thugs were looking for.
Yeah. So...
It was the ancient manuscript.
So... Oh, I know what to do.
The cobbles of the alleyway looked very distant and very hard. I knew this was no way to treat an ancient manuscript, but I couldn't let it fall into the hands of the goons waiting outside.
It looked like a piece of bread. The ball won't kill you. Oh boy. Oh boy. At the end, my though
Just
true.
a minute, monsieur.
What's your problem?
No problem. If you cooperate.
What do you want?
Just a routine security check. Nothing to worry yourself about.
Oh, well, all right.
Search him, Flap.
You bet.
Hey, knock it off. Get off, you big ape.
Nothing, Guido. Zilch.
Our apologies, monsieur.
What? I had to report you to the authorities.
Round here, we are the authority.
Alright, I'll skip
You
this
want
because
us-
we already
No.
listened to it. Show him the
Get
manuscript.
Oh, yeah? What if
First, I break your arms. Then,
there's...
what's
Alright,
that?
skip
It's
this.
This part...
And talk to
Hey,
him and skip
I
this.
don't...
Because I just heard it already.
Still.
I do.
Oh, yeah?
If you don't, without.
Alright, now go back here. it up and go.
If the manuscript was what Flap and Guido were after, they were going to be disappointed.
There's music.
I couldn't wait to get back to Nico's apartment and check it out.
Back in Nico's apartment.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, hi. Come in, George.
Okay.
I found this matchbook in the killer's hotel room. It's from the Club Alamut.
Never heard of it. Is there anything written inside it?
No, what were you expecting?
If this was a movie, there'd be a clue, a name or an address. That's no use. There aren't even any matches in it.
Oh well, I'll keep it as a souvenir.
She says, yeah, the way she says it. Yeah.
I found this in the killer's room.
George.
What is it? A credit card?
ID, Thomas Merlin, of the Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Never heard of him or the company.
Jesus.
What are you doing to help trace the killer clown?
Research, George.
Yeah?
George.
You have a copy of the clown's yearbook?
I have a telephone and lots of contacts.
Oh, well, did you find anything useful?
Not yet. I'm employing my first and most useful weapon.
What's that?
Patience.
Oh, I've heard of that. Isn't it a substitute for decisive thinking?
I have both.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Not anymore.
Oh my
there was
God.
someone,
George.
a guy in my final year, but it didn't work out. Neither did my degree.
George.
I'm sorry.
Down
I'm
bad. George down bad.
Tell me more about your family.
When I was a little girl, I used to spend the winter with
I
my
can't blame
grandfather
him.
and grandma. They were the best times, warm and safe in their tiny cottage. My grandfather rolled cigarettes while grandma made hot chocolate and cakes. One day, he stopped his rolling.
Ouch.
He put the lid back on his tobacco jar and took me in his arms. I laughed and wriggled, but he hushed me to be silent. With his unshaven chin all scratchy in my ear, he told me his secret.
What did he say?
He said, I don't smoke, but she likes to think I do.
What a weird old man.
Don't call my grandfather weird. He was the nicest guy ever. I wish I was back in that cottage instead of this crummy apartment in this noisy city.
You're just not going to believe what I've found.
It's not another part of the clown's costume, is it?
It's a medieval manuscript. Khan left it in the safe at the Ubu.
It's incredible. Is this what he took from Plantark?
It could be, which means it's worth enough to kill for.
Look there,
Jesus.
2 guys on the same horse.
Oh, yeah.
Ha,
Maybe they couldn't afford one each. What of it?
Have you ever heard of the
Love
Knights
that.
Templar? Their official seal was an image of 2 knights sharing a horse. Whatever this manuscript means, it's connected with the Templars.
How come you know
Hannibal
about
and
these
Will.
knights?
I learned about them while writing an article on the Crusades. This guy, named Hughes de Payen, arrived one day at the court of King of Jerusalem. He offered to protect the Christian pilgrims from the displaced Muslim armies. The king would be able to guarantee safe transit to Christians in the Holy Land. Safer journeys meant more pilgrims, and pilgrims meant trade and wealth. The Templars proved invaluable to the king as a mercenary army. It was said that they never asked how many the enemy numbered, just where they were. And as the years went by, the Templars grew in wealth and numbers. They were so rich, even kings came to them for loans. But at the height of their power, they fell foul of the King of France. He rounded them up and turned them over to the Inquisition. Thousands of Templars were subject to torture and confessed to heresy. Of course, at the end of the Inquisition, there wasn't much they wouldn't confess to. The last Grand Master Jacques de Molay was burned alive.
What?
Jeez.
That ended
So the
abruptly.
treasure is hidden, waiting to be discovered?
What the fuck?
If
That
there
was
ever
weird.
was a treasure, it's been lost for 600 years. Anyway, we're supposed to be investigating a serial killer, not a medieval treasure trove.
But maybe that's what the clown and his accomplices are after. Maybe this manuscript is the key.
You'd better leave it here for safekeeping.
Look, two men on one horse. What of it? Have you ever seen Brokeback Mountain? I actually watched that when I was a child. And I don't remember anything about it, but I think it's on Netflix. I need to watch that again. I think that will maybe help fill my Hannibal or my Hanagram void for like an hour, or however long it is. But yeah, I need to watch that.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
There's a lot of talking and dialogue in this game, which I like, because it's all voiced. And while I've been playing this and while they've all been talking, I've been, like, working on my hair, because my hair, since, like, November, has been, like, super, like, knotted. It basically had coils in it, because it was just in really bad shape. And I'm almost done getting all of the coils out, which is fucking great. I literally lost so much of my hair, it's fucking sad. Like, I lost so much hair. But thankfully, because my hair is so sick, it shouldn't be that big of a problem. But yeah, like, I've lost, oh my god, I lost so much hair. But I'm almost done. I'm almost done with the last coil, and then my hair will be knot free, which it hasn't been for months because of mental health problems.
A knight with a crystal ball. Now, there's something written on the scroll beside the knight.
Yes, but it's written in Latin. Per disciplinam mea lux videbis.
By my teachings, you will see the light.
You speak Latin? Where did you learn a trick like that?
A trick? I studied law, okay? I can read Latin.
My, you're touchy. Tell me that again.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, she liked that.
There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
She reminds me of the wicked queen in Snow White.
She was the one who said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall," wasn't she? She made me cry so much when I was a kid. Mom carried me out of the movie theater.
She didn't frighten me in the least.
Like I said, I was only a kid. I didn't like the crocodile in Peter Pan either.
Oh my god. Okay, George, you can stay. You're pretty
There's
decent.
a guy working on a loom. He's weaving a carpet or a tapestry.
Or a duvet cover. It's a clue to a place, I reckon. Somewhere famed for weaving and ships.
Where folk live in barrels?
It beats copper boxes.
But yeah, the coils were so bad that I had to break them up into, like, little parts and then try and, like, work through them. And it was like, oh my god, it was so bad. It was so bad. And I'm like normally I just use my fingers to get through knots and stuff. But like literally, I don't know how to explain how bad it was besides to say that they were coils. Like, yeah. It was basically dreaded. Like, it was really bad. And even now, like, my fingers are burning and I get like blisters on them, but I'm almost done and I'm so excited because I'm almost done.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull.
The only mythological bull I know of is the Minotaur, but he was only half bull.
I don't think I'd like to be half a bull, even if it was the bottom half.
What's that object between them?
It looks like a gem on top of a tripod.
Okay.
Look there, 2 guys on the same horse. Let's face it, we need help, George. Someone who knows about these things.
Who do you suggest? Indiana Jones?
I know a guy who specializes in medieval studies. His name is Lobino.
Huh. Some stuffy old fossil who gets horny over ancient relics, I suppose.
Far from it. Andre isn't the stereotypical professor you have in mind.
Where can I find this Lobino guy?
At the Kroon Museum. I'll give you the address.
Why do we have to play as George? I mean, George is cool, but he's not Nico.
Let's take another look.
He's not Nico. Wait, get me out. Hello?
But the
How do I get out of here? I'm so
another
scared.
night through my... There's a guy between...
Okay, there we go.
I have to go.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lobinor at the Krun Museum.
If I ever need to vent, I appreciate that. You can drop me one as well. You guys know that you can always hit me up on Discord if you need to talk about something or vent or whatever. You like point and click games? I do. I like mystery point and clicks the most, but I'm trying to get into like the Broken Sword and
hi.
Hello, my handsome
I'm trying to get into
friend.
these older ones. I know they're classics. I'm more of a modern point and clicker. Check out the Blackwell games. I've actually streamed the first one and I started the second one. I actually want to return to the second one soon, probably after I finish Broken Sword. But yeah, I streamed the first one. It was a while ago though. I think it was like 2 years ago. It was in 2019, I think. But yeah, I like Blackwell as well. I love Joey. He's great.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, but I can tell you one thing. There's no such place as the Club à la Moute in Paris.
Ouch, ouch. Okay.
Can you tell me anything about this security pass?
I can tell it doesn't belong to you.
How come?
Give me some credit. If you're an electrician, I'll eat my antirhythms.
You're a remarkably talented lady.
Okay.
See you later.
That's right, monsieur. You will.
To open a can of beans. True. I don't know if you can trust him to get things done. Well, you
Excuse
did get
me,
things done
Sergeant.
in this
What
game, so who knows?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you, Sergeant?
That's a double-line Swedish with a crosshatch Bergman strike strip. Now, that's unusual. Pre-war Anderson hinging.
Really?
I haven't seen a reinforced Anderson outside of a private collection.
It's rare then?
In this part of the world, yes. There are only 3 places these are made. Taiwan, Manila, and Slough.
I'm a bitch. I'm a boss.
No. I'd like to report an assault.
Yes, monsieur? Where is the victim?
I'm the victim. I've been harassed by a pair of thugs.
I see. And where did this alleged assault take place?
Outside the Hotel Ubu. They stopped me as I was leaving and went through my pockets.
Could you describe the suspects, monsieur?
One looked like a gorilla,
Waluigi.
and the other looked like a weasel. Their names are Flap and Guido.
Bon. I'll get them this time.
Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is. You wish to speak to him?
Yes, I do.
One moment, monsieur.
I don't think we have anything to say to him, but still. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
It's Stobart, monsieur. Ouch. He insists on talking to you again.
Ouchie.
Hi, Inspector. Remember me?
Ow.
Do you know a pair of thugs called Flap and Guido?
I have known those two since they graduated from special school. Flap is a nasty piece of work. But Guido is the real brains of the partnership. Where did you hear of them?
I met them out front of the Hotel Ubu. Have you heard of the Knights Templar?
Les Templiers. But of course, monsieur, Their fame is widespread throughout France. We haven't forgotten them, unlike the rest of Europe.
It was the King of France who persecuted them,
Hey,
though.
Rick.
Indeed.
That shook his cool. Underneath his cultured facade, the man was real twitchy. You're obviously a great admirer of the Knights Templar.
They were men of great honor, monsieur. The flower of chivalry.
Not everyone would share your views, Inspector.
Not everyone shares my passion for Bartok.
But if the Templars were as honorable as...
That's enough. I do not wish to hear your uninformed opinions, Stobbard.
Why do you get so wound up about the Knights Templar? They've been dead for centuries. I shouldn't have pushed my luck. Maybe his ancestors were Templars. Whatever. I saw the anger flare in his eyes like a distant summer thunderstorm.
The Templars
so
were the first
descriptive.
true internationalists. 800 years on, and still the world is fragmented by nationalistic flag-waving fools. You will excuse me.
I'm so close.
So long, Inspector.
I just have a little bit more. And then my fingers in my hair
See you later, Sergeant.
are free. Excuse me. I'm kind of scared what my hair is going to look like because, like I said, I'm missing a lot of hair. But there's literally nothing I can do about it, so I'm not going to worry about it. Because there's absolutely nothing that can be done about the hair that I've already lost. So, we'll see. Thank you. I appreciate you so much, Kaylee. You're so... You say I'm sweet? No, Kaylee. You're just as sweet as I am. Oh, I remember going into a museum. I think I stopped at the museum. I know I keep saying, oh, I think I stopped here. I think I stopped. No, I think I stopped at the museum. It's all coming back now. Oh my god, there's literally so little of this coil left. I'm about to, like, celebrate. I don't know how to celebrate. I don't have any ice cream or anything, but I'm very excited.
A metal rod attached to the wall was connected to the window. The attendant had an air of self-importance and the kind of steely eyes that never seemed to blink.
George is so descriptive. I love it. I love it.
In the case was a spindly tripod, blackened with age and pitted with rust. It was identical to the tripod pictured on the manuscript. A notice identified it as 15th century from Western Ireland. It had been found in Loch Marn at the site of a Knights Templar preceptory. Ireland!
What's that?
This tripod was found in Ireland.
I will have to ask you to keep your voice down.
I'm sorry, I was
There's
excited.
nobody else here. You have any hot chocolate? We might have hot chocolate mix, yeah. That would be good, actually. I might check in a few minutes when I finish. Oh my god, I can't believe how much hair I lost. It's like, if I didn't have really thick hair, I'd be in trouble. Like, a bitch would be bald.
The totem pole looked distinctly out of place in the setting of the museum.
I would literally be... Do you have anything like a Twix? No, there's not really any chocolate in my house. Ain't nothing. Uh-oh. I wish.
It was an ancient Egyptian sarcophagus with a beautifully painted effigy of its owner on the lid.
Oh my god, I'm almost done. I'm like fucking losing my shit. Cause this shit is exhausting, and I'm tender-headed as fuck. Like, I thought honestly, my hair was in such bad shape. I thought I was gonna have to shave it all off. Like, I'm not even kidding. It was bad. It was really not. It was not good.
Leave it alone. That closet is over 3,000 years old.
Closet? It's a sarcophagus.
Hot coffee, hot chocolate, and use a Twix like a straw. That's dope and creative. I love that. That's cool.
Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Are you Lobineau?
Oh, no. Fancy you
I wish
mistaking
I
me
had
for
chocolate.
him. No. I am the
Hands.
deputy custodian.
But Lobineau does work here.
Work? I wouldn't go so far as to call it that. He studies here most days, but as you can see for yourself, not today.
I'm like, can I get anything delivered? It's fucking 1 o'clock in the morning. What the fuck?
What does this tool mean to you?
That belongs in a museum.
Pardon?
You belong
It is
in
a
a
priceless
museum.
historical artifact, if I am not mistaken.
No, it's a plain old tool for lifting drain covers. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. Is there any reason why I should?
I guess not.
Works as a straw because it's porous. Ooh,
Do you recognize this red nose?
I don't think so.
that's dope.
What do you make of this tissue?
It is absolutely disgusting, monsieur.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
Oh, no. I don't frequent places like that.
Do you recognize this ID pass?
No.
No.
Would you like to shake my hand?
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur.
Do you know anything about the Knights of the Temple?
No, sir. Not a sausage.
The sign on the tripod says it was found at a Templar preceptory.
It does?
Yeah. It doesn't mention John Dee at all.
Most remiss.
You don't know anything about the tripod, do you?
No, I don't. I never had much of a start in life, you see. I owe what little education I gained to my uncle. He was an optician, but he also doubled as the village school teacher. He taught me the alphabet. Wait, 19 letters of it. The bottom row of the chart was too small even for him to read, so he left them out.
Why don't you start over and enroll for adult education?
You know, I never thought of that. Do you think if I studied art and did all my homework, I could be a professor of history?
At your age? Dream on.
Yeah, I don't need chocolate that much, mostly because it costs money and also because it makes me break out. Dude, I started taking fucking these antidepressants in October and November. Oh my god. My face, my skin, honey, what's happening? Like, I started taking this medicine. And my face was just like, honey, we don't like that.
Do you know anything about medieval manuscripts?
Not me, monsieur. I am no scholar. Though people often mistake me for one. It is the uniform, I guess. They see the clothes. They are impressed.
And they ask you to park their cars?
They ask me to park the... No, no, no. They assume I am an authority on the exhibits in my care.
Whereas you know next to nothing about history.
Of course not. All I am saying is, I am no scholar, not like Monsieur Lobineau.
Yeah, like, and they won't, like, it's so bad, because I get, like, I have, like, irritable skin or whatever. So I have like breakouts around my nose, but like I don't really have pimples that often. I just have like really dry and irritated skin. But now I have like these pimples and they won't go away. And I'm like, what do I do? Like I'm washing my face and putting on moisturizer and shit. Like I'm doing everything and they're just not going away. And I'm like, can you please?
Can you give me any further
You think you
information
could
about the
please
tripod?
fuck off?
Certainly, monsieur. It's infamous. That tripod, that belonged to John Dee.
Bitch, who? The tractor dude?
What's the importance of John Dee's tripod?
Dee was the most famous escapologist of the 16th century. The Houdini of his time.
Don't you mean alchemist? Escapologists use ropes, chains, and handcuffs, not tripods.
Well, whatever he was,
Sounds like
that is the
BDSM.
tripod he used in his experiments.
Oh my god, I think I'm done.
What kind
Holy
of
fucking
experiments
shit.
did John Dee perform with his tripod?
Oh, the usual. Didn't you study chemistry at school?
Yeah, but we skipped over thaumatology.
Oh my god.
Can I take a closer look at the tripod?
What? Get it out of the case? Ah, no. That tripod is protected by a sophisticated surveillance system.
How sophisticated?
A painfully loud alarm bell.
How is the alarm bell triggered?
By the slightest pressure on or movement of any part of the case wherein that tripod is situated.
It strikes me that to call your alarm system sophisticated is, well, stretching the truth a little.
It has never failed yet. The sophistication is in its simplicity.
Oh my god, I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Oh my god. Honey. Holy fucking shit. I have a fucking... Okay, nobody cares. Sorry. What was I doing with this guy? I have no idea.
Thanks for your help.
Thank you for being here, Kaylee. Thank you for being so nice. You don't have to be, so... That was so close. Just as I was searching Khan's hotel room, he came in. I hid in the wardrobe. My heart was thumping so hard. I am amazed he didn't hear me. Maybe he did. And that's like part of his plan or something. He left his trousers on the bed. I found a matchbook with the name Club Alamat and a fake electrician's ID card. Sorry, excuse me. Lady Paramount is fantastic. If I were a couple of 100 years older, after helping me get the room key, she then worked her magic to get me Khan's stash out of the hotel safe. Turned out to be an ancient manuscript, so that was what Plantard was killed for. But why? Showed Nika the manuscript. I think she was impressed. How could she not be? She knew right away that it was something to do with the Knights Templar, a hugely powerful medieval order with too few horses to go around or something, but they had hidden treasure. Paris Kroon Museum. The tripod, the manuscript, it's in the Kroon Museum right here in Paris. According to the plaque, it was discovered in Lochmarn, Ireland. I was right, by the way, God. Just stop. Stop it. You gorgeous. You the gorgeous one.
Attention! Please do not open the window, monsieur.
She got
Don't you think
nipples.
it's kinda
She got
stuffy in here?
titties.
Better stuffy than dead.
What's the problem? Fumes from car exhausts?
Not just that, monsieur. There's a new burger bar opened up across the street. The Laughing Buffalo.
I won't push,
So what's the
Kaylee, but
problem?
I
They
disagree.
cook their burgers on
Respectfully.
a charcoal grill. And the fat falls on the open flame. The amount of organic compound and smoke particles released is astounding. Since they opened, local air pollution has doubled. And it stinks like a funeral pyre. That is why I keep the windows closed.
I push a granny off a cliff to look like you? Damn, if you push a granny off a cliff to look like me now... I was gonna say, wait till you see me all dolled up, but that's a joke because I look like this always. I don't wear makeup and I don't get dolled up. I personally am not a makeup person. I just can't get into it. I understand why other people like it, but this is not for me. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. Oh my god, I watched a Hannibal TikTok and that shit stuck in my head. Oh,
The case contained the tri... The case contained...
I put makeup on to get upgraded to fugly.
This is ridiculous. I could be here for hours.
Back, thank you for the bits.
The case... As I reached toward the display case, a shrill piping filled the air. I froze, then tried to get myself together and act nonchalantly. No, monsieur. No. No. Okay, okay.
Watch out! You will have that done on top of us! Watch out! Watch...
The totem pole looked distinctly out of place in the setting of the museum.
Watch out! What?
How does he... Stop. Relax. Shake it.
The totem pole looked distinctly out of...
Okay.
Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
It's known as Kaylee.
Thanks for your help.
I don't really use my Discord, honestly. But I just have it for my stream. I'm not really sure. Let's look at the hints. Oh, I don't have a hint. Okay, great. Excellent. No hint. Fantastique. Okay. With modified selfie name memes and bad jokes, that's all good. That's fine. I honestly, yeah, I don't really use my Discord that much. It's more for you guys than for me, honestly. Back in Nico's apartment.
Hi. I've been to the Kroon Museum.
Did you speak to Labino?
No, he wasn't there. I found the tripod.
Where?
In the museum. It belonged to the Templars. It was dug up in Ireland at a place called Loch Marne.
I have heard of Loch Marne. I read an article about the castle. Take a look for yourself.
Hi,
A
Kami.
popular gossip magazine. You read that rubbish?
No, I write it.
Professor Nigel Pegram. excavating the medieval castle at Loch Marne. That's strange.
What?
He resigned his chair at Durham University in order to devote his time to the excavation. Not only that, but he canceled the filming of a 4th series of his popular television program.
Hannibal!
This site at Loch Marne must be awful important to him.
He's a professor of history. They're
Oh my
all
God.
cuckoo.
All the same,
Cha.
I'd like to talk to this Professor Pegram. How do you
Shall
feel
we?
about a trip to Ireland?
Disappointed.
Huh?
That I won't be going. I want to follow up the Bellotta case. If you really think Pegram's gem is important, why don't you visit Loch Marne?
On my own? I'm not so sure about that. Where is Ireland exactly?
I want to play as Nico. I don't... George is cool, but like, Nico... Nico Bellic.
Have you found out any more about the murders?
Well, it may be nothing, but both the clan's victims visited Paris earlier this year.
When?
The second week of July. They were both here at the same time.
Did they meet?
I don't know, but I can't imagine it was coincidence.
Well, she said she's disappointed that she's not going. I think that's what she meant, actually.
I have to go.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Right? And that outfit, like, yes, sis. Slay my entire fucking
Oh,
life.
hi.
Kill me. Literally fucking
Hello,
decimate me.
my handsome friend.
Deck me. In the face. Anyway. Moving on.
See you later.
That's right, monsieur. You will.
Hmm. Oh. Okay, wait. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, okay. I guess, okay, never mind. Wait, I didn't mean to go in here.
Did you speak to Lubin?
No, he was.
Why does she have clothes hanging from her? Whatever. I'm not even gonna ask. Nice fucking high ceilings, though. Love that.
I have to go.
Okay, I'll see you later.
We're going to Ireland. I think. Oh my god, we're in Europe. Lit. Love it here. A few hours later.
I passed the castle on the way into Loch Marne. The castle where Pegram's excavation was located.
I remember this. I played farther than I thought.
It was a trap door in the sidewalk. It was a featureless plastic box firmly attached to the wall of the building. I tugged at the plastic cover, but it didn't move. I tugged at the trapdoor, but it was locked from the inside.
Okay. Ireland, the Loch Marne Gem. What a beautiful village. Nico and I must really be onto something here. Ancient manuscripts, the Knights Templar on a tripod from a medieval manuscript. All I need is the gem that goes with it. I will start by asking the locals about Pegram and his dig.
The lad was doing his best to express his adolescent aggression. His effort was somewhat diminished by the fringe of milk on his lightly feathered upper lip.
Okay, George needs to be like a private investigator or some shit, because this motherfucker got details.
Hi there.
What?
What's your name, kid?
What?
Who are you calling kid?
Oh my god.
Who the hell are you?
Is that Atlas? Literally sounds like Atlas from BioShock.
I'm George Stobart, and I'm with the good guys.
You're a head case, mister. A few sandwiches short of a picnic.
Cut the crap and tell me your name.
Liam
Game
McGuire.
Master?
What are you doing hanging around the bar, McGuire?
I'm on the run from me dad.
Why? Did you do something bad?
I ain't done nothing, boss.
Is this supposed to be a
You
kid?
can tell me, kid. Is it your dad?
Oh, sir. He drinks every last penny down his evil throat.
I don't
And
believe
there's
this
me
kid.
Poor old mother, bedridden and dying of presumption. I tried to buy her medicine. Chopped firewood for Father Mahoney till me fingers bled. The old
my God.
skinflint cheated me too. But I took the pennies he gave me back home. Look, Ma, says I. See what your darling son has earned with his own sweat and blood. When suddenly, me dad appears and grabs the loot. I'm
Me the
off
loot.
to
Me
Dublin
the loot.
heavy drinking, says he. Watch out till I get back. That's why I runned away.
Something in the grin on his face told me he wasn't being strictly truthful. Compared to him, Huckleberry Finn was a candidate for Altar Boy of the Year. What do you think this tool is used for?
Lifting drains.
Dead right. How did you know that?
Work experience course at school. They gives me a choice of going down the drains or up the chimney.
You're kidding.
Would you kindly stop calling me kid?
Have you ever seen this man before?
What a slimy character. No, I never seed him.
Have you ever seen anyone wearing one of these?
Sure. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
It's a clown's nose.
Oh my God.
I was almost killed by the guy who wore it.
You should have told the cops.
I did. They weren't interested.
You should run tests on that, mister. You could identify the murderer with a sample of his snot.
Yuck. I don't think so. What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Do you recognize this matchbook, McGuire?
No, sir. I never seen it before in my life.
Ever heard of Thomas Merlin or the Gruber Electronics Corporation?
No.
Give me your hand.
Get lost.
Oh, come on. I just want to show you a little trick.
No way, mister. I don't do tricks. Father Mahoney told me I'd burn in hell if I did.
I just want to shake your hand, that's all.
No way.
Dude, I just opened my Play-Doh. And I forgot last time I put a little bit too much water in it. So I picked it up. And then I flipped it around. And now it's literally like... God, how do I even describe this? It's like mashed potatoes. It's fucking
What can you tell me about the castle, McGuire?
What do you
Except
want
it's
to know?
wet.
Well, can I get inside?
No. It's locked up.
Does anyone live there?
No. Only, what do you want to know? Oh, nothing.
You know something about the castle you're not telling me, don't you?
No.
What is it you're covering up? Is it something you're scared of?
I ain't scared of nothing.
This is so fucking disgusting.
I'll give you one last chance to tell me about the castle.
Oh, yeah? And what if I don't?
Then I'm taking you back to school.
Oh, there's a ghost. It's called the Phantom of Loch Man.
There's... Oh my... This is revolting. I've never wanted this in my whole life. This is so gross.
You're not telling me you believe in ghosts, are you?
Mister, I seen it with me very own eyes last Tuesday night. I went up to see what that dig was about. I just reached the top of the wall when I hears this awful noise.
What sort of noise?
A horrible snuffling and snorting, like O'Brien's pig, only worse. It was coming from inside the castle.
Did you find out what was making the noise in the castle?
No fear. I just sat there on the wall like Humpty Dumpty. The moon was cracked and greasy like an old dinner plate. The yard was full of shadows. I could have been hiding anything. I would have gone home, but my legs had lost their stuffing.
What? Your legs lost? What?
Did you get to see the ghost?
Indeed I did. And a fearsome sight it is too. I sat on my arse, waited while the moon went down.
Oh God.
Then out it comes from the shadows, all grey and tattered and hunched over like an old bent willow. Then I hears this spluttering and splashing and horrible laughter in the dark. I was so scared. Why, I fell off the bloody wall.
Oh my God, this is so gross. Oh my God, this is disgusting. What the fuck? I just wanted to play with Play.
I'm sure there's a rational explanation for what you saw at the castle.
There is. The bloody place is haunted.
Oh my actual. Oh my God.
Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
Here in Lochmarn, they all dress like clowns.
The man I'm looking for is a dangerous psychotic.
Jesus.
Jesus?
It's just like that film I saw. There's this clown, see? And he's after this kid who saw him kill a guy. He tries to warn the sheriff, only no one believes him. Then, while he's in the tub,
I wonder if I ruined it.
The clown cuts him up with a chainsaw.
My God, that doesn't sound suitable for a kid like you.
Who are you calling a kid? I'm 25.
Yeah, right. You're not a day over 14.
He looks
no,
25.
It's 25 that I am. Married with a car and 3 kids. 10
3?
kids if you count the wives.
3 kids. I think I ruined my Play-Doh.
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Can you describe him like on the telly in the cop shows?
He's an English archaeologist.
I know the man you mean if he's the one.
Oh my God, I'm just having such a hard time. Why is everything such a struggle? I can't. Oh, my Play-Doh is literally like slime, except it's fucking worse. I just.
Can you tell me where I'd find Pegram?
No, I can't, because he's not here now. But if I sees him, I'll ask him.
Oh my God, this is not. Nothing is working. Literally nothing is working. Everything is breaking.
Do you know what Pegram was doing in the castle?
Digging for buried treasure. Jewels and gold and skeletons, like in the films.
Like in the films. Alright, bye.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
I'm having a hard time. What the fuck? My fingers are fucking... What's going on with my fucking... my fingers are covered in like soupy blood. Oh my God, I'm having a hard
The
time.
young red-haired guy was plainly nervous about something.
Like, I'm really struggling. This is so disgusting. God, why?
My name's George.
Pleased to meet you, mister. My name's Fitzgerald.
I like this music.
What do you think this tool is used for?
Something to do with horses?
Wrong.
Jesus.
It's for opening manhole covers.
Oh, really? Well, you learn something every day.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I'm sure I don't know him.
What does this red nose suggest to you?
Blood.
Why's that?
I used to bleed a lot when I was a kid. Every time there was a playground scrap, I'd end up with a bloody nose. I wouldn't have minded, but I wasn't even involved in the scraps.
What does this tissue suggest to you?
Nothing.
Oh my God.
Shake my hand.
It's a trick, isn't it?
Damn it, you're right. I can't seem to fool anyone.
Yeah, because you're just like, shake my hand like a weirdo.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No.
Oh my God. I'm making it worse.
Check out this pass.
Thomas
How am
Merlin.
I making it
No,
worse?
never heard of him.
Oh my God. I'm trying my best. Oh. What the fuck? This is not it. Oh my Jesus. It's like icing. I'm
What can
struggling.
you tell me about the castle?
There's nothing there. Just an old ruin.
How old?
I really couldn't tell you.
Ouch.
Have you ever explored the castle yourself?
I used to play there sometimes, when I was a kid. Then one of the little ones fell off the wall, broke his head and died.
Broke
we didn't
his
go there
head?
anymore.
You haven't been up there recently?
No.
Broke his head. That's an interesting way to say that.
Do you know Professor Pegram?
He's the archaeologist, isn't he?
That's right. Did you work at Professor Pegram's dig?
What gave you that idea?
Why are you so nervous, buddy? What's going on?
Can I get you another drink?
Oh, no, thank you. I shouldn't be drinking at all. I'm on tablets for my nerves. More than a pint and I'll pass out.
Alright, my hands
See
are
you
covered
later.
in wet Play-Doh and I'm really struggling right now.
He wasn't listening.
I don't have a selfies channel, but you could post it in my in Aubrey chat if you want.
He wasn't listening. The guy sat in the corner as if he was a permanent fixture. Hello there. My name's George Stobart.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure. I'm O'Brien. Can I help you?
I wouldn't listen to you either, George.
Does this tool mean anything to you?
I'd say it was for lifting manhole covers.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Nope, I've never seen him before.
Does this red nose suggest anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Sweet Lord, please have mercy. Baby Jesus.
What do you make of this tissue?
Please
I
save
guess
us.
that muck on it is grease paint.
I'd like to shake you by the hand, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, no, you don't.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
The design is Middle Eastern, I'd say.
What can you tell me about this ID pass?
Gruber Electronics. I've never heard of it.
Jesus.
Do you know Sean Fitzgerald?
Yes, I do. What you want with him?
I want to talk to him about working at the dig.
I can't imagine anyone employing Sean Fitzgerald on a dig. He wouldn't know a post hole from his elbow.
Have you heard of the Phantom?
Right,
More
I was
than
thinking that.
I've seen it. And let me tell you, it's a dreadful spectacle.
So it's not just a local legend. There really is a Phantom of Lochmarn.
Oh, no. I was talking about the Phantom of the Opera.
Alright, well the Play-Doh was a bust.
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar?
I most certainly have. A remarkable institution. Did you know? They were the originators of our system of credit. Their financial empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Caspian Sea. With bases in so many countries, they had to establish new methods of fiscal transfer.
So, the Knights Templar were nothing but a bunch of bankers.
I don't get it. Are you saying these Templar guys invented bank charges?
In a manner of speaking, I suppose they did.
What a dirty trick. Didn't anyone try to stop them?
Oh, yes. They were arrested, and many were burnt at the stake.
Good. They bloody well deserved it if they were anything like my bank manager.
Did I make the Play-Doh myself? No. I just, when I play, when I fiddle with it a lot, it gets really dry, so I just add a little bit of water. And I just added too much last time, and that was a mistake.
What can you tell me about the castle, Mr. O'Brien?
It's a fine sight now, isn't it? Dates back to the 10th century, you know. Most of the existing building was added much later, of course. Are the ruins open to the public? Oh no, it's much too dangerous. Anyway, there's nothing of interest remaining.
Yeah, yeah. I added too much water, and there was water at the bottom. I figured it would just soak up the water, but it didn't. And then I flipped it around and it's paste now. It's like glue paste. It's fucking I've been trying to get it off my fingers and into the thing for like the past 10 minutes.
How can I get into the castle? Well, those walls were built specifically to stop people getting in, Mr. Stobart. But I dare say you'll find a way if you will. Can you tell me about the tripod which was found at the castle? Now, there's a bone of contention and controversy. It was dug up by an Englishman of the archaeological persuasion. Who was this Englishman? Professor Pegram, the same man who dug up the gem. Do you know where I can find Pegram? You're too late to meet that fella. Is he dead? Not that, but he's gone from the village. A sore point with our esteemed host, I might add. Do you know where Pegram is gone? I'm sorry, but I don't. He upped anchor in the dark and shipped out before the dawn. Why did he do that? Who knows? A guilty conscience or a secret assignation. Whatever the reason, he'll not be missed in Lochmar. Maybe now the fuss about the gem has died down, we can get back to normal. Why is Pegram's departure upset the landlord? He's lost a paying guest, that's why. More than that, there's the question of an unsettled bill. Poor Michael's seen red over the business, and I don't blame him. Can you tell me more about the landlord? Mick Leary? He's what you call a would-be sophisticate. The trouble is, his idea of sophistication extends as far as putting paper in the lavatory.
I never worked out why he did that. It's much too dark in there to read.
That's true. Have you ever run your hand over the back of the door? The graffiti is written in Braille. What can you tell me about the gem which Pegram found? Now there's a gem which should never have been taken. A man would have to be full of greed to covet that stone. What's your interest in the jewel? You're not a reporter, are you? Oh no. Thank the Lord for that. Goodbye for now. There was a vacant look on his cow-like face that said quite clearly, nobody home.
His cow-like face, was that necessary? God damn. The fuck?
Hi, my name's Stobart, George Stobart.
Hello there, mister. What can I do for you?
What do you make of this tool?
It's for lifting manhole covers.
I love how we ask everyone that.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Basically.
It's a handsome mug on that fella, to be sure. Is he a film star?
What does this false nose mean to you?
No, you're a clown.
No, I'm not.
Does this tissue mean anything to you?
No, boss.
May I shake your hand?
No, you can't.
Well, how come?
Because I'll spill me beer if you do.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
No.
Does this security pass mean anything to you?
Well, no.
Do you know Professor Pegram?
Do I know him? Do I know the good professor himself? No, I don't. I mean, I know who he is, but I don't know him to talk to.
Do you know anything about Pegram's excavation?
Only that he didn't have the right tools for the job. What he needed was shovels and a JCB.
Pegram was digging for historical remains, not coal.
Is that a fact? What the hell for?
It's the science of archaeology, Pat. Understanding how people used to live by what they've left behind. One day archaeologists might be digging up our remains.
Imagine that, Mr. O'Brien. I wonder what they'll find.
Well, it won't be arrowheads and beakers. Fast food cartons and flavored condoms, more likely.
Did anyone from the village work at Peagram's Dig?
I tried it myself, but that high and mighty history man called me incontinent. What a nerve. Hadn't I dug more holes than the rest of them put together?
Do you remember seeing Sean Fitzgerald at the dig?
Let me see now. I think me brain box needs a spot of lubrication.
Can you tell me anything about the castle on the hill?
Oh, I don't know much about anything. You should ask Mr. O'Brien here. He does joined up writing. Would you be one of them history fellas yourself?
That's right. Professor Stobart, Miskatonic University.
You're an archaeologist, and you're asking us about the castle.
Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien. The gentleman was talking to me. How come you didn't leave with the others?
I didn't know they'd gone.
Oh, yes. Packed their spades and shovels and away they went.
Seems I missed all the excitement.
What excitement?
Can I buy you a drink?
You most certainly can.
Give me a drink for my friend here.
Who? Doyle? Has he conned you into buying for him? Shame on you, Patrick.
Same again. Just a point this time, Michael.
1 point of brown coming up.
Do you remember Sean Fitzgerald now?
I can picture the scene as if it was only last week. Come to think of it, it was only last week. Fitzgerald was there all right. Him and a bunch of students. He was speaking with the boss man.
Jesus.
Bye for now.
Excuse me. Alright.
Mr. Fitzgerald? Doyle told me you definitely worked at the dig. He's seen you there. You might as well admit it.
I knew this would happen. I knew I'd get caught.
I need to talk to Professor Pegram, if he's still alive.
What do you mean? Is he in danger?
Yeah, you too, if I'm right.
You're not from the Social Security.
Hell no. What makes you think that?
Well, I was claiming benefit at the same time I was working for Pegram.
I'm not in a position to make judgments, Sean. That's between you and your conscience. All I want is to talk to Pegram about the gem.
But he's not here.
I know that. But he left that package with you, didn't he? So where did Pegram go?
I don't know. I swear it. He came to see me early this morning. Said he was leaving. He asked me to give this package to a guy called Marquet.
Show me what's in the package, Sean.
I can't do that.
Why not?
I promised the professor.
So what? You didn't have any qualms about your benefit scam. So where's the harm in taking a peek inside Pegram's package?
You don't know these people. I can't. I don't dare.
This is your last chance to show me the package, Fitzgerald. I've been patient with you, but now it's time to kick ass.
But he'll kill me.
Who will?
The man from Paris. Jack Marquet. Pegram told me if I gave him the package unopened, I'd hear no more about it. But if I double-crossed Marquet, I'd be dead.
I'll deal with Jacques Marquet. Give the package to me.
No. Why should I trust you? I don't know who to trust anymore. I wish I'd never even heard of the Lochmarn gem.
He did.
Hey, I just seen a big red.
Get out of here, Maguire. Come back when you're old enough.
What's the lad howling about?
A big red sports car. Sean Fitzgerald's been run over.
Get out! Noisy little tyke.
Maybe you should send out some medicinal brandy, Michael.
Oh, yes.
Run
But who's
over.
gonna pay for it?
Not me.
Me too, neither.
Runned over. Nervous as a long-tailed cat, he'd been given a package by Pegram and told to give it to someone called Jacques Marquet. And then
it
I
was
killed
a
him.
beer-stained piece of toweling.
Literally killed his ass, but go off, I guess.
It was a beer-stained piece of toweling.
Hmm.
The white whiskers on the bartender's flushed face were like garlands on a Christmas tree. The resemblance ended there. The top of his head was too slick and shiny to act as a perch for a Christmas angel. Top of the morning to you.
I beg your pardon.
Well, that's what you Irish say, isn't it?
Do you want something? Or are you just flaunting your xenophobia?
Well, I was trying to be sociable.
Is it a room you're after?
That's not a bad idea. Do you have a vacancy?
I could. If you don't mind waiting until the last guest checks out.
No problem. When will that be?
When the Undertaker comes to collect him.
Here's something which might interest you.
It doesn't.
Do you recognize this man?
No, I don't. What do you want with him?
I've got a score to settle.
I don't want any trouble in the bar, mister. If it's a fight you're looking for, see Father Mahoney.
A priest? A man of the cloth?
Sure. And he teaches the boys how to box at the youth club. According to Mahoney, it develops character. Isn't that right, Pat? Didn't he teach you the art of pugilism? Doyle.
Sorry, Michael. I was miles away. What did you say?
Never mind.
Does this false nose mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Does this tissue mean anything to you?
That's disgusting.
Uh-huh. I found it in the sewers.
What's the idea of waving it around in my face? You're worse than old Ron. Put it away, man.
Hey, bartender?
Landlord, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Shake my hand, why don't you?
Now, why should I do that? What have you got up your sleeve?
Nothing. Come on, just shake my hand.
Not just now, mister. I have to be careful on account of the health restrictions.
Aw, jeez. May I borrow this towel?
Sure you can, on one condition.
What's that?
You keep it away from old Ron.
Who's Ron?
That's him in the corner, with the hygiene problem.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
No, sir.
Do you recognize the name on this card?
No. Should I?
Nah, it was a long shot. Have you served any, clowns?
He is going
recently?
in.
No. You're the first today.
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Indeed I do. Are you a friend of his, by any chance?
Oh, no. I'm just trying to track him down.
Me too. That son of a bitch should be locked away.
Did Pegram stay here?
Yes, he did. 6 nights plus breakfast.
I'll try a glass of beer, please.
Is this your first pint of real ale?
Well, I guess so. What's real ale, anyhow?
Beer that's brewed from natural ingredients to traditional methods. It shouldn't be kept under pressure or refrigerated. And finally, it should have a good body and distinctive character.
In other words, it's flat and worn with bits in, and it makes you fall over.
Look, I gotta be going. The white whiskers on the...
Okay. There's so much talking in here. We've been talking for like 20 minutes.
The guy sat in the corner as if he was a permanent fixture. I'd been taught not to judge people by their appearance or their clothes or the length of their hair. Nobody ever said anything about runny noses. Hi there, old-timer.
What?
Nasty cold you've got there. As soon as the words left my lips, I regretted them.
Is there such a thing as a cold which isn't nasty? I put the question to Father Mahoney. Father, says I, why were we born to suffer snot?
What did he say?
He said, it's my reward for being out all night like a sinner. Pious prig. Anyway, this is no ordinary cold. 'Tis the hay fever.
Pollinosis?
Thank you. You're not a policeman, are you?
Excuse me?
Police? No. I'd know it if you were.
Can you identify this tool?
No.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
I can't tell without my glasses.
What does this red nose mean to you?
Nothing.
You could make use of this tissue.
Never use them. Those things are unhygienic.
Yeah, and you sneezing everywhere is so clean.
Hey, would you like to shake my... no, on second thought, forget it. Could you use this towel?
I could, but it wouldn't be much use for anything else.
What does this matchbook mean to you?
Nothing. Go away and stop bothering me.
Take a look at this ID card.
I don't know anything about it.
Can you tell me how to get into the castle?
Don't even think about it, me bucko. Lochmarn Castle is haunted.
That's what the kid outside told me, but I don't believe it.
Then you're a fool.
Ghosts don't bother me. I still want to visit that castle.
You can't. It's not open to the public.
There's no one around to stop me, is there?
That's right. Nothing human, anyhow.
Have you ever seen the ghost?
To be sure. With me very own eyes.
Can you describe the ghost?
It was horrible. A wee stunted beast. Long beak. Straggly, flappy wings.
Are you sure it wasn't a wild animal? A rabbit or a skunk or something?
Skunk? In Lochmarn? That'll be the day. No, that was a ghost, to be sure.
Face up. Ooh, I've never used that before.
I think I know what you saw on the castle wall.
I know.
I don't even know what that
saw.
means.
I don't think so. It was the kid, McGuire.
What?
He was up on the wall last Tuesday night. He thought you were the Phantom of Lochmarn.
Oh!
Do you know Pegram, the archaeologist?
That's the scrawny fellow who was poking around at the castle, isn't it? No, I don't know him.
What's that you're making?
It's a necklace, me bucko.
Oh, sure. Made out of steel wire?
That's right. A necklace for my pretty one. When my little lover feels it round her slender neck, she'll be mine. All mine.
Sus.
Can I buy you a beer?
Very kind, I'm sure. But I don't drink the stuff Leary sells.
What's wrong with it?
I've seen what it can do.
I'll see you later.
Modifies photos. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't take pictures of myself often, to be honest. Like, maybe once every 2 months. Maybe.
The guy sat in the... Hello again.
What?
Could you use this towel?
Aye.
If I was a woman, I wouldn't think much of a wire necklace.
It's not made for a woman. I've got my sights on tastier dishes than women. Flesh as smooth and tender as a maiden's. Bones as soft and white as a newborn babe's. Rabbit, lad. That's what gets my juices flowing.
I'll see you later.
Put my makeup on and took a photo. Thought I'd see what I could do on FaceApp. It said I was a woman. Milestone reached. Well, you are a woman. Am I waiting for him? I know.
As soon as the old guy looked away, I grabbed this piece of wire.
One for your life.
It was a short piece of wire, twisted into a rough circle.
I was telling the truth about Fitzy, mister.
Okay, calm down. Now tell me what happened.
I was standing here, minding me own business, when I saw this beautiful red sports car coming up over the hill. Would you look at that, says I. And I going over to take a closer look. Next thing, Fitzy comes tearing out of the pub and nearly knocks me on my ass. But the car just flies at him. It was too fast for poor old Fitzy, and hit him an awful wallop. He goes flying up on top. Jesus, says I thought he was a goner. Next thing, the driver hops out, and I couldn't believe my eyes. He was dressed like a bloody pixie.
Oh. That's the murderer.
Hey, McGuire.
What?
What do you make of this, kid?
Hey, that's one of Leary's towels. He'll skin you alive.
That old windbag doesn't scare me. Anyhow, I'm only borrowing it.
You're pretty cool, mister. For an old guy.
George literally looks younger than you, but whatever you say.
What do you think this wire could be used for?
Stealing cars. There's only one problem.
The local policeman?
No. Nobody in Lochmarn has got a car.
Did this pixie have a scar on his cheek?
I couldn't see. He was wearing a stupid mask. Are you a special agent?
Sorry to disappoint you, kid, but I'm not.
I'm just a
Did
curious
Fitzgerald
man.
drop anything when he was hit?
I didn't see. It all happened so fast.
Maybe the package fell somewhere out of sight.
All right.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
The farmer's craggy face was set in a mask of aesthetic appreciation. His feet were set in a pair of manure-caked boots. Hi, do you speak English?
Well, no. What if I was to say no? An implication of cognizance shrouded in denial. A pretty poser of a paradox indeed.
I gave him the look I'd perfected when I was 12 and was going to be the greatest hypnotist of all time. It was a killer.
Are you attempting to hypnotize me, or is it the constipation you're suffering?
I was a little out of practice. Does this...
No, it doesn't. Is it used on sheep?
No, it's for lifting the cover.
Never. How?
Well, the end of the tool fits into the hole in the cover.
They'd slip out. Angles are wrong. You'd never do it.
I have. I did it in Paris. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, but I wouldn't trust him. His eyes are too close together.
Does this false nose mean anything to you?
You're a circus clown.
What do you make of this tissue?
That's a sorry sight to wave about in public.
Would you like to shake my hand?
What is this? I don't do that male bonding stuff.
Have you any use for this towel?
Whatever gave you that idea? Oh dear me, no.
What do you make of this matchbook?
Seems ordinary enough to me.
Do you recognize the name on this card?
I can't read that little writing.
Does this curiously twisted piece of wire mean anything to you?
Oh dear. Now what would you be wanting with a cruel snare like that?
Oh, it's not mine. It belongs to the old guy in the bar.
Ah yes, it would.
What can you tell me about the castle?
Not much, I'm sorry to say. Most of its history is long forgotten. Ah, but if these old stones could only speak, what stories they'd tell. Stories to make your toes curl and your blood run cold. You know, this castle is said to be over 600 years old.
Have you seen Professor Pegram?
No, he's packed up and gone.
Do you happen to know where?
Back in England, I suppose.
It's giving me a real boost in confidence. No, yeah, you told me. You told me when I first met you. You told me.
Did you happen to see a red sports car down on the road?
I caught a glimpse of a flash of red on the hill and heard the racket. Sure, it was an awful noise. A sports car, you say?
A Ferrari, to be exact.
A racing car? And what was it doing here? The poor fella must have been lost.
The driver of the Ferrari was involved in an accident.
Is that so?
Yeah. He knocked somebody down outside the bar.
What an idiot! How could a thing like that happen?
He was traveling too fast.
So fast, he ran right under the car?
I mean, the car was traveling too fast.
But you'd have thought the idiot could have heard it coming.
Maybe you know the guy who was hit by the Ferrari. His name is Sean Fitzgerald.
Oh, I know him all right. That's me nephew, the idiot responsible for the stacking of my hay cart. Was he killed by the car?
Oh, no. But he has been abducted.
Well, that's a relief now.
Aren't you going to look for your nephew?
What for? From what you say, it's too late.
Well, you could report the matter to the police.
Better not. Besides, what could they do?
Well, they could mount a search.
They have only the one bicycle between them. In a question of superior acceleration, I put me money on the Ferrari.
I think you ought to know exactly what Sean has gotten himself into.
I'm not sure I want to know.
But you're his uncle. His own flesh and blood.
You're right, but what can I do? If I'm not here to guard it, some idiot might try to climb the haystack. What a moral dilemma. Stay here and guard this potentially lethal agricultural construction, or to go off in search of the prodigal nephew, the very man responsible for said hazard? It'll need some thinking about.
Why, there's no problem.
You're right. Why didn't I think of it before? We'll demolish the haystack.
You don't have to demolish the haystack to go look for Sean. I'll stay here in your place and warn anyone who's silly enough to climb it.
Marvelous! I think I should start me inquiries in the bar.
He strode off in the direction of McDevitt's bar, leaving me to contemplate the stack of hay. On the back of the cart was a crazily stacked tower of hay bales, leaning precariously against the castle wall. The gates were made of solid, age-blackened wood. Pushing with all my strength got me nowhere. They didn't budge. I really need to start working out. The stack of hay stopped, short of the top of the wall. Even if I stretched as far as I could, the wall was out of reach. What I needed was a slice or two of Alice's Wonderland.
Fuck. Okay. Hmm.
Hey, McGuire.
What?
What?
See you later, kid. Oh. The plastic cover had been smashed and broken away, revealing a switch. I pushed the switch down, but in doing so it snapped off in my hand. It was impossible to return the switch to its original
Alice's
position.
Wonderland for... Oh boy.
It was a trap door in the sidewalk. I tugged at the trap door, but it was locked from the inside. It was a trap door. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Check out my card.
I've seen it, for heaven's sake.
Does this piece of wire mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
May I have another beer, please?
Certainly, sir. Same again?
Yeah, please. How is this stuff made?
That's the secret of the master brewer, sir. Each barrel is lovingly manhandled in time-honored fashion, suspended on skillfully tied ropes of the finest hemp, lowered into the cellar, utilizing the forces of original gravity, like manna from heaven. I'm sorry, but the pump appears to be broken.
I could fix it for you.
I don't think so. This is a job for a professional electrician. Oh well, at least the glass washer is still working. It's not my idea, is it? Well, no. Isn't that marvelous?
Sorry, I didn't mean to skip that.
Here's a house bedeviled with faulty wiring of a wayward nature. Here's you, an electric man, with a little plastic card to prove it. I still want to see what you can do before I let you touch me beer pumps. You can make a start on the glass washer. And when you finish that, will you take a look at the pumps?
It was an electric glass washer. It looked even older than the barman. It was an electrical plug attached to the glass washer. The white whisk.
Okay.
I couldn't see anything obviously wrong with the machine. I figured it must be the wiring.
Oh, I wanted you to move, you dummy.
Maybe... I replaced the fuse with a piece of wire. I knew it was dangerous, but I was desperate enough to disregard everything I knew about standard safety precautions. Excuse me, Mr. Leary. I fixed your glass washer, no problem.
Bingo! And a blessing to all the saints. A free half-pint to that man on the house. Now, could you take a look at the beer pumps?
Well, I guess so, but I'm not making any promises.
If you can't fix them, I'll have a riot on me hands.
The pumps are in the cellar, right?
That's right. You'll find a flashlight down there somewhere.
It was the lever which locked the trap door. I pushed the lever and heard the grating of metal, but nothing appeared to happen. I pulled the lever. I pushed the lever and heard the grating of metal, but nothing appeared.
Okay, I understand.
I lifted the trap door, and an overpowering smell of stale beer rose from the cellar below. I looked down on a stone-tiled floor, way too far to jump.
Excuse me.
The
There was a
fuck?
nasty
Get
feeling in my
away
guts I
from
usually
me.
associated with light opera. It was Khan. What's the problem?
Did you see what happened here a few minutes ago?
What was that?
A man was involved in an unfortunate accident.
I didn't see anything.
What about the boy?
He doesn't know anything either. The kid, well, you know how it is in these rural communities. Not enough genes to go round. I prayed McGuire had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Was the guy hurt bad?
He's been taken care of, but he thinks he dropped a small parcel. You didn't happen to find it, did you?
If I had, I would have taken it to the police.
Of course. Thank you.
What the fuck?
Hey, McGuire.
What?
What?
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Okay, maybe that just made it lighter in there? Or downstairs?
Now I could see.
Gotcha.
I spotted Mr. Leary's flashlight easily. Then I noticed a flash of light. Something sparkling beneath the open trap door.
Looks like a diamond.
It was Peagram's gem, all right. A large, uncut blue stone. I guess I was already under its spell.
Did you find it?
What?
Whatever you was looking for.
Yeah. Listen, McGuire, I want you to keep this to yourself.
No problemo. Just chuck us up a crate of lager.
No way, you're not old enough.
We can sell it and make some cash.
Forget it, kid. I couldn't betray Mr. Leary's trust.
I could, for sure. That old misery guts deserves it.
If you want to do me a favor, keep a lookout for that guy in the suit.
Okay. But it'll cost you a packet of chips.
Oh, and shout if you see that Ferrari. It was a rusty faucet. It was a... It was the barman's flashlight. It was a large blue gemstone.
Fitzgerald panicked when I caught him, pushed out the pub, and was run over by a leprechaun. Oh, a pixie. Khan rented a leprechaun suit. It must be him. I met Khan face to face. He came right up to me and asked me about the incident. He was looking for something. Fitzgerald must have had the gem in the package. Now all I need to do is find it. Got it. Got the gem that goes with the tripod. Now I just have to figure out what to do with them. Am I supposed to fix this? Shock yourself. Darn.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Does this gem mean anything to you?
Phew. What a beauty. I bet you wish that was real, don't you?
I found your flashlight.
So I see it. You'd better keep hold of that until you fix the pumps.
Check out my card.
I've seen it, for heaven's sake.
Okay, you don't have to yell.
Look, I gotta be going. Hey!
Hello there again, mister.
Do you recognize this gem?
Saints be praised. It must be worth a fortune.
What do you think of this flashlight?
It's not very bright, is it?
I could say the same about some of the present company.
That's true. Don't let him hear you. Keep it under your hat, mister.
That flashlight, like your brain, Dyer, is not switched on.
What do you think of this towel?
Now, there's a fine piece of cloth if ever I did see one. Such craft must surely come from linen cupboards of the Vatican itself.
Bye for now. He wasn't... Excuse me.
Hello.
I have a suspicion that Fitzgerald might have been given something by Pegram.
I thought he acted strangely.
I'm talking about the gem. It was something he said.
Were you not speaking to him when he ran out of the bar?
Yeah, sure. Just talking, that's all. What can you tell me about the gem which Pegram found?
Now there's a gem which should never have been taken. A man would have to be full of greed to covet that stone. What's your interest in the jewel? You're not a reporter, are you?
Oh, no.
Thank the...
Okay.
Goodbye, friend.
I don't think there's anything really else to say to any of the peeps in here.
Hello again.
What?
What does this gem mean to you?
Well, well. Would you look at that? Pretty.
Do you recognize it?
No?
Ah, so you're making snares to trap rabbits.
That's right. Do you have a problem with that?
Damn right I do. Isn't it painful?
Only if I get me fingers caught.
I'm talking about the rabbits. Do they feel much pain?
You bet.
I'll see you later. Hey, McGuire.
What?
Want a closer look at the gem, McGuire?
You better hide that, mister. What if the pixie comes back? You'll be in trouble then.
I don't believe in pixies. Underneath that costume is a psychotic killer.
Smart.
See you later.
Okay, miss.
Okay. Need more than hay. What do you have that could make a handy step? Nothing? I don't have anything. I don't have a damn thing. What the fuck? Lifting tool into the hole in the wall? The lifting tool? There's a hole in the wall? Where's the hole in the wall? What? What am I looking for? Honey. I have to use the sewer thing? What the fuck? I would not even think to use that, to be honest.
There was a narrow crack between two of the stones where the centuries-old mortar had crumbled away.
Oh my god, I didn't realize it
I
was that.
inserted the end of the lifting key in the mortarless crack and gave it a firm shove. It remained lodged in the wall, jutting out to form a step.
I didn't realize it was that long. It literally looks like a tiny little thing.
The lifting key was rammed tightly into the crack in the wall, forming a strong foothold.
Fuck.
I tugged at the lifting key and found it was held quite securely.
Okay. What the fuck is that, bitch?
It was a rusted piece of iron, maybe part of a plow or something.
A plow. Stick your hands in it. What the fuck?
The rope by which the goat was tethered had become tangled on the old plowshare.
fuck? Yo, why he look like the devil? Why that goat look evil? Just evil. Shock that shit. Oh, I can't interact with it anymore. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 things.
The sack contained a fine white powder. As I dipped my fingers into the soft white powder, I realized what it was. Plaster of Paris. I'd used it in kindergarten to make casts of animal paw prints. I reached into the sack. It was a handful of plaster left in the castle by Pegram's archaeology team.
Okay.
There was a pattern of 5 holes arranged on the wall. They'd been drilled there deliberately. It was a statue which had fallen from its place on the wall. 5 fingers of stone projected from the back of the carving. It was a
Okay. Touch it.
The statue was too heavy to lift. It overbalanced into the sand. The statue lay...
Pick it up. Put it down. I don't know.
As I swung the stone upright, I noticed it had left a pattern of holes in the sand.
Oh.
The 5 fingers on the back of the statue had left their impressions in the fine sand. I placed my fingers in the 5 impressions left by the fallen stone.
Just stuck his
It was
fingers
weird.
in there.
They fit perfectly.
He's got square fingers. How fascinating. Okay. Let's look at this.
Behind the altar was a carved panel decorated with animals, birds, and plants.
Touch it.
I tried in vain to move the panel.
Okay. Touch this.
I placed my fingers and thumb into the holes in the wall. Nothing happened.
A cubist girlfriend. Wait, why does it say up here? It says I'm at... Wait. It says I'm at 513%. What the fuck? That's weird.
It was a statue which had 5 fingers of stone. The 5 fingers on the back of the statue had left their impressions in the fine sand. I sprinkled the plaster on the sand until the holes were filled. The patch of sand where the statue had fallen was covered with a dense sprinkling of plaster. I smoothed the plaster level with the sand. It was my first experience of home improvement. The patch of I smoothed. I reached into the sack.
Poor guy's stuck.
The slow drip of water barely dampened the towel. It was a rectangle of toweling printed with the words, Nagopaline Stout builds body.
I know we have to make a mold.
The faucet creaked.
Oh, it literally
coughed, and
works.
spewed out a stream of rusty-colored water.
I am not smart.
I held the towel under the faucet and soaked it with water. I shut off the faucet as tight as I could, but it kept on dripping. The trickle of water was quickly absorbed by the plaster. My improvised plaster cast was slowly drying out. I eased the solid piece of plaster from the sand. Underneath, it had formed a perfect copy of the statue. The plaster cast was a pretty neat replica of the back of the stone, complete with protruding fingers. The hardened plaster cast fitted snugly into the 5 matching sockets. There was a soft thud, then silence.
Lit. That evening back in Paris. Okay, there. I know I'm playing Nico again. Okay. Found part of a photograph which links my father directly with Charcone. He was part of Charcone's organization, a fascist involved in war atrocities. Can it really be true? Papa is the link to this whole business. Was he the real reason why Charcone asked to meet me? I hope George does come over, but this part of the story must remain my own terrible secret.
had messages waiting to be played. I had message.
You have 3 messages.
Hey, Collard, it's me, your favorite editor. Guess what? I'm gonna give you a second chance. I need somebody to write the TV column. Pays lousy, so what's new? If you're interested, drop by the office. In fact, drop by the office anyway. We have to talk, Nico. That story of yours I spiked. It won't go away. You've made some dangerous enemies out there.
Hey, Nico, it's your old pal. I mean, your new pal, George. Oh, Ireland. It's a whole different country. And I got some amazing news for you. Gem of a story, in fact. Oh, gotta go. Yeah, fella here's got a drink lined up for me. See you tomorrow, Nico. Slonsha. Yep, only here for a day and I'm speaking the lingo like a local.
Mademoiselle Coulard, this is Imelda Carchon. I wanted to thank you for being so understanding when... Come to lunch, why don't you? Tomorrow. I might have more news. There's a Monsieur Merlon coming to see me this evening. He says he knows why Pierre was murdered. In fact, he'll be here shortly. I shall let you know what he says. Goodbye, dear girl. Till tomorrow.
Merlin?
She dead.
My God. Merlin's the killer. I better get over there and warn her now. When it came to being two-faced, Imelda was up there with the best. I owed her nothing. But I couldn't just let her die.
I can. Bye, bitch.
I arrived to find the Palais Royal courtyard deserted. I only hoped that I'd beaten the assassin here. I had to warn Imelda before it was too late.
You did it.
If only I could get up to the window. Carchon's front door. There was a fresh scratch on the paint. The kind that's left when someone's picked the lock. If I was right, Imelda was getting a lesson from a mime artist. And it wasn't the old moving staircase routine. A doorbell.
Just dead as bell bottoms. They're kind of coming back in style. TBH. I feel like everything's coming, like everything's in style. I mean, I guess it depends on where you look. But yeah.
Just your average modern art retaining wire. I unhooked the first wire. I released the second wire. Even with both wires removed, the statue remained upright.
Exactly, I agree, Kaylee.
If I could deconstruct this, I could deconstruct anything. The window had been repaired with... The plastic sheet was thick and strong. I'd need more than my hands to tear it. No. No.
Can't you just...
No.
Oh my god.
The window had been repaired. The plastic...
What do you mean? It's a plastic sheet. Like...
No.
Oh my lord have mercy.
Now I'd got this far, I wasn't giving up. I had to find a way in.
Child. You don't have what you need. Gonna leave soon? Ooh, it's late. Drive safe.
No.
What the fuck? Hmm.
Now that's what I call modern art.
She's so fucking dead, dude. She's out like a light. Yeah. Like a light. We open in 3 hours. I gotta get. Oh my god. How are you still working? Or how are you still there?
My God, I'm too late. Imelda. Oh no.
Nico?
Don't worry, you're going to be all right.
You know that isn't true.
It was Merlin, wasn't it?
Dressed as a cavalier. How absurd. You came to warn me, didn't you?
I must be crazy.
Let me see you, Nico.
All this time you were just using me. Which one is the real Imelda?
You are an extraordinary girl. Thierry would have been so proud of you.
You didn't know my father.
So like him. Something about the eyes. I wish we'd had time to get to know each other.
She was gone. She cheated me, lied to me, used me. But why?
Three messages on my answer machine. My editor very worried about the story. George called from Ireland drunk. And finally, Imelda Charcon. She said that a man called Merlin is visiting her for dinner tonight. That's Khan, the costume killer. She's in terrible danger. I have to go and warn her. Broke into her apartment. I make a great cat burglar. So now it's Imelda's turn to die. Another murder by the costume killer, Merlin or Khan, this time dressed as a cavalier. The police won't investigate. They'll just cover it up as they have covered up all the other killings.
Even in death, Imelda looked the same. Beautiful, inscrutable. The Ice Queen alone in her ice palace.
Ice Princess? That's a really dope Azalea Banks song, if anybody's interested. Ice Princess.
Around her neck was a locket.
Off of, Broke with Expensive Taste.
I opened it. Inside was a tiny gold key. I took the key. I had to leave. I knew I could never return.
Don't leave yet. This bitch. Bruh, this bitch. I gotta look
My
at everything
God.
else first. Let me skip this.
Imelda.
Nick,
Don't.
you
It was my
dress. You came.
I must be.
Let me.
Oh, this. You didn't. She was gone.
Just because you work longer
She
shifts
cheated me,
doesn't
lied
mean
to
that
me,
this one isn't long.
used me. But why?
Especially if you're working or you're opening in 3 hours. Like, what the fuck?
A
Get out of there
beautiful
while you still
fireplace.
can.
Though I doubt the Carchons used to cuddle up in front of it with a TV dinner. Climbing up the fireplace would be futile. The Carchons in happier days. Well, before they were both assassinated, at least.
Okay, I guess there isn't much to look at. Nope. Alright.
Even in death, Imelda looked the same. Around her? I opened it. I had to leave. No messages for me. It was the key from Imelda's locket. In the dim light, I caught the reflection of something metallic. A small, sinister-looking metal disc had been tucked under my father's box. It was a bug. Oh, chère cousine. You left me a little present. You shouldn't have. You don't scare me. Espèce de... The box was one of the few things my father left. The elephant on the lid was a perfect
Sorry.
match to Cochon's.
I did not mean to skip that.
The box was carved by my father. It never had a key. I took out the key. I couldn't believe it. Imelda's key opened my father's box. I dreaded what I was going to find inside. It was a photograph of Imelda. But why here? In my father's box? I felt as if a black hole had swallowed me up. Imelda and Cochon grinning. While behind them a village was being razed to the ground.
He
Its
doesn't
people
look too
butchered.
happy.
And there, next to them, staring out at me across the years, my own father. There was a letter. I feared there was even worse to come. Hotel St. Georges, Algiers, Friday.
back.
My darling Thierry, by the time you read this, you'll be safely out of Africa. You need not fear. Pierre and the organization do not know who you're really working for, or about us. Did you think I would betray you? I could not. You wanted me to leave him, but I don't have your courage. I know too much of what has been going on here. They would find me and they would kill us both. Enjoy your life in Paris, Thierry. Your life of honor, of patriotic duty. Do they give medals to spies? No, they'll just give you a funny job in an embassy somewhere. I could never share that with you. Imagine me, a diplomat's wife. So I must stay here with Pierre, the two of us bound together by what we have done to this country. Au revoir, my love. You will be in my heart until I die. Imelda. Suddenly everything made sense. My father had been working undercover for the government. He was one of the good guys after all. He and Imelda must have fallen in love. She'd found out who he really was, so he had to leave. It had broken her heart, but she had never revealed it to anyone. I knew I couldn't either. Whatever he was doing, he'd had good reason to keep it secret. I decided I would respect that and tell nobody. I knew it was George. For a moment I was tempted to pretend that I was out, or ask him to go away and come back later. But then... Come in.
Hello, George. So, where did you stay last night?
At McDevitt's. I got to drinking with Doyle and a couple of the guys.
That explains why you look so ill today. Did you get any sleep at all?
Not much. I had to share the room with another guy.
Did he snore?
Hardly. He was dead.
And you say Pegram has disappeared?
Without a trace. But my visit wasn't a complete waste of time.
Pegram's gem?
The Templar's gem. Whoever Jacques Marquet is, he's in for a disappointment.
Jacques Marquet?
He's the guy who should have collected the gem from Fitzgerald.
What are your plans?
I want to find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a hanged man.
That makes sense. I really like that story between Imelda and Nico's father. That was really beautiful, but also bittersweet. Kind of. I like that though. That was cool. Okay.
Look, Nico, a handful of plaster.
Yeah. Why is it that men never really grow up?
What's your problem, sister?
Your pockets stuffed with useless junk like little
Sister.
boys.
You never know when useless junk might come in handy.
Love that.
No.
What
Do you
the
want this
fuck?
photograph back?
No, you keep it. I can always make another print.
Do you want to look after the gem?
No, George. I'd be too tempted to sell it.
Okay.
Let's take another look at the manuscript. There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. A knight with a crystal ball. The knight's scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
Looking through his item sounded like a conversation with Rayman. Oh no, not another reference I don't
Look there,
understand.
2 guys on the same horse. What are your plans?
I want to find out who, what, or where. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a...
Bye, Kaylee. Good luck with work. I appreciate you. Thanks for chilling.
I can't sit here all day, much as I'd like to.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lobinot at the Kron Museum.
Shit.
And why don't you see if Rosso has heard anything?
Okay. Anything else I can do for you while I'm out?
Thank
Shopping,
you.
a trip to the laundromat?
Just take care of yourself.
I wish you would tell George the truth.
I so much wanted to talk to George about everything that had happened, but I knew I never could. My father's connection to Africa would have to remain a secret forever. His bravery would be known only to the government and to me. Revealing it would just damage his memory. People would take the story and twist it. Before long, he would be the villain and Carchon would be the hero. I know how they do that. I'm a journalist.
Yeah, but that's not George. Like, George wouldn't do that, would he? The ghost of Lochmain is no more than a fierce billy goat. For a moment I thought it was going to be incredibly awkward to get past, but in the end it was surprisingly simple. Who would have known? Mika will be impressed. I figured out how to open a secret door under the castle, which revealed my next big clue, an image of a gibbet in a place called Montfaucon, whatever the fuck. I'll just join the locals for a quick beer before heading back to Paris. Need to find out what Mont is all about, something to do with a hanging man, and I need to find out more about the mysterious Marquise. Okay. I wanted to leave. Talk to that florist.
Hello, Georges.
Georges.
What are your plans?
I want to find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name.
Okay.
I can't sit here all day, much as I'd like to.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lopinot at the Kron Museum. And why don't you see if Rousseau has heard anything?
Okay. Anything else I can shout?
It's probably gonna put me at the map again. Okay. Police station. Okay.
It was just some police paper. Sergeant Moo?
Yes.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you, Sergeant?
You already showed me, monsieur.
Okay.
I'd like to report an assault.
Yes, monsieur?
I'm the...
I see. And
outside the hotel, they stopped.
Could you describe
this? One look, their name...
No.
Have you heard of a man called Marquet?
Yes. He used to be known as the Mole of Montmartre. I heard he's been hospitalized, probably by one of his rivals.
Which hospital was Marquet taken to?
The Hagenmeyer Clinic, in the Avenue des Hérissons.
Why was Marquet known as the Mole of Montmartre?
Because he lived in Montmartre, I suppose.
Yeah, but why the mole?
I don't know. Maybe he ruined people's lawns.
See you later, Sergeant.
Does this dude have anything new to say? Or is he just gonna say the same shit? Don't you dare.
Hi there. Remember me? Huh? Who? I'm... so I take...
Oh my god, he just says the same fucking shit. Literally, okay, bye. Bye, dude. I guess there's nothing to do over here. Nope. We're done with this area for now.
Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
I found this gem at a medieval site in Ireland.
That means nothing to me, monsieur.
How did you manage to get this job?
I had the right qualifications, a military manner, school weak issues, and an irrational hatred of children.
Lol.
Do you reckon? No.
Okay.
Have you ever heard?
Oh no, I don't frequent places like that.
Does this white powder mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Do you know anything about the Knights of the Temple?
No, sir. Not a sausage.
The sign on the tripod says, It was found at a Templar preceptory.
It does?
Yeah. It doesn't mention John Dee at all.
Most remiss.
You don't know anything about the tripod, do you?
No,
Okay.
I owe what little education. He was an optician. He taught me the alphabet. The bottom row of the chart was...
Why don't you start over? You
Okay,
know,
we had this
do it at
conversation.
your age? Can you give me any further information about the tripod?
Certainly, monsieur. It's infamous. That tripod, that belonged to John Dee.
What's the importance of John Dee's tripod?
Dee was the most famous skipper.
Don't you mean alchemist?
Well, what?
Okay, we had this conversation.
Yeah. Can I take a close...
What? Get it? That tripod is protected.
How sophisticated?
A painfully...
Okay.
How?
By the slightest pressure on it.
It strikes me that to call your...
It has never failed.
Okay.
Do you know anything about medieval manuscripts?
Not me, monsieur. I am no scholar. Though people often mistake me for one. It is the uniform, I guess. They see the clothes. They are impressed.
And they ask you to park their cars?
They ask me to park the... No. They assume I am an authority on the exhibits in my care.
Whereas you know next to nothing about history.
Of course not. All I am saying is, I am no scholar. Not like Monsieur Lobineau.
Thanks for your help. The case contained the tripod shown on the manuscript.
I think I'll go to the hospital first. Okay, drive safe.
There was no sign of the crew of the ambulance. I felt a little guilty as I tried the door, like I was about to rob a grave. I gripped the handle with an involuntary tremble in my hand and pulled. The door was locked.
Oh shit. Put your food's on the ground. Your food is down. Your food is over there. It's right there on the ground, right there. Get it. If you're hungry, it's already there. You just gotta get it. I remember this too. Dude, I was a lot farther than I thought I was. I mean, by the percentage, I was at least halfway through the game.
The guy seemed to be practicing his air of authority. Today, he was working on his withering stare. Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Really? If you wish to make an appointment, see the receptionist.
Your food. Get your food. Your food. Dummy, dummy.
Does this white powder mean anything to you?
No, sir. I do not pretend to know the pharmacist's job.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, sir. I do not.
Do you recognize this red nose, sir?
No, I do not.
Get it.
This is a hospital, not a circus ring. We minister to the sick in body, not the sick in mind.
What do you make of this tissue, sir?
If I were you, I'd have the sample analyzed.
May I have the honor of shaking you by the hand?
You may not. I don't encourage physical contact between my staff.
Does this tool mean anything to you?
Sacre bleu! That's exactly what I needed in my last operation.
It is?
I had to improvise with a knitting needle and a couple of corks. If only you'd been on hand at the time. My patient would have given his right arm for it.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamat?
No, sir, I have not.
Does the name Thomas Merlin mean anything to you?
No, it does not.
Look at this, Doc. It's a genuine medieval type gemstone.
Yes, so I see. Remarkable.
I have to take this gem to Marquet. He might be able to explain its significance.
My dear chap, Marquet has other things on his mind right now.
Like what?
His catheter, for one.
I'm looking for a guy named Jacques Marquet.
In which department does he work?
He doesn't. He's a patient.
I see. You do realize there are strict policies regarding visiting hours, don't you?
This is important. I have to talk to Marquet urgently.
We make no exceptions to the rules.
It's a matter of life and death.
The well-oiled running of this hospital is a matter of life and death. That's why we have rules.
I think I ought to warn you that Marquet is not what he seems.
Explain yourself.
He's in league with a bunch of guys who want to take over the world.
Nonsense. Besides, Marquet's employers have paid in advance for one of our most exclusive private rooms.
Could you tell me who Marquet's employers are?
Certainly not.
Thanks for your help.
All right.
The woman managed to look overworked and hassled, though she didn't appear to be doing anything. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Is this the Hagenmeyer Clinic?
That's correct.
I thought I was in a garden center.
Oh, the plans. They were my idea. A little greenery to evoke the spirit of nature. How may I help you?
Have you seen this man here at the clinic?
No, sir. And I never forget a face.
What?
Oh, it's a clown's nose.
Can you think of any use for this greasy tissue?
I guess you could use it to baste a roast turkey.
Is this plaster any use to you?
I'm allergic to plaster.
What does...
Is it a crack detector?
Huh?
Polar explorers use them to poke about in the snow.
Oh, no. Have you heard of the Club Alamat?
No. It sounds romantic, doesn't it?
Look at this ID pass.
So you're Merlin. Marquet's been asking for you.
For me?
Yes. He was shouting your name when they brought him in here. Now, let me see. He was on Ward B12, as I recall. Oh, he's being transferred to... Oh, dear. He's on Ward J2. That's Nurse Grendel's ward.
What does this gem suggest to you?
I advise you not to flash that around.
I'd like to shake you by the hand.
Don't be fresh, young man.
What's so bad about Nurse Grendel?
She runs that ward like a South American prison.
Keeping a well-disciplined ward isn't a crime, is it?
Well disciplined. In the discipline and punishment stakes, she'd whip the butt off the Marquis de Sade. Everything, I mean everything, is done to a strict routine. 6 o'clock, alarm call. 6:10, bowel movements, and woe betide anyone who doesn't have a result. Those patients of hers are like Pavlova's dogs.
She sounds like a real nightmare.
And then some.
If Nurse Grendel is that bad, how come the authorities tolerate her?
She's like part of the furniture.
I was beginning to get the picture. This woman was jealous, with a big green capital J. How do I find Nurse Grendel's ward?
Down the corridor on the left, turn right at the senior consultant's washroom. Right again at the executive coffee lounge. Bear left past the administrator's sauna. And turn left at the end. That's J2. And good luck.
Thanks for your help, ma'am.
You're welcome.
What is this, French? I can't fucking read French. I know she said left, but I'm gonna
As
go
I
right.
turned the corner, I saw the source of the hellish noise which echoed through the corridors. It was an industrial polishing machine with an odd-looking guy in tow. He looked blissfully happy, for no apparent reason. The door didn't have a sign or label or any kind of identification.
Hey now, you can't go in there.
How come?
I'm responsible for the contents of that cupboard.
Cupboard? Okay.
Hello.
What's that?
I said hello.
Oh, hiya.
I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
That's what I thought you said. Don't look so down in the mouth. No matter how bad things seem, I never let life get on top of me.
Oh, yeah? What's your secret?
Why, it's easy. All you have to do is smile and whistle this little tune.
You know what? If you start whistling, I'll bust you in the teeth.
It's a deal.
Do you recognize this powder?
Is that dandruff?
No way.
It sure looks like dandruff.
It's plaster.
Ugh.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Who is it?
That's what I'm asking you. Have you seen him before?
How should I know? You haven't told me who he is.
Take a look at the photo.
Yeah, okay.
Now, have you seen him before?
No.
Butchie. 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 Stop. Butchie.
Take a look at this red nose.
Are you a policeman?
No,
Hey.
this is a clown's nose, not a
Butchie.
policeman's.
Stop.
What does this
Relax.
tissue suggest to you?
You have a cold. What you need is vitamin C.
Vitamin C.
Would you like to shake my hand?
Not until I've washed, if you don't mind, sir.
Would this tool be any use to you?
No, sir. Mr. Shiny has no user-serviceable parts. Whatever that means.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
You should never, ever play with matches.
I know that, but
Butchie.
People get hurt when they do. They end up in hospital, like the burger lady. She was so burned up, they didn't know whether to use bandages or onions.
do you recognize this pass?
No, I don't. Should I?
No, but I wondered if you'd seen a stranger flashing it about.
No, sir. But if I had, Mr. Shiny would take care of him.
What do you think of this, Sam?
Oh, boy. What is it?
A priceless gemstone, found in a medieval castle in Ireland. Get me into Marquet's ward, and it's yours.
I don't wear jewellery.
If this gem was yours, you'd be able to buy 100 Mr. Shinies.
Don't be silly. There's only one Mr. Shiny.
Have you seen any unsavory characters lurking about in the quarters?
No, sir, I haven't. But I've got nothing to worry about. What's that, Mr. Shiny? You'd take good care of the rascals, I'll bet you would. With a friend like him, I've no fear of oppressors.
It must be a great comfort.
He is.
Do you know where I'd find a patient called Marquet?
No, I'm not allowed on the wards with Mr. Shiny.
Would Mr. Shiny be your polishing machine by any chance?
Please, don't call him that. He's more of a friend than a machine. I've had Mr. Shiny for 3 years, and he's never let me down once.
How come you got so attached to a polishing machine?
I asked you not to call him that. He's got a name, you know.
Yeah, Mr. Shiny. It's just that...
You think it's odd, don't you? I don't mind. The rest of the staff think I'm twisted. I heard them snorking behind me back when I gave Mr. Shiny his weekly pull-through.
See you later.
Yeah, take care now.
As I tugged the plug out of the socket, the polishing machine coughed, spluttered, and died.
Mr. Shiny, what's wrong, pal?
Where'd she stop, please?
Hello.
Oh, hi. No whistling, right?
Right. Are you having trouble with Mr. Shiny?
Yes, I am. I don't know what's got into him today. He keeps pulling his plug.
See you later.
Yeah, take care now.
The connector in the socket supplied electricity to the polishing machine.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Oh, hi. Is this Ward J2?
Yes, sir. The patients are ready for your inspection, Doctor.
Thank you, nurse.
You'll need this, Doctor.
She gave me a long, narrow metal box and a stunning smile. Thanks.
Could you take a look at the client in bed number 3 now? His name is Eric Sopmarsh.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I don't.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I don't.
Why can we keep asking her? She doesn't. It's weird.
Do you recognize this red nose?
Oh dear. I don't think he'll be needing that again.
Who?
Monsieur Boissy, the comatose clown.
Do you recognize the...
Oh.
Who?
Okay.
Monsieur Boissy.
Does this mean anything to you?
The Club à la Moute? I've never heard of it.
Would she know? No.
Do you reckon?
No, I don't. It looks like a chronic health risk to me.
Well, I've been carrying it around for days, and I'm okay. Do you know Merlin of Gruber Electronics?
No, I don't.
Do you know...
No.
Okay.
What is this device?
It's for taking the patient's blood pressure, doctor.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
It's beautiful, but I've never seen it before.
Would you like to shake hands with me?
Well...
No, it's okay. Forget it. Do you have any clowns on the ward?
Why, yes, we do. A professional clown.
I'll bet he lightens the place up.
Hardly. Monsieur Boissy has been in a coma for the last 3 months.
What's wrong with Boissy?
He was involved in a very nasty accident. A silly stunt involving a unicycle. His current condition is due to post-traumatic shock. It's unlikely he'll ever perform as a clown again.
It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. Do you have a patient named Marquet on this ward?
Oui, monsieur. He is in the private room at the end of the ward. He has been placed in strict isolation.
Why is Marquet in quarantine?
If you wish to know more, you'll have to speak to Herr Hagenmeier. All I know is that Marquet's room is strictly out of bounds.
Do you know who paid for Marquet's room?
No, of course I don't.
Preferential treatment like that must cost an arm and a leg.
That's not my concern, monsieur.
Okay.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir, monsieur.
The nurse was stunningly beautiful. The guys on this ward sure were lucky to be in her care.
What the fuck?
Doctor!
What is it?
You haven't taken my blood pressure.
Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
Of course I am.
No, you're not. Dr. Monroe never did it like that.
I can't take a satisfactory reading while you're excited like this. I'll come back later. This guy didn't look sick to me. He didn't have spots or stitches, and he certainly didn't have a fever. Hello? Anybody home?
Who are you?
My name is Dr. Stobart, and I'm here to steer you down the rocky road to recovery.
Dr. Monroe said there was no cure for what I've got.
Your problem is you stayed in bed too long.
Are you sure you're a qualified doctor?
You better believe it. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, Doctor. Who is it?
A cold-blooded killer.
Amber, thank you for the sub. 4 months. Sub anniversary. Let's go. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Do you recognize this red nose?
Doesn't that belong to Boissy?
No. I found it in a sewer.
He's a clown, you know. You wouldn't think so to look at him now, would you?
Have you any idea what this is?
No, Doctor.
Come here.
I wouldn't even like to guess.
1 second. I gotta take care of my dog. 1 second. Alright, I'm back. I'm okay. I'm chilling. Thanks for asking.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
I'm not really a nightclub man, Doctor.
Have you heard of a guy called Merlin?
No, Doctor.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
No, Doctor.
No, doctor.
Do you know what this is?
It looks like plaster.
Do you know what this tool is used for?
I'd rather not, Doctor.
I'm going to take your blood pressure.
Why?
I'm a doctor. It's my job. Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
Maybe not. What can you tell me about Marquet?
He's the man in the private room, isn't he? That room was mine before I was tossed out like a common squatter.
This game reminds me of Emerald City Confidential. It's an adventure point and click that deals with the Wizard of Oz world. The thing, though, is that it's really dark and has a twisted take on the world of Oz. Ooh, that sounds cool. Emerald City Confidential. Oh, it's on Steam. 2009 computer adventure game. This looks cool. Yeah, it's a point and click. I'll have to wait for when it goes on sale. I'm sure it's super cheap. Thanks for telling me about that. That's cool. And it was amazing? Hell yeah.
Do you know what's wrong with Marquet?
They won't even say what's wrong with me. Tell me, Doctor, what's your opinion?
It's too early to say.
But I've been here for 3 months.
What's your impression of Nurse Grendel?
She's a very efficient young woman.
Efficient? You make her sound like a vacuum cleaner.
I've no complaints.
The woman in reception described Nurse Grendel as a monster.
Well, that's simply not true. She's quite strict, but that's her job, isn't it? You've got to have discipline in a place like this.
I'll come back later.
I'm not coming back if I have anything to say about it.
Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur?
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir.
What is this game about? It's like a murder mystery.
Hello.
Oh, hi! No whistling, right?
Right.
One half of it is you play Nico and you're trying to figure out why these people are being murdered. Like, you play the girl, and then when you play George, the dude, you're trying to, like, figure out this, like, ancient old treasure. Shit, John. Something like that.
See you later.
Yeah, take care now.
Really showed how much the characters changed? Gotcha. That sounds dope.
Hi, I'm Dr. Stobart.
Yes, sir?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Who the fuck is this person?
The young man's face was full of eagerness and enthusiasm. I figured he was fresh from college. Hi, I'm Dr. Stobart.
Yes, sir?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I'm trying to talk to this dude. Welcome home, Justin. Now you can get some sleep.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Yes, sir? Pleased to meet you, sir.
Call me George if you like.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's my name.
My name's Benoit, but everyone calls me Bunny.
Bunny?
That's right. I used to have this cute habit when I was a kid.
Keep it to yourself, Benoit.
Then I'm going to bed. Yeah.
Do you know what this white powder is?
No, sir?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. I've never seen him before.
Does this false nose...
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
What does this tissue...
Is that a nasal discharge, sir?
No, it's grease paint. Shake my hand, Benoit.
I don't...
How come?
Dermatitis.
I don't have dermatitis.
I do.
What does...
Isn't that used to snap the patient's ribs when exploring the abdomen?
Wait, how does someone like to party? Oh my god. It's plaster.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamet?
No, sir.
It's plaster.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Merlin?
No, sir.
Here, take this pressure gauge.
Thank you, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
Well, keep it safe until I think of something. Does this gem mean anything to you?
Not me, sir.
Do you know anything about a patient named Marquet?
No, sir, I don't know much about any of the patients.
I've never met a doctor who admits that he's only human.
I'm only a trainee, sir. I'm sure I'll get the hang of things.
Do you know the nurse on Ward J2?
No, monsieur. This is my first day here. I can't wait to get my hands dirty. I was talking about treating my first patient, of course. I didn't mean I'd get my hands dirty with a nurse.
Shut up, Benoit.
Okay, sir.
Jesus.
See you later.
Right.
Excuse me, sir.
Aha! Just the man. You must be the new boy.
Yeah, I must be.
Well, stop wandering about and make yourself useful. Bernie, come here, boy. This is Benoit, my nephew. Can I trust you to look after him?
I don't speak Russian. Sorry. No.
Do your own babysitting, Gramps. Who do you think you are, anyhow?
I am Felix Hagenmeyer.
And may I say what an honor it is to meet you in person, sir. You are on my medical wall of fame. Right up there with Pasteur and Leary. I look on it as a privilege, no, an honor, to look after your nephew, sir.
He is fresh out of medical school. It will open his eyes to see a real doctor on the job.
I'll bet.
Show him around. Let him see some real suffering.
No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna babysit him. Leave me alone.
Excuse me, sir.
I don't know what that says. Sorry.
Thanks for your help.
They both take me. Oh, they take me to the same place. Okay. Okay.
Hi, it's me again.
Take his. Oh God.
I'll come back. Hey, Benoit.
Yes, sir?
Do you still have that gauge I gave you?
Ah, yes. What do you want me to do with it?
Use it on Eric Sopmarsh.
Okay.
Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir.
Now what the fuck do I do? the fuck? What the fuck? How long is his blood pressure? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm doing.
The connector in the...
This is dead.
Excuse me, sir. Thanks for your help.
What the fuck? I don't know what to do. He's like doing his blood pressure and he keeps doing it. I'm very confused. Oh, I can go. Wow, I didn't even realize I could go over here. I'm literally fucking stupid. That's fine.
He sat like a statue of a sack of potatoes. The cop's eyes were as watchful as a hawk's.
What? What? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I'm Dr. Stobart.
Bonjour, docteur.
Bonjour.
Can you think of any sensible use for this plaster?
Sensible? No. Puerile? Yes. But you probably thought of those already.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I have never seen him before.
Do you recognize...
Don't care.
Okay.
What? It looks as if it has been used to wipe Satan's bottom.
Okay.
I hate to say it, but you could be right.
The fuck?
What do you think this tool is used for?
Branding mice without bending down.
What the fuck?
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamet?
No. It sounds Middle Eastern.
Are you Thomas Merlin of Gruber Electronics?
No.
Then you won't be needing this. Would you like to shake hands?
What for?
As a gesture of goodwill.
On reflection? No.
Do you recognize this gem?
It isn't an emerald, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Have you seen any suspicious characters on the ward?
Yeah, I have.
A gorilla and a weasel?
No. This was a tatty old bear.
How is the bear acting suspiciously?
Well, he was wearing a homburg.
Is that against the law?
No, but it's pretty weird for a bear.
Have you heard of a guy called Marquet?
He's in quarantine, Doc, right behind this here door.
Marquet is just the man I wanted to see.
I wouldn't go in there if I was you. He has anthrax.
I have to visit my patient.
What for?
Routine. I have to check he's still breathing.
What if he's not?
I'll sign the certificate and register his bed as vacant.
That's a cold and distant attitude to death.
Well, I've been institutionalized to the point of godlike aloofness.
The white coat suits you.
Thanks. Catch you later, officer.
Au revoir, Doc.
Ew, that man look gone.
Marquet?
Yes. I am Marquet. I've been expecting you.
Ew, you need some Robitussin.
What are you waiting for? Get it over with.
I just want to know what I should do with the gem.
The Lochmar gem.
Yeah, right here in my pocket.
I thought you were one of the assassins.
Not me. I never inhaled.
So, you were sent in my place?
Yeah. You could hardly make the trip to Ireland in your condition. What should I do with the gem?
Deliver it to the Grand Master. Quickly tell him that I have found the tripod. Right here in Paris.
What, you have it?
Not yet, but it's being taken care of. I hired a couple of stooges with a flair for petty crime.
Would that be Flap and Guido by any chance?
You know them as for Klausner. He has gone off to Syria on a wild goose chase.
They have geese in Syria?
He has a theory about the location of the...
That's enough excitement for one day, Monsieur Marquet. What are you doing here?
Talking to this patient, of course.
Monsieur Marquet is my patient. If Herr Hagenmeyer was to hear that...
Okay, I'm going. I'd learned all I could from Marquet anyhow.
Ah, there you are, sir. I was just coming to look for you. I finished with your pressure gauge.
Thanks, Bunny.
What's that noise? It sounds as if someone's having a cardiac arrest.
Gotta
It's
go.
all right. The doctor's in there with him.
Are you sure he was a doctor?
Oui, monsieur. He showed me his ID. It was Dr. Braille.
There's no Dr. Braille working here.
He's an imposter.
Bye-bye.
The door's locked. Help me, officer.
Stand back, monsieur.
He did. He did. Oh, he did. Back in Nico's apartment.
Hello, Georges.
Maybe not. I found Jacques Marquet.
Did he talk?
Yeah, he talked. For the very last time.
He's dead.
Yeah, killed in cold blood by a bogus doctor.
That's despicable. What kind of guy would pass himself off as a doctor and take advantage of a dying man? Was it Khan?
No, I don't know who he was, but it certainly wasn't Khan. He got away, out the window.
Jesus.
Have you ever heard of the Hashi Ashin?
No.
Marquet said that they were his biggest enemy.
His biggest enemy was the bogus doctor.
Don't remind me. That guy was evil. He had wild, staring eyes like a dead fish. I'll never trust a doctor again. Do you think the assassin was responsible for killing Marquet?
I don't think so. He could have finished him off the first time. Besides, Marquet would have recognized him.
He was pumped to the gills with sedatives. He wouldn't have recognized the four horsemen of the apocalypse unless they'd introduced themselves. Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Okay. He's
There's
gonna
a
make me.
There's
Look.
a
Why does
twin.
it make me look at all of them? That's so weird.
I guess I'd better go back and talk to that weirdo.
Which one, Rousseau or Sergeant Mou? Oh, but you're referring to Andre.
I'll let you work it out.
Okay. Oh, there's somebody else here.
He was a thin-faced, pallid guy with a questionable taste in outlandish clothes. My mother used to dress like that. I beg your pardon. Are you Andre Lobineau?
That's me. You want my autograph?
No. I was told you may be able to help me.
Help?
My name is George Stobart. I'd like your professional opinion.
Well, okay. Shoot.
Caden, thank you for the raid and the host. How is Spyro? I literally watched your whole stream. I watched your whole stream. It looked, oh my god, that one part where you were like you were trying to like platform these like little metal things that would come out for a few seconds and then go back in, but then there was like a third one that was like really a lot higher, and I'm like, how are they gonna get up there? And then another one where it was like you were on like this track, you were in this cart, and that looked annoying too. I'm not much of a 3D platform person or like a platform type gamer, but that shit looked like that shit looked frustrating. Anyway, I hope you had a good stream. We're just chilling, playing some Broken Sword. This game is like all dialogue and just listening to people talk, which isn't a problem, but yeah.
Do you recognize this white powder, Andre?
No.
No.
Does the guy in this photograph look familiar to you?
No.
No.
Take a look at this nose, Lobineau.
It really doesn't
No.
interest me, Georgie.
Okay. Georgie.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing.
I'd like to shake you by the hand, Andre.
Not now, Georgie.
What do you make of this tool?
Interesting. Where did you get it?
From a dig in Paris.
Vraiment? I didn't realize there were any excavations in progress in the city.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Alamut is the name of the place where the Hashashin were based.
Where is it?
Somewhere in what used to be called Persia. I'm not too hot on modern geography, I'm afraid. The most recent map I have shows America as an English colony.
What do you make of this ID card?
Nothing.
No. What do you make of this?
It's the biggest gemstone I've ever seen. Where did you get it?
From Professor Pegram's messenger boy.
Pegram? Professor Nigel Pegram? He's in Ireland, investigating a Templar site, isn't he?
He was, until he disappeared.
Did Pegram find this on his dig?
Yeah, the site where this was found was a Templar castle. Do you think it could be part of the Templar treasure?
No, I shouldn't think so. You're not one of those crazies who think the Templars still exist, are you?
Well, I try to keep an open mind on the matter. I think you ought to know that the tripod is going to be stolen.
The Lochman tripod? No.
It's true. I can give you a description of the thieves.
Before the supposed event has taken place?
I heard them planning the raid.
They're wasting their time. The tripod is protected by a state-of-the-art alarm system.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
What does this white powder smell like? No. Oh my god. They're slaying me. It is a murder mystery. Oh my, you clever
Why don't you
being.
loan the tripod to me for safekeeping?
Because I'd never see it again.
Well, don't you trust me?
It's not a question of trust, George. That tripod is hundreds of years old and extremely fragile.
I get your point. Do you know Pegram well?
Not really. I met him at a conference. I would have liked to talk to him in depth, but I didn't have time.
When was this?
Oh, back in the summer, July, I think.
Have you ever heard of the Hashashin?
Why, yes. It was a radical Muslim sect whose name became synonymous with murder. It was formed in 11th century Persia, shortly before the Crusades.
At roughly the same time as the Templars.
Yes, they gave a new word to our language. Assassini, the assassins.
How did the assassins get their name?
From the legends surrounding the secrets of their initiation rites. A young man who sought to join the sect was given hashish until he drifted into dreams. He awoke to find himself in a fabulous garden with everything he could wish for. The freshest water, the most delicious food, the choicest hash, and the most delectable women imaginable.
Cool. Do you have the address?
Cool.
I haven't finished the story. There was a price to pay for this taste of paradise.
Wouldn't you just know it?
The young man would wake the next day to find himself back in the real world. He was told that he'd been given a glimpse of the heaven reserved for holy martyrs. A heaven he would enjoy for eternity if he was willing to join the Hashashin.
How did the assassins operate?
Well, as I explained, the new recruits would be only too willing to die for the cause. They'd be instructed in the use of the dagger, poisons, and disguise. Then, the Grand Master of the sect would name an enemy of Allah.
And they'd stop at nothing to eliminate that enemy.
You got it. They were fearless and deadly.
Does the cult of the assassins still exist?
Take a look around at the world today. You tell me.
Does the name Montfaucon mean anything to you?
Sure. It was the most grisly spectacle in Paris until the Revolution.
A public toilet?
Montfaucon was the place of execution for many thousands. A dark temple of death, with row upon row of arches, each one framing a grim exhibit. Scores of rotting corpses swung on creaking rope, while the crows devoured their flesh.
That explains the image of the hanged man. I found a reference to Montfaucon in Ireland, in a village called Lochmarn. Where was the site of Montfaucon?
To the northeast, near the Canal Saint-Martin, but there's nothing there now. The old gibbet was torn down during the Revolution.
Real tripod was the friends you made along the way. Top-notch security officer Bon from the Biker Cubs. Oh my god, right? And a big bell that makes a lot of noise. French in broadcasting death.
I'd like your opinion on a medieval manuscript.
Vraiment? Do you have it with you?
No, it's too fragile. And besides, there are certain people who'd stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Intriguing. Do you have a copy of the text?
There isn't much. Only a few Latin phrases. I was kind of hoping you'd help decipher the pictures.
Without seeing the manuscript, that's a tall order.
Just tell me one thing. What does the image of two men riding on the same horse suggest to you?
The Knights Templar. Does the Templar seal appear on this manuscript? I'd love to see that for myself.
Can you tell me anything about the Knights Templar?
I sure can, Georgie. Soldiers,
Georgie.
diplomats, mercenaries, monks, bankers, you name it, the Templars fit the bill. The greatest fighting force in Christendom, the militia of Christ.
Jeez. How did the Templars get their name?
From the building in which they set up their headquarters. The King of Jerusalem gave them part of a mosque on the Temple Mount. It was said to have been the site of the original Temple of Solomon. The order became known first as the Knights of the Temple, and later as the Knights Templar.
You're a mine of information, Andre.
Glad to be of help, Georgie.
How come the Templars became so wealthy?
There was a constant stream of new recruits to their ranks, many from noble families. They were required to swear a sacred oath of poverty, chastity, and obedience. So, their money, goods, and lands were donated to the order. The Templars soon held land in France, Scotland, England, Spain, most of Europe, in fact. The poor Knights of Christ became the wealthiest power in Christendom.
Is it true the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found?
Who knows? So little knowledge of what really happened remains. Or if it does, the truth has never been made public.
What do you mean by that?
The Templars have attained a mythological status, like the King Arthur of the Britons. There are people even now who say the Templars still exist.
Do you think that's likely?
No, not for a minute.
The manuscript is being looked after by a friend.
In Paris?
Yeah. Not far from here, in fact.
Well, just give me the address and I'll come round and take a look.
I'm not so sure about that. Maybe I should check with her first.
A female friend?
Yeah, she's a woman. This friend who has the manuscript?
Oui, the anonymous girlfriend.
She lives at 361.
I know it well. I'll drop by.
He just...
Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
Motherfucker, what? I know I did not just sit through all of that fucking dialogue for your stupid... Maybe I should check with her first. Immediately tells him, like... I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna kill you with my bare hands. Horsing around.
Hello, Georges.
Do you think the assassin was responsible for killing Marquet?
I don't think so. He could have finished him off the first time. Besides, Marquet would have recognized him.
He was pumped to the gills with sedatives. He wouldn't have recognized the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse unless they'd introduced themselves.
Oh, by the way, I had a visit from André Lobineau.
Oh, yeah. I hope you didn't mind me giving him your address.
Not at all. It was lovely to see him again. He was over the moon when I showed him the manuscript. It's not often he gets that excited. He made a sketch of the Knight's crest to take back to the museum. I believe he's identified the family who bear that crest.
I sure hope so. I'd better get back to the quest. Hi, Andre.
Hello, Georgie. Hey, I visited Nicole's apartment.
Yeah, she told me you came by.
Ooh, quite a fine Georgie boy. I didn't expect anything quite so sexy.
I hope you're referring to the manuscript.
Oui, of course.
Fanfiction, 2 men on the same horse.
What did you make of the manuscript?
It dates from the time of the Crusades.
We guessed that from the Templar seal.
It's a story and pictures like a modern-day comic book.
What story does the manuscript tell?
I don't know. It was probably produced for the tourist market.
Tourists?
Oh, we pilgrims in our thousands on our way to Jerusalem. The tourist trade is nothing new, you know. It's been around for centuries. Ever since Joshua made a packet selling souvenir bricks from the walls of Jericho.
Have you deciphered any of the images on the manuscript?
There's very little I can be sure about. The slang of the bull could be a reference to Mithras.
Who's he?
A Persian god, almost as popular as Christ at one time. The only thing I can be sure of is the knight. He's Spanish.
How can you tell that?
The writing on the shield, the reference to Ave Maria. No self-respecting knight from Northern Europe would have borne a coat of arms like that.
Can you identify the knight's coat of arms?
I already did, Georgie. He's a member of the De Vasconcelos family from the Costa Calida.
Were they famous?
No. They're not mentioned after the 15th century.
Oh.
The spotlight of history moved on. They are probably long dead.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
Thought I was some sort of assassin. Seems someone is trying to stop him reforging a sword. He wanted me to deliver the gem to some guy called the Grand Master. Marquis said those thugs from the hotel would try to steal the tripod. He also mentioned someone called Klausner, who the assassin might have followed to Syria. Very confusing. But before I could get any explanation, I was ordered out by a doctor, who wasn't a real doctor because he then murdered him. These people certainly don't mess around. Labanel guy is such a jerk. Look at me. Look how much I know about the Knights Templar. Well, I guess he did know about the Hashashin, and he knew about Mon and where I need to head.
Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Do you know anything about the knight?
No.
Beside
No.
yeah.
Why does
you
it
don't
say
know.
that's new dialogue?
Why don't
It's
you-
not.
and you're-
It's not. Don't lie. It's not. Goodbye.
Thanks.
I must go. Get me out. I don't think there's anything to do here. Fanfiction writing horn dog. Well, call him like you see him, I guess. Honestly, I am so completely uninterested in this, like, Templar shit. Like, I don't care about this treasure. Honestly, I could not care less. I want to play Nico. I want to play the girl. But I'm always playing George. And it's just like, I don't fucking care. I do not care. I just want to know why this guy is dressing up as different costumes. He was a leprechaun. He was a cavalier. He was a clown. He was a mime. He's out here costume killer. Okay. I'm here for that. I'm interested in that. I'm sure it ties in, but like this treasure, this Templar shit, like I do not care. Like I don't care.
I once read a list of low-stress jobs. It didn't include police work. Obviously, this guy hadn't read the same list. Excuse me, officer. Do you know what this is?
Aha! You Americans with your notorious nose candy. I
Nose
read Hollywood
candy.
Wives. I know all about it.
If you tried to sniff this stuff, you'd wall up your nostrils. It's plaster of Paris.
It is. Thank heaven. For one awful moment, I thought I might actually have to arrest somebody. Alors, the paperwork. You have no idea.
Have you seen this man before?
No. Who is it?
I believe him to be an international assassin.
Oh.
Is that all you can say? Oh.
I did wonder if I should say that I believe you to be an international paranoiac, but it didn't seem polite.
Does this red nose mean anything to you?
Aha! A prosthetic nose. Very significant.
It is?
No, I am just having a little joke.
What do you...
Delightful.
Hell no.
Then...
Would you like... I stopped myself barely in time. Electrocuting a cop would not have been smart. They'd rebuild the Bastille just so they could throw me in and throw away the key. Do you know what...
It's...
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
The pattern looks Middle Eastern.
Take a look at this.
Ah! An electrician.
What do you think of this?
A blood pressure sleeve.
A blood pressure sleeve?
Look at this gem. What do you think?
Cut glass.
No, it's not. It's for real.
What kind of madman would go around waving a priceless gem under people's noses?
So either it's glass or I'm mad? I didn't like to think about that for too long. What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Les Templiers.
No, it's not.
Only that they were excommunicated in 1312 and hanged in their dozens within this very square.
Boy, what they teach in the police academy these days.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
Shouldn't you be off directing traffic or something?
You have seen the Parisian traffic, no?
Yeah, so?
I could direct the traffic. The most dangerous, the east side of Rome. Or I can sit here and enjoy the sun, the architecture, and the so-so Sauvignon. Which would you choose?
Yeah, but I'm not a policeman. What happened to duty?
An excellent question, monsieur.
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur. I'll be there.
Great.
In French, English, and German it read, in 1312, Pope Clement V dissolved the Knightly Order of the Templars and excommunicated its members on charges of heresy. In the following 2 years, many of the knights were hanged on this site. Their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was burnt at the stake on an island in the Seine.
Interesting.
In the middle of the square was a manhole. I wondered if there might be something relevant beneath street level.
Catacombs. I think it's just stinky sewers, sadly. So we can go over here. And then we can... Oh, so this is the same place. Okay. Okay. Stinky sewers.
Hey, you! What do you think you're doing? Leave that cover alone. Now.
Sorry, no harm intended.
You stay away from that.
Why? What's in there you don't want me to see? Huh, green-suited man?
Hello again, monsieur.
I'll see you around.
Okay, I'll have to look at it later. Right? He does need to mind his own business. He do. This game is just mostly listening to people talk.
Pews, beautifully carved and glowing with polish. I thought of all the people who must have sat here over the decades. All those Parisian derrieres, firm buttocks of the young ladies,
What the
flabby flesh of the old men.
That wasn't a pleasing image, so I went back to the young ladies.
What?
Whoa!
What's happening?
I didn't have time to sit around.
What's going on? Like, I don't mind that it's a lot of talking, but it's like my attention span, I can't just sit here and listen to it. Like, my attention span doesn't allow
there in the
it.
company of his fellows. Biblical references engraved into the tomb edge to guide his way to the next world. I guess.
Like, I can't just sit here and listen to it and not do anything else.
I didn't recognize the biblical story in it. I was a Sunday school dropout. A stone knight lay in full stone armor, blank eyes looking at the ceiling. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work.
Think how many adventure games came out in the day and how few still get made? I wouldn't say that few get made. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's point and click is like a niche audience, but that doesn't mean that there are like not many point and clicks. I feel like there's a bunch of point and clicks, but it's just like, and there's more now than there were, but maybe they're not in the same style as the classics. They're like more modern, and so that's why they're looked at different. But I kind of get what you're saying.
In comparison to its neighbor, it looked pretty plain.
But yeah, there's so much dialogue in this.
A stone knight lay at the end of a row of 4. I wondered if this guy had died in combat.
Like, I can see why I put this game on hold, because it's just so...
Somehow, it looked more
much talking. So
a statue
much.
of a knight holding a staff and a scroll. The statue had any secrets. It was concealing them pretty well.
Like, so much, and like... And it's all as George. Like, most of the talking is George, and I, like, don't care about this man.
A scroll
I'm
was a
sorry.
symbol of scholarship. I knew that much. A scholarly knight. That rang a bell. A very Spanish bell.
Ding dong.
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack.
George has a lot to say, right? He's got a lot to say? No. How do I say this? He loves to talk, but he doesn't have a lot to say. Does that make sense? Like, he be talking, but he don't really be saying anything. Me, pretty much. The tripod. Okay, so I guess I have to go back to the museum.
Well, I could have just taken the end off the staff, but I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting out of vandalizing a church, other than deported.
Bruh, with the fake. Okay.
I didn't have time to sit around.
Bitch. What the fuck? Have any of you guys played Secret Files? I played the first Secret Files. I enjoyed it. It was stupid, but I enjoyed it. And then I tried to play the second one, and the English voice acting for the second Secret Files is so fucking bad. It's so bad that as soon as I got into it, I'm like, I can't play this. And so I switched the voices, and I think I made them German, and then I just lost interest. Secret Files 2 ain't it, but Secret Files 1, that shit, I like that shit. So he just stood there. I really played Where the Strong Bads, cool game for attractive people. I've never even heard of that before. What is that? I have never heard of that before. Homestar Runner? Nope. I've never heard of that either. I'm much more of a modern point and click enthusiast than classic. I'm trying to get into classic, but a lot of the time I'm just looking at a walkthrough, and I'm like, if all I'm doing while I'm playing a game is looking at a walkthrough, then I probably shouldn't play it. It doesn't really sound fun if I'm just looking at a walkthrough the whole time. You know? But that's just me. Motherfucker, what? What the fuck?
Hi, Andre.
Hello.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
Pardon, we miss you.
Can you give me any further information?
Certainly, monsieur. That try.
Okay.
Do you know anything about...
Not, it is the... They asked me, they asked you, where, of course, not like miss.
Okay.
Thanks for your help.
Why isn't he using it? Could hide in the museum, then you might be left alone. What?
Watch out!
Pardon me.
We miss you.
No, don't talk to him. Oh my god. Lord.
Thanks.
It is closing time, Monsieur Lobineau.
Oh, Rusty Lake.
Just under
I
my
have some
arse
of those.
today.
More than enough for me. I can't wait to get home and put my feet up.
Eh bien, see you tomorrow.
Good night, monsieur.
Oh.
Quit fooling around, you moron. Get your ass over here and bring that flashlight. What the... Who's there?
Let's get out of here!
Are you fucking serious? Are...
And when I
hate
woke
this
up, I was at
man.
the police station. Luckily, I
hate
managed to
this
persuade
man.
Russell I was innocent.
Poor Georges.
What a mess. I bungled the whole thing.
I don't think so. You made a pretty good job of distracting those two crooks.
Yeah, but the killer got away with the tripod.
No, he didn't. He's not the only one who can dress up in costume.
You mean it was you who stole the tripod? Oh, hell, Nico. I could have been shot.
Those dogs are more likely to shoot their own feet.
I just wish you'd told me your plans. We're supposed to be in this together. And how come you dressed up like a pantomime cat?
Don't sulk, Georgie, please.
Oh, rats. And don't call me Georgie.
Oh, I really thought you'd be pleased. After all, we've got the tripod.
Oh my god, this man is... Oh, George. What the fuck? How do you... My god. Men when they attempt to do literally anything. George of the... Oh my god. Cube escape series first. Okay, if I remember to do
Is
that.
there something going on between you and Labano?
What business is it of yours? We agreed all this. The clown, the Templars, strictly business, remember?
Yeah, but...
So get off my case.
Damn, he just asked you. Relax. The fuck?
I'd better get back to the quest.
I want to play Nico. Why am I playing this man? Like, he's great, but like... Not Nico. Hey, you're on the manhole. And I need to get in there.
There was a small crowd of 5 sightseers. It's a weird thing, but you can take the most intelligent people in the world, put them in their vacation duds, and hey presto, they look like morons. Why is that? I had no desire to talk to the crowd. The juggler was good. Why he couldn't put that kind of application into getting a real job, I had no idea. Maybe he just liked dressing up like a horse's ass.
How the fuck do they have a protagonist dressed up as a cat burglar, plan a heist, knock out 2 robbers, and save another protagonist, and that just happens to be the protagonist you're not playing? Yeah. They really had her Catwoman our asses, and we couldn't even be part of it.
Hey,
I hate that.
You with the balls.
Oui?
Oh my fucking god.
Does this plaster
Well...
Forget it. Forget that I asked.
Is that Andre? It looks like him.
Have you seen this man before?
No.
Yeah, that's Andre.
Look, a red nose.
How you say? Whoop-de-doo.
Does this grease paint mean anything to you?
It looks like one of mine, or at least another jongleur.
Or a clown?
Me naturellement, a clown.
Hardly a breakthrough. It didn't seem right to fry somebody's palm when they make their living with their hands. This gadget is a sewer key.
I do not want it. Thank you.
Well, I'm not selling it. I just wanted your opinion.
It is hardly my area of expertise.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
You smoke?
No, I don't.
In that case, it means nothing to me.
Does this lab pass mean anything to you?
You work in a lab.
No, try again.
You steal lab passes?
No. Well, not as a habit. This was a special case.
So he gave me the ball We switched, I guess.
What do you think of this?
It is a medical device, oui?
Feast your eyes on this.
Incroyable! Is it real?
I think so.
Some people believe that great gems always have curses upon them.
Oh, that's garbage. Although, now that I think about it, both of the people who had this before me disappeared in mysterious circumstances. And the guy who was supposed to get this was shot and then murdered in his hospital bed. Do you want it?
No, thank you.
What the fuck?
I've got a medieval tripod.
And my Uncle Claude has hemorrhoids. So what?
The fuck?
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Le Templier? Ah, the last Grand Master, Jacques du Molay, was burned on an island in the Seine in 1314.
Wow. You're pretty well educated for a juggler.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
How did you learn to be a juggler?
Juggler? What is this juggler?
It's you. You juggle, that makes you a juggler.
No, I am a jongleur.
A jongler? What's that?
Mon Dieu. A jongleur is an artist, a master of the contre-gravitique aeroballetique mysteries. In centuries past, the courts of the crowned heads of Europe had the jongleurs, witty, erudite men to whom the monarchs turned in their hours of need.
Wait a minute, wait. Let me get this straight. Our enemies are at the borders, plague ravages the land, and the peasants are revolting. Thank God we've got Chuckles the Jongler to throw his balls around. I don't think so. That juggling doesn't look so difficult.
Oh, it does not, does it not? Perhaps you feel you could do better, no?
I'll give it a try.
Be my guest.
I had no idea what I was doing. But this guy was obviously an idiot, so how difficult could it be?
Oh my, George, you literally
A lot more difficult than I thought. That's how difficult.
bonked yourself 10 minutes ago. Oh my god, this man.
Still, it was my big chance to be derided by complete strangers.
Not so easy after all, is it?
No, I guess not.
I hate it here.
Excuse me, officer. Does this red nose mean anything to you?
Ah, you are a clown.
Do I look like a clown?
No.
Yes.
Although you juggle like one. Now, if I'd known you were a clown, it would have been amusing. And not a humiliation for you.
What do you mean?
Whoever heard of a plain-clothes clown?
He had a point. So you're saying that if I juggle badly with a red nose, I'd be the king of comedy. But if I juggle badly without it...
You look like a pathetic loon. Oui, monsieur, you have it.
What do you know about medieval ironmongery? Have a look at this little baby.
A tripod? What is it for?
You mean you don't know?
No, monsieur. Nor do you, I think.
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Les Templiers. Only that they were excommunicated in 1312 and hanged in their dozens within this very square.
Boy, what they teach in the police academy these days.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
Shouldn't you be off directing traffic or something?
You have seen the Parisian traffic, no?
Yeah, so?
I could direct the traffic. The most dangerous, the east side of Rome. Or I can sit here and enjoy the sun, the architecture, and the so-so Sauvignon. Which would you choose?
Yeah, but I'm not a policeman. What happened to duty?
An excellent question, monsieur.
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur. I'll be there.
The cop has not moved once.
The juggler was good. Why he couldn't put that kind of application into getting a real job, I had no idea. Maybe he just liked dressing up like a horse's ass.
My attempt to thwart the robbery at the museum was hindered by my stupidity, but then a figure swooped in from the ceiling, like some kind of superhero. The masked savior was Nico. I guess she did a good job. We do have the tripod, and I found the gem. Next move is to head to the site of Mon and see if I can figure out what to do with them.
I couldn't open it with my bare hands. The nose was hollow. Printed on... It was a bright red
I thought
plastic
he
nose.
gave me his
Part
nose.
of a clown's...
I thought he gave me his nose. I don't know what's happening.
Hi
I'm
again.
having a hard time. I'm struggling
Oui?
to understand.
What is it this time?
I'd like to have another try at juggling, please.
You have gone on a crash course, perhaps?
No. I just had an insight into presentation.
Huh?
Allow me to demonstrate. The balls, please.
If you insist on completing your humiliation, monsieur.
Okay,
Soup
now
kid
for
afraid
my
to leave his
secret
stoop.
weapon.
What the fuck?
Juggler was speechless with rage. You could have mistaken him for a mime. And without a word, he collected his balls and left in a fury. Hey! You forgot one of your balls! Hey! But he didn't hear. Better still, deprived of his entertainment, the gendarme decided maybe he ought to do some policing for a change.
What? Bye! What the fuck? What?
There was a small crowd of 5 sightseers. It's a weird... Put them in... They look like...
Okay, shut up.
It was the bright red ball I'd got from the juggler. If I wanted to get deeper into these catacombs, I was going to have to get onto that path. If the near edge hadn't crumbled away, I could have jumped it easily.
Get your stupid ass over there, George. Excuse me.
There were 3 arches, each with an inscription. The inscription was hard to read, but I made out Templier and something about innocence. There were 3 arches, each with an inscription. The wall had flaked, and anything once written on it had long since gone. The wall seemed in very poor condition. The inscription was undecipherable. The plaster had cracked and was falling away. I wondered why. There were 3 arches, each with an inscription. My medieval French isn't much, but the few words I understood seemed to say, "This is where the gallows used to stand." Maybe. My medieval maybe. My
Right.
medieval French is maybe.
Okay.
A weird little boat lay tied up. I guess they used it to get maintenance crews around. Either that or the Phantom of the Opera was somewhere near. On the boat was a winching machine. The hook lay in a bed of chain.
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore. Literally the first 30 minutes of this game was incredible. The first like chapter where you play Nico and then like that chapter where you find out about her father and her father's relationship with Imelda or whatever, that shit was iconic. But like the rest of this, I'm just like, yo, wake me up, bro, when it gets interesting. Like, I know this is everybody's favorite game, and I'm sorry, it's not the game, it's me. But I'm like, bro, I just can't. I can't get into this Templar storyline. Like, I'm not there. I'm gone. It'd be like that sometimes. Oh my god, I hate that saying. It's really dismissive. I hate it. Who put this winch on this boat and just left it? Right?
The door was a handsome piece of work.
The fuck?
I pushed against the door, but it seemed to be locked.
I wish I had chocolate right now. I want chocolate. Chocolate. Into another sewer.
Rats. It's locked.
I don't know either, dude. Figure it out.
Maybe not.
Put the ball in its mouth. Oh my Lord Christ.
The door was locked.
Really? Go figure.
There were 3. The wall had flaked, and anything one... The inscription was hard to...
Okay.
My medieval friend, maybe.
I don't even have... whatever, it's fine.
It was time for some brutal destruction. Hey, that's hollow! I'd poked a hole in an historical site. If any archaeologists came by, they'd lynch me for this. There was some sort of mechanism hidden inside the wall, with a lever in the middle of it.
Oh my god, that fucking song is stuck in my head. I heard it in a TikTok. In a fucking Hannibal TikTok, and now it's stuck in my head. No.
Close up, I could see the plaster was thinner where I'd broken through, and behind it were some cogs and a lever. Here goes. The secret door had jammed. I couldn't get through that gap.
I could, but that's because I'm a skinny legend. I'm not kidding, but I'm kidding. What? What the fuck? There goes the door, right?
The door mechanism was trashed. It would take a blacksmith or an engineer to do anything with that. Boy, had I ever made a mess of that door. There was a crack in the wall. Through it, I could see a glimmer of natural light.
In the beginning was the end.
So loud.
An end wrought by our enemies.
Oh my god, it's so
began
loud.
our darkness.
Help!
In the end will be a beginning. An end to our enemies heralds our new day.
Report. The military establishments are in flux. The end of the Cold War has left them with no clear goal and as obvious targets for budgetary cuts. We have successfully promoted a sense of betrayal in the upper echelons. They feel that the politicians
upper
have passed them
echelon.
adrift. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
Good. Mademoiselle?
Governments are giving the corporations more
Jesus
respect than their own citizens. A groundswell of dissatisfaction and dissidence is growing. The corporations are becoming too large and complex for their own executives to control them. A blind belief in market forces is accelerating this trend the world over. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
The global population's belief in those that govern it has never been lower.
We have inculcated a sense of immediacy and action over forethought and planning in all the major governments. They are acting on hasty decisions that cannot be completed or revoked without appearing foolish. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
Excellent. The tired old governments are dying a slow death from their own incompetence and our machinations. Professor, where is the broken sword?
He said it!
As we discussed last time, with the loss of the manuscript, our search is as a corollary hindered.
And as discussed last time, you have been furnished with a dramatically increased budget. What have you been doing with our money, Professor?
We are working on the principle that the Templars, that is to say, our predecessors,
Hold on. These are the Templars?
must have left a trail when they were hiding the clues to the sword of Baphomet's location. I have a small army of historians and archaeologists ferreting out that trail.
I trust these historians and archaeologists are more trustworthy than your friend Pegram.
Pegram was loyal. He tried to protect the Lochmarn gem when the Hashashin came near.
And failed. And don't call that Syrian maniac the Hashashin. He's an assassin. Plain and simple.
That's not what he believes. He actually thinks.
Silence! Do I have to remind you that we have a sacred duty? A trust? When Philippe attempted to destroy the Order, we lost the sword and our power with it. Now we have the opportunity to reforge it. But time is short. We need results, not petty bickering, not excuses. Now, Professor Baphomet.
Yes, of course. My apologies. We will find Baphomet and the sword, manuscript or no. We have already found another element actually within Paris.
Excellent. What is it?
Well, we're not exactly sure at present. Ha! But I have my best people working on it. You would do well not to criticize others, Eklund. At least I have not murdered one of our own.
Of course. That guy was the bogus doctor in the hospital.
Marquet was a liability. Eklund dealt with him on my orders.
I beg your pardon, Grandmaster. I did not mean to.
Have you any good news for us, Professor?
We already know 3 of the elements. We know that Klausner had obtained the lens before he vanished.
Where was he?
Syria. We know that he arrived, but after that, nothing.
The assassin.
I fear so. It's a shame. Klausner was a good operative.
This will be our last meeting in person until we locate the sword of Baphomet. I hope that I don't need to emphasize the importance of finding it. Without it, our endeavors come to nothing. With the sword reforged, we will have the power to sweep the stage of all opposition the next time that we meet. It will be to become the princess of this world!
Oh my god, it's so loud. Holy fucking shit, that was so loud. Oh, what was the audio sync on that? That shit, they were fucking yelling. Like, y'all are all in the same room as each other. You're in a circle in the same room as each other. Plus, you don't have to be loud because you're surrounded by, like, stone and, like, in a cave. So your voice is gonna echo. Like, there was no need for that. That was something special. Amber went to sleep. 10 minutes ago. Good night, Amber. I'm sorry that they were fucking talking the whole time. I don't know how they didn't hear the door. You would think it would echo.
There was a crack in the through it.
I don't know. I don't know. I have a lot of questions.
I noticed 3 small notches around the edge of the stump's top.
George ain't exactly got a lot of answers. No, he got none. Not a single answer.
There was a large circle marked out on the floor with a stump in the middle. Around the circle, I could see words inlaid into the stone. On the circle's circumference were the Templar seal and 2 Latin phrases, Non omnes moriar and Clarior e tenebris. I shall not die completely, the brighter from the darkness.
Bitch, what? What are you saying to me?
In the middle of the circle was a stump of stone, a shaft of daylight from the world above lancing down to touch it. On the circle, non, I shall not die. On the circle, no, I.
Okay. The fuck?
The water seemed to belong to an underground river or something. It was way too deep to belong to the catacombs.
What the fuck? Oh. Gate crashed a meeting of influential leaders from the military, business, government, and academia. Recognized the academic. He was hanging around the Hotel Ibu. Must have been staking out Khan. The big boss, the guy they called the Grandmaster, mentioned a broken sword. Didn't Marquis say something about fixing a sword, the sword of Baphomet? They talked about Klausner, who has some lens that's important, but he's vanished in Syria. They think the assassin may have got him too. The Grandmaster claimed to be a Knights Templar. I really don't trust them at all. They're just a bunch of megalomaniacs planning a new order. Alright.
The tripod's feet fitted neatly into the notches on the top of the stump. The light, falling from above, struck the gem and scattered in 5 neat rays. And each ray picked out a letter. Starting from the left, I could read M-A-R-I-B. Marib. Now all I had to do was figure out what the heck that meant. Nico, I've seen them.
That's in Syria, isn't it?
The Templars. I spied on their meeting in the catacombs.
And you saw the Knights Templar?
I saw a bunch of guys masquerading as Templars.
We're going to Syria.
They're after something called the Sword of Baphomet. The bogus doctor was there, the guy who killed Marquet. The manuscript is the key, just as we thought. It shows the way to the broken sword, whatever that is.
And how does the assassin fit into all this?
He's out to stop them. These Neo-Templars, they're men and women in influential positions. Don't you see? Plantar was one of them. The assassin killed him for the manuscript. To stop them finding the sword.
But now we have got the manuscript.
Yes.
So, how do they hope to find the sword?
I don't know. They said something about a lens and a guy called Klausner who's gone to Syria. But they didn't seem to realize the significance of the very site of their meeting. You see, after they'd gone, I discovered a stone pedestal and a carved inscription. I set up the gem on the tripod, directly below a beam of light. The gem split the beam and lit the letters M-A-R-I-B
M-A-R-I-B.
Marib is a village in Syria. You're not thinking of going there yourself, are you?
Why not?
These guys are crazy and dangerous. That reminds me, you should leave the gem here.
Okay. What about the tripod?
I'll send it back to Andre, anonymously.
I knew we were going to Syria because I read something that said that we were going to Syria, or there was somebody in Syria and they thought that whatever.
Just how long have you known Labino?
Andre? We met at college. He helped me out when I was a fresh air. Showed me around, that sort of thing.
You never told me that before. I thought he was just a working acquaintance.
So he is. I rarely see him these days. You know, he hasn't changed much. A little less air at the front, perhaps. I'd forgotten how much fun he could be.
Right? She's just so smart and so intelligent and so crafty and such a superhero and a badass bitch, and then she just sits here. And I gotta play Dumbass George. Like, I'm really about to cry.
No way.
I'm really about to cry.
Do you think I should go to Marib?
Syria is a long way, Georges.
Alright, bye. What the fuck? Do you think I should go? It's a long way. And then is immediately like, alright, bye. Like, what the fuck? Wait, why can't I go over here? What's here? What's here? What am I doing here? At the end of this? Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Where am I? Tells me that Knight's coat of arms belongs to blah blah in Costa, Spain. Let's figure out what. Okay, blah blah. Okay. Okay, M-A-R-I-B. Nico informs me in name of a village in Syria. That was where Klausner was last seen. This assassin must be Khan. He's killing them to stop them from reforging this sword. When I hear Klaus, I just think of Vampire Diaries and Klaus. Honestly, Klaus is probably my favorite character on that show. Like, out of the vampires. I really want to watch the originals, because that's like Klaus and Elijah and like his family's story and stuff. But the Vampire Diaries just pisses me the fuck off. So I haven't watched it. Anyway.
There was a crotchety old guy watering the lawn.
Crotchety?
If this garden was all his own work, he was more capable than he looked.
What does that fucking mean? Crotchety. Excuse me? George is a buffoon. This is made in the 90s. We know who the self-insert character for the writer is. Oh boy.
Hi, is this the De Vasconcelos house?
Who wants to know?
I could tell the old coot was going to be trouble. My name's George Stobart. I was wondering whether...
The house is not open to the public.
This is the De Vasconcelos house.
And what business is that of yours, senor?
Look, all I want is to speak to the head of the household.
There is no household. Only the Countess and myself.
Oh my god.
Have you got any...
No.
Easy, thank you.
Do you rec...
No.
Perfect.
I don't suppose this red...
Ah!
El Flojo.
El who?
El Flojo. He is a clown on state television.
Oh. Is he any good?
He is as funny as scabies. Without the laughs.
What the fuck?
Look at this tissue.
It's a tissue with some greasy muck on it.
Yes, that's right. Would you like to shake hands?
I do not think so, senor.
Do you...
See, I have a similar tool for opening culverts on the estate.
Do you recognize...
I don't smoke.
This
Nothing.
Okay.
What do you mean?
So that's it. You're a salesman.
If I was hawking medical supplies, I can think of better places to hawk them. There's a funny story about how I got this ball.
I don't want to hear it.
Tell me about the Countess de Vasconcelos.
She doesn't receive guests. That's all you need to know.
You don't even know what I have to talk to her about.
She hasn't won the lottery, has she?
Yeah. That's it. The Countess has won the lottery, and I'm here to give her the check.
Marvelous. May I see it?
No. I mean, no, I have to deliver it to her in person.
The Countess doesn't do the lottery.
Oh, for crying out loud. Why'd you lead me on, then?
To amuse myself. To make you look a fool. To make you go away.
What do you know about the Templars?
Who wants to know?
Are you angling for a bribe or something?
You have nothing that I want, senor, except the pleasure of your absence.
The guy was obviously protecting the Countess against the whole world. But why?
Savage. Ouch.
I'll be going for now.
Adios, senor.
The main part of the house was old, but nowhere near as old as the gatehouse section.
The fuck? What the fuck? I hit enter and it changed my resolution. There we go.
The hose ran from some sort of utility room all the way to the lawn.
Turn it
I didn't
off.
like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose around me, so I left it alone.
What the fuck? Zap his ass. Why not? Why not? Fucking shit, dick.
Hey, you.
Yeah? What is it?
You would not like it if people just wandered into your home, would you?
Well, no, I guess not.
Then show a little consideration.
Okay. Sorry.
Fuck off. You fucking cunt. This isn't your fucking home, is it? Motherfucker. You're just a gardener, so garden, bitch. And mind your business. Oh my god, please walk faster. Please, George. I know it's really difficult for you to not trip over your own feet, but you can do it.
I'm no student of architecture, but the little building looked old. I wondered if it was some sort of summer house.
I hate how, like, this is blurry and then this is, like, clearly cut out. Oh my god, it's so distracting. Don't mind me. I don't. It's kind of endearing in its own little old way.
There was a statue of a guy on top of the building. He looked like a knight with a spear and some sort of staff.
I hope you guys are enjoying this game, because I know if I put it down,
I wasn't about to go clambering on rooftops if I didn't have to.
I probably won't pick it back up.
From a distance, I thought it might be a summer house. Close up, I wasn't so sure.
Like, I am struggling to stay interested, and I'm sorry. I know this is everybody's favorite game. I know it's a masterpiece. I know it's fucking immaculate and
From a
incredible.
distance, close.
But my attention span is like not
The
there.
door was a handsome piece of work, in keeping with the ornateness of the rest of the building.
A handsome piece of work.
Rats. It's locked.
I doubt I can open that right now. How would you rate this on a scale of 1 to Mystery of the Druids? So I haven't played Mystery of the Druids, but I've definitely seen a lot of the gameplay for that. Doesn't that game have like a game-breaking bug that like if you could get stuck and not be able to make progress? I hate that. And I feel like Mystery of the Druid is one of those games where it's so bad that, and you know it's so bad, but you can kind of like find some charm in that, if that makes sense. I guess I'll come back. Just walk in. Okay. Okay. Just walk through. Okay. Alright, George. Let's just go. Let's go to Syria. I'm not even supposed to be here right now.
Down the long, dusty driveway was a road along which a bus traveled maybe twice a day. I knew because I'd arrived on one. And no way was I leaving until I'd got something concrete to show Nico.
We're not even supposed to be here. Did I just lock myself in here? I'm supposed to be in Syria right now. Lord of mercy. Yeah, I haven't played Mystery of the Druids, so I honestly can't rate it. I don't really like rating games unless I've played them myself. And I haven't played it, so I can't rate it. I'm sorry. What is happening? Excuse me.
My horse has stopped.
Yeah?
See, my horse never stops.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it. It's always sad when an old tradition comes to an end.
Did you have anything to do with it?
Well, I'm shocked. I'm mortified. How could you think such a thing?
Very easily, senor. Very easily. I'm going to find out why my horse has stopped. And that means going into the house. You are not, absolutely not, to go in the house. If you do go in the house, I will set the dogs on you.
Joke's on you. I love dogs. So, please do that. I will pet each and every one of them 100 times at least. I promise. That is a promise. I'm gonna go in the house. Oh! Get in that bitch.
Hey,
Bruh.
you. I know you are there, American. All right, you dogs. I'm coming.
Why he walk like that? I gotta drip on my walk. What the fuck?
I love suits of armor. Who doesn't?
How dare you threaten me with a good boy, right? I'm saying.
It was a small mirror hanging over the sink. From the scum in the sink, it looked like he shaved there.
Ew.
It was just a little utility room with no exit, unless you counted the window. And I didn't.
Madre Dios, who are you?
My name's George Stobart. I'm sorry to burst in like this.
You must leave at once. You're not wanted here.
Please, if you just listen a minute.
Very well. State your business, Senor Stobart.
There's been a series of murders, part of some conspiracy. Anyway, the trail led me here.
Here? There is nothing for the outside world here.
Over 600 years ago there was.
What do you mean?
This whole thing ties in somehow with the Knights Templar.
The Knights Templar are dust.
They had a secret that was so important, they went to a lot of trouble to hide it.
I do not see what this has to do with my family.
Your family had a strong connection with the Templars, right?
No.
I believe that they have planted some clues here.
Why should I believe a complete stranger who barges into my home?
Just let me have a look around. If I find nothing...
You'll be spending the night at the police station.
At the police
Very well.
station.
Please, sit down.
I know your family's involved with the Templars, but I don't know how.
You should be asking how my family were involved, Senor Stobart. The Templars ceased to exist centuries ago. And as for the De Vasconcelos, the line dies with me.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
Okay, whatever happened, happened almost 700 years ago. So, if the Templars left any clues, they're going to be in stuff that dates back to the early 14th century.
Obviously.
So, what do you have around here that's early medieval?
Early medieval. Let me think. Well, the house is relatively modern, a scant 3 centuries old. Or, of course, the chess set.
That chess set is over 600 years old? It must be worth a fortune.
Indeed it is. Not that I would part with it, of course.
No, I wouldn't either. That's the sort of thing that gets handed down to your children. Sorry.
Its value is less than you might think. The set is not complete. One of the pieces is a modern replacement. As to the original, it was lost a long time ago.
Nobody has any idea where it is?
No. The children had it when they were taken.
Children? What children?
All in good time, Senor Stobart.
May I examine the chess set?
Certainly. But do not move any of the pieces.
I'm gonna move
Okay, thanks. Close up, the modern piece stood out like a sore thumb. There was something else odd about the set. All of the original pieces had irregular bases.
My lady, I have to warn you, there's a... You! Why, I'll feed you to the dogs.
Lopez, what have I told you about feeding intruders to the dogs?
But, my lady...
Never without my permission. Senor Stobart, if I find that you're wasting my time, you will be fed to the dogs. Now, I want to show you something interesting. Follow me. Lopez, unlock the door, por favor. This is the only remaining structure on the estate contemporary with the Templars.
Nice. What is it, a summer house?
A mausoleum, Senor Stobart.
Oh.
Come with me.
Hey, senor.
Yeah?
I do not know what you have told my lady to be shown these favors, but I do not trust you.
You've got nothing to worry about. Aren't you coming in?
No, the dead do not interest me. My garden is a living thing. I will be there.
I don't care what you will be. Get out of my face.
This is
fuck?
old.
It was constructed in the 13th century as the final resting place for the De Vasconcelos Templars.
It's well maintained.
These are my ancestors, and they deserve respect. I come here at least once a week to say a prayer for them.
Mind if I have a look around?
By all means.
Fucking whip. Oh boy.
The mausoleum contained 5 tombs for 5 of the Knights Templar, man-size in marble. High up in the dome were windows. I guess they might open them to make it less stuffy in there. Hanging from the ceiling was a huge yellowed candle. It looked really old and had never been lit.
Oh. Fuck.
May I ask you something?
You may ask.
You certainly know your history.
What's your opinion of the Templars, Senor Stobart?
I don't give a fuck.
They seem no worse than a lot of the knightly orders.
You are mistaken. Compared to the simpering politicians of the Hospitallers or the brutish Teutonics, the Knights Templar were the embodiment of chivalry.
Where is Nico?
Money-grabbing French king and his pet pope did a great wrong. A bane settled upon my family at the whim of that self-seeking tyrant.
It was all a long time ago.
Some things don't die. Please. Injustice is one of them.
True. That's very true, actually. She did not motherfucking lie.
Are these people?
My ancestors. These 5 men were all members of the Templars.
5 ancestors in the order. You must be very proud.
Not 5. 6.
Where's the 6th knight?
He was lost to us.
You lost an ancestor?
It is a family matter. It can have no relevance.
Well, it's connected with the curse of the De Vasconcelos, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I hope you will honor my desire not to talk about it.
Literally.
Okay, well, I'll leave it for now.
Robbing a bank while stopping a presidential assassination and romancing an archaeologist while speaking another language. Right? Literally.
Does this matchbook...
Club Alamut. Not...
Does this...
Nothing.
Okay.
I couldn't juggle, see? And he thought he was so superior. But, and this is the funny part, I put a red nose on and made out that I was trying to be incompetent. It brought the house down.
Oh, God.
He was so angry because I'd upstaged... Yeah. Well, you had to be there.
I fear that you are probably right, Senor Stobart.
Does this...
Where is this line of quest?
Nowhere... Would you like to shake it?
A formal bow.
Does this...
No clown in all. Apart from the one about being funny.
Oh?
Do you recognize...
No, I have
I've got a couple of names for him, but they're probably false. He's the killer.
No. He's...
Do you know what...
No.
Okay, thanks.
Not at all.
Not at all. What? What does that mean?
I couldn't climb up there without breaking something.
So break something.
It was a rod with a cone and a hook on the end. I guessed it was for snuffing out the big candle in the chandelier. Now what? There was nothing to snuff. Feeling like an idiot, I put it down again. In front of the shrine was a lectern with a Bible on it. A big statuette of the Virgin Mary kept an eye on the place. On removing the Bible, I found a pattern on the lectern top. Hey! It's a checkerboard! Close up, I could see that the pattern was made up of glass squares over a checkerboard pattern. May I ask you something?
You may ask.
Is the Virgin Mary really the right person to be sharing a mausoleum with 5 knights?
You are showing your ignorance, Senor Stobart. The Templars were dedicated to the Virgin Mary.
What's the story with the glass chessboard?
Glass chessboard. Oh, the pattern on the lectern, purely decorative, I'm sure.
There are pieces of glass missing from it.
Oh, it has been like that since I was a girl.
The gaps in the glass chessboard look awfully deliberate.
No, it is ridiculous. What possible significance can it have?
It's part of a chessboard, and the gaps are for...
Senor Stobart, you cannot mean...
This place was built for the Templars. Your chess set is as old as the Templars. It's kind of suggestive, isn't it? I think this must be it. This is what the manuscript is pointing to.
This is extraordinary. Am I to understand that the Templars left a puzzle here? And in all of this time we failed to realize that there was a puzzle?
It was wonderful to watch the Countess change before my eyes.
Right. Well, no time for wallowing in self-pity, eh, Senor Stobart?
Stop yelling at me.
It has had a good long run, but it ain't here. And now.
All those years of fatalism were falling away from her.
Lopez! Lopez! Put that hose down and listen!
The fuck?
Go to the house and get my chess set. Yes! The old chess set! Now hurry! My, this is exciting, is it not?
Don't get too excited.
guess.
This could be a blind alley.
Oh, I do not believe that for a moment.
It's good to see you happy.
Happy? You know, I think I am.
While we're waiting, I'd really like to know what happened here. I mean, the curse and everything?
It all began at the time of the dissolution of the Templars. Don Carlos had already left their ranks to become a scholar.
Don Carlos, is he the guy who went missing?
Si, but he had reckoned without the local bishop. Their bishop envied us our lands and determined to use the papal edict as an excuse to destroy us. Don Carlos was on one of his scholarly journeys when the Inquisition arrived. When Don Carlos returned, it was to find his loyal manservant slain and his children gone.
They took the kids? But why?
Oh, we will never know.
'Cause fuck
The
'em.
bishop denied all knowledge of the children's disappearance. But witnesses had seen his men kill the servant who had been charged to protect them.
What happened to Don Carlos?
He swore he'd find his children if he had to go to the edge of the world. He put on his armor and took up his sword and shield and rode out alone. He was never seen again. Ah, Lopez, you have the pieces.
Si, my lady, as you asked.
Por favor, Senor Stobart, would you be so kind?
My lady.
Calm yourself, Lopez. I believe Senor Stobart's motives are pure.
Very well, my lady. My lady seems to trust you.
But you don't.
No, senor.
It fits, Senor Stobart. It fits.
Working quickly, I found which pieces went into which holes.
must be placed in its corresponding hole, and it will turn to reveal pattern on its base. Each chess piece must be dragged into the hole of its corresponding pattern. What the fuck? What the fuck? What in the fresh hell is this puzzle? It's just matching. Yeah, I know, it fucking freaked me out too. But it's literally just matching. Hello? Fuck. Alright. Apparently that's wrong. What the fuck? Blue, okay. Blue, okay, I'm just an idiot. It's fine. Hello? What in the fresh hell is this puzzle? I love that. I love that. The fuck? What the fuck? Dude.
With the red pieces in place, the square bases fit onto the white pieces. I just had to figure out where to place them.
Hmm. 10 out of 10. Hmm. I don't really understand this, but whatever. Okay, please. Okay, hello? The fuck? So I guess that's wrong. Oh boy. I don't know. I think we're... I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So I have to protect my king. Okay, so...
Bingo! I mean, checkmate.
So loud.
Senor Stobart, look!
What is that? It's not the Holy Grail, is it?
The Holy Grail.
It is the communion chalice of the De Vasconcelos, missing for almost 700 years.
Wow. Well, go on.
I cannot. I can hardly believe it is real.
Go ahead. Live a little.
Are you sure? This is your moment of triumph, Senor Stobart.
Sure, I'm sure. The possibility of death traps only occurred to me a few days later.
Nico's apartment.
So the curse of the De Vasconcelos is lifted?
Oh no. The Countess was thrilled to find the lost chalice. But there's still the riddle of the missing knight.
Well, you can forget about that now and get back to finding the Templar's secret.
Actually, I promised the Countess I'd find Don Carlos.
You what?
I can explain everything.
You have got the odds for a withered old Spanish aristocrat?
The Countess entrusted me with the chalice and the quest for her ancestor's tomb.
You're as crazy as she is. Haven't you got enough problems? Khan and the Templars?
It's all part of the same thing. The chalice is important, I'm sure. The manuscript pointed us to the knight, and I have to find him.
What then?
I don't know. But when the knight and the chalice are reunited, maybe I will. This is the chalice I discovered in Spain.
I still can't figure out why the Countess gave it to you. After losing it for all those years, she simply gave it away to a total stranger? She's one prawn short of a paella.
The Countess is a fine lady. You shouldn't compare her with seafood.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's something going on between you and that Countess.
Are you serious? She's old enough to be my grandmother.
Oh my god.
Do you think I should go to Marib?
Syria is a long way, Georges.
Bye. A few hours later.